As soon as he succeeded in lightly kicking the precious item, the young man fled frantically. Unfortunately, he didn't get far before an arrow lodged in his calf, causing him to lose balance and fall into the pristine white snow. When he lifted his head, the sharp blade of a hunter, clearly vexed and disheveled, gleamed before his eyes. What's the fun in stealing occasionally if you're pursued this persistently? The holy relic he had stolen was recovered by them. The price was nothing less than his own life. Red blood flowed and the game was over. As the group left, convinced he could no longer live, the protagonist slowly stood up and approached his detached head. He then smiled brightly, and addressing the deity, said there was no need to worry too much about the sanctity of the holy relic. He had acquired it, but unfortunately he had missed some item costs. Hold on a moment, let's wait about 2 seconds. This immortal young man's name was Malik, and until last year he was an ordinary person. However, in the blink of an eye he was dragged into this world. By chance he became the sole apostle of that hand, which was an evil god known as Our Lady of Blazing Corruption. Returning to the main point, upon arriving in this new land, Malik pretended to be a member of the guardian deity, and immediately went to a large guild to find work. While the female receptionist looked up the information, he thought about his god. The cult of Our Lady of Blazing Corruption was everyone's enemy, and he somehow ended up being her sole apostle. Normally, apostles like him would immediately be branded with a mark of punishment by their god if they embraced another faith, but somehow life went on, and in this cult, lying might actually be the path to a more peaceful and longer life. After waiting a long time for the other person to find the information, Malik got what he wanted. The paper stated that if he found the reason for the farmers who had suddenly disappeared on their way to the city and eliminated them, he would receive 30 silver coins per head. He naturally accepted such a tempting offer but didn't forget to ask the woman a pressing question. Could I get an advance on the reward now? He hadn't even worked for a day yet, but he was already asking for an advance. He knew it was a bit absurd, but if he was too hungry he wouldn't be able to fight properly. Fortunately, the kind female receptionist agreed, and so he cheerfully set off with a mercenary group that had been assigned the same mission. On the way, a chubby friend named Piro enthusiastically approached him and struck up a conversation. He talked so much that Malik gradually began to feel tired. Fortunately, at that moment the captain ahead of them called his name, and the other person hastily saluted and ran off. It was only when no one was beside him that Malik placed a hand on his chest and asked, "Mother, why do you keep telling me to kill everyone? If everyone dies, that'll be a big problem for me." He honestly admitted that he had to do this job to earn those extra 29 silver coins. Apostle or not, if he was starving to death, what good were gods or anything else? Setting that aside, Malik looked at the group in front of him and got to the point. By the way, how many fingers would you give them? He asked this question because if he defeated them and offered the strong ones to Our Lady of Blazing Corruption, he would receive divinity points based on the number of fingers she awarded. A hand has 5 fingers, with the lowest score for a single finger being 10 points. As the number of fingers awarded increased, the divinity score would grow by adding a digit of magnitude. And if he acquired 10,000 divinity points, he would gain new privileges. Before that, he had absorbed the Holy Grail and only then returned it to its original owner. He already had privileges. Now, if he collected just 12 more holy relics, all his wishes would be granted. After receiving a gentle warning from the captain, Piro hastily returned to Malik and apologized for interrupting. Before that, while the two of them were talking, their convoy was suddenly ambushed. Arrows flew in all directions and many fell without a chance to fight back. In the urgent situation, Malik immediately threw Piro aside and became the target for the arrows instead of Piro. After waiting for everything to pass, the bandit group slowly appeared. Malik was not dead yet. He lay on the ground secretly conversing with Our Lady of Blazing Corruption in his mind. "It seems Mother wants me to feign death and then absorb their divinity when the opportunity arises." He staggered and crawled up, staring at a sword stuck in the ground, and continued speaking. "But you know what? I was planning to do this from the beginning." As soon as he finished speaking, Malik charged like lightning, instantly severing a bandit's head, and the bloody spectacle entered the chieftain's vision. The chieftain realized he was no ordinary person and hastily told his subordinates, "Leave that priest to me. After you've dealt with the rest, everyone help me." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly charged out and violently swung his sword, but unfortunately Malik was faster and parried it. Then he powerfully swung his sword, sending his opponent flying far away to create distance. Only then did Malik mutter to himself, "With those fingers, how would Mother rate him?" The bandit chieftain didn't understand what he was saying. All he wanted was to defeat the opponent in front of him, so he continued to unleash attacks to take him down as quickly as possible. Our Lady rated him 2.5 points, and it seemed his strength was no less than that of the archer who had previously beheaded him. Seeing Malik suddenly smile with amusement, the chieftain immediately swung his sword wildly, hacking at him as if possessed. With a single swing of his sword he broke Malik's weapon, then confidently grinned widely. "Ha ha ha, that's why I made this sword out of glacier steel." He was so confident that he said he would spare Malik's life if he acted reasonably. Furthermore, he added that he had originally planned to finish this job and disappear from here. So he suggested they both stop while everything was still proceeding pleasantly. But Malik said this, "Then I'll give you another option. Stop your banditry and leave this place immediately. If you do, I will deal with you lightly." This soulless smile didn't last long, as an arrow suddenly embedded itself in Malik's small head. Seeing him fall again, the chieftain, seemingly satisfied, ignored him and turned to talk with his comrades. But their terror was just about to begin. Malik sprang to his feet and asked a chilling question that made anyone listening almost wet themselves. "Did you really kill everyone? Why do you seem so surprised to see someone survive a direct arrow shot to the head?" Seriously, that question is absurd. Anyone would be surprised after seeing someone die and then come back to life. At that moment, Malik, the king of retribution, clasped his hands together after finishing his question, and an eerie dark blue light immediately emanated from his entire body. The bandits now realized they had provoked a formidable opponent and immediately shouted, "Shoot, kill him quickly." Dozens of arrows flew and pierced Malik's body in several places. Instead of fighting, he prayed to his higher power in that state. "Our Lady of Blazing Corruption, your child is in a dangerous and difficult situation. I am very afraid and do not know what to do. Mother, if you are near your child, please comfort me and watch over me." They continued to shoot until their backs ached, but he was still perfectly fine. The bandits judged the situation to be unfavorable and immediately fled. However, they didn't get far before everything in front of them was blocked by an invisible wall. It was something he had intentionally set up, a power that the Apostle of Blazing Corruption absolutely had to activate before revealing their full strength. Trapping enemies within a sanctuary. That was one of his favorite powers when playing this character. The bandits wailed and shouted, but no matter what methods they employed, they couldn't escape. The chieftain and his subordinates were cornered and so terrified their pants almost fell off, but they desperately held on, shouting at their brothers to break the barrier with their swords and make an escape route. However, before they could do anything, they were struck by a colossal creature and offered up as sacrifices on an altar. Everyone froze upon seeing a four-armed creature as tall as a two-story house. A puny human facing a 4-ton opponent. How could they not all be swept away? The monster summoned by Malik merely opened its mouth wide and roared once, which was enough to make everyone's tears and snot flow profusely. Everyone scrambled to shout, "Priest, please spare us, we'll never commit banditry again." Before long, several heads dangled from Malik's waist. Our Lady of Blazing Corruption kept saying, "Kill them, kill them." But he disagreed, clearly telling her that if he absorbed their divine power, their bodies would disappear. If that happened, the guild members would surely notice something was amiss and track him down. Suddenly, he spotted his chubby friend Piro lying nearby, still breathing heavily. Thinking that this person might be useful for his reputation in the future, he immediately told Our Lady of Blazing Corruption to heal him. In the dead of night, Malik casually brought Piro back. The red-haired guild receptionist saw him complete the mission and excitedly rushed over to speak to him. She said, "Looking at your appearance, priest, I really can't tell, but it seems you're much stronger than I thought." Hearing this, he could only offer a soulless smile and humbly admit it. He then handed the bandits' heads to the woman to take to the guild. As the two exchanged a few words, she learned that he had nowhere to rest. The guild receptionist saw this, offered a mysterious smile, and immediately asked, "If you don't mind, would you like to stay at my place for a while?" At the ambiguous question, Malik blushed, and Our Lady of Blazing Corruption, enraged, raised her middle finger and cursed incessantly. Before long, Malik was comfortably lying in bed, comforting the hand that was cursing him as if singing, "I accepted, Mother, because I understand you very well. I have no ill intentions towards that kind red-haired lady." Just then, a knock suddenly came from outside, and he wondered who it was, only to find it was the very person they had just mentioned. She had come to inform him that the Lord wanted to see him about a matter. The reason, it seemed, was that the unfortunately deceased mercenary captain was actually the Lord's adopted younger brother. Malik, guided by a butler, stood before Lord Jaden Fillion. There, the Lord immediately questioned him upon seeing him. "So you were the one who witnessed my brother's final moments?" While the other person cheerfully offered him a cup of tea, a chilling smile suddenly appeared on Malik's face. As soon as he first saw him, Our Lady of Blazing Corruption drew a large X mark, and of course only he could see this X mark. He immediately asked, "How is it? I mean, how is life pretending to be a human demon?" Demons are known to be stronger than other races and possess transformation abilities. They are evil beings, but there's nothing they can do to interfere with the human world. Stand proudly in the sunlight. They had no choice but to make a deal or contract with a host. Malik knew well that being a demon contractor was an extremely difficult profession, which many players were reluctant to choose, but he was different. Besides being an apostle of Blazing Corruption, a demon contractor was the second profession he had chosen when playing this game. Anyway, playing the villain also had its own charm. His identity was revealed far too easily. Lord Jaden Fillion had nothing more to say in defense. Instead, he said, "Seeing that you can see through my disguise, I don't think you are truly a priest under the guardian goddess." Malik likewise hid nothing and calmly admitted that he was a priest serving under Our Lady of Blazing Corruption. Hearing this, the Lord's demeanor softened considerably. He invited him to sit, then clearly stated that he had no other intentions and merely wished to know exactly how his adopted brother had passed away. After only a few minutes of conversation, he easily obtained a small purse of money. These days, things certainly went much smoother if one possessed even a little diplomatic skill. Malik lightly clutched the pouch of gold coins and said, The Lord isn't trying to bribe me with this gold, it's merely a symbol that he genuinely wants to know the truth of the incident. He and Our Lady of Blazing Corruption returned to the guild. The red-haired receptionist smiled brightly like a flower as soon as she saw him. Unlike him, however, Our Lady of Blazing Corruption utterly detested this woman, grumbling and demanding her immediate death as soon as she saw her. The receptionist had stopped him to talk, in fact, merely to introduce him to priests from a church serving the deity of teachings. Outwardly, Malik was smiling, but inwardly he openly complained that he disliked those crazy heretics. Suddenly he felt a vibration in his body, which came not from the people opposite him, but from Our Lady of Blazing Corruption. As soon as they faced the people from the deity of teaching's side, Our Lady of Blazing Corruption told him that one of them possessed a holy relic. "I never imagined seeing a guardian priest here." The man, clearly a reputable figure, approached Malik and introduced himself as Ovis. While he was at it, he also informed Malik that the horned gentleman beside him was Cornu, and the only woman in their group was Fatina. As they were quite kind and polite, he also cheerfully introduced himself with a few words. At this point, the receptionist interjected and informed them that they would be staying at the guild for several days. Hearing this, Malik immediately felt joyful and relieved in his heart. He thought to himself that this meant he didn't need to act immediately. There was still plenty of opportunity to steal their holy relic. Imagining another business opportunity, he asked himself, would it be easier to play the role of an apostle of blazing corruption now, or a thief of blazing corruption? Who knew? They simply left midway, saying they had to meet and speak with the Lord. He thought he would have to postpone his plans, but then he suddenly realized that Priest Cornu was not going with everyone. Upon asking, he learned that Cornu had done so because he believed Lord Jaden, like other lords, would not show a favorable attitude upon seeing his appearance. The receptionist understood the problem and immediately said, "He may be cold towards others, but he's very skilled at his work. He's someone who clearly separates public affairs from his private life." The three of them talked for quite a while, and since everyone was curious about him, the conversation focused solely on one person. At this point, Malik suddenly stepped forward and changed the subject. He directly asked Priest Cornu, why did everyone decide to meet the Lord first? He heard the question and immediately answered, "Actually, we are following the prophecy we received 10 years ago." According to him, Priest Ovis believed that the apocalypse was hiding behind the shell of life, and honestly there was a demon hiding somewhere here. The upright horned young man Cornu clearly stated that the priest's purpose in meeting the Lord was actually to test him. Ovis had the ability to distinguish between humans and demon contractors using his holy relic. A large explosion erupted in a corner of the estate, startling everyone. Following this, a gigantic creature with a large glowing red mouth burst fiercely from Lord Jaden's mansion. As soon as Malik saw its form, his face registered unconcealed astonishment. This incredibly massive body looked more like a dinosaur than an alligator. There a battle was unfolding between priests and a demon. Ovis raised the hammer in his hand high, then roared loudly and brought it down directly onto the demon's head. A colossal explosion that shook the heavens reverberated, followed by a pillar of lightning that shot vertically high into the sky. Cornu immediately pointed at the stream of light and shouted loudly, "It seems they're fighting a demon. We need to go help them quickly." However, Malik ran in a different direction, saying he would solve his own problem in return. He rushed straight to the receptionist and loudly asked, "Aaron, where's the medical center where Piro is being treated? Tell me, where can I find him?" "Excellent, our brotherhood will surely last a long time after this trip." He embraced her and dashed out of the house, then landed with his full weight on the ground before sprinting forward as fast as he could. He ignored the fierce battle raging outside, continuously demanding the woman in his arms to tell him where his chubby friend was lying. After running for a long time, he finally arrived. Pushing the door open, he saw Piro lying peacefully asleep. Malik said, "I just barely saved this friend. I can't let him die in such a tragic situation." As soon as he finished speaking, he hoisted Piro onto his shoulder and told Aaron to hold on tight, as he couldn't support her with just one hand. Carrying both of them alone, he rushed out of the house and began to flee. Aaron suddenly shouted, "My lord, there's a secret passage to the OJ in this house, but the door is locked." But a lock was nothing to an impatient priest like Malik. He kicked the door open. After securing their safety, he rushed back. When he arrived, he found Priest Cornu lying in a pile of rubble covered in blood. The deep wounds made it clear that nothing could be done. Furthermore, the only female member of the team had also lost her life not far away. To salvage this terrible situation, Malik immediately asked if there was a way to defeat the demon. Cornu replied, "The holy relic we brought is the white sword that Priest Ovis plunged into the demon's head. If you pull out that sword and stab it deep into the demon's brain, the demon will die." The conversation ended there. After Cornu died, Malik informed Our Lady of Blazing Corruption and absorbed all of Cornu's divine power to store up strength. Not far away, Priest Ovis was still desperately fighting to defeat the demon. He shouted and with all his might brought his hammer down onto the sword hilt one more time. Lord Jaden let out continuous groans of pain. Malik seized the opportunity and immediately ran to stab a common sword into the Lord's body. Surprisingly, just as Priest Ovis was about to strike with his hammer again, Lord Jaden fell backward, performing a death roll. Malik, aiming for the spoils, was flung far away and hit the broken tiled floor hard. Blood splattered everywhere. If he were an ordinary person, he probably would have already reincarnated to meet new parents. Our Lady of Blazing Corruption was quite worried about him, continuously shouting, "Kill them, kill them." Malik turned over and muttered to himself. Mother said that blessings and misfortunes come hand in hand. This is truly an interesting event. As he said, surprisingly, a holy relic had fallen right next to where he lay. For him, who distinguished only holy relics, not friends or foes, getting what he wanted at a slight cost was like a blessing from heaven. He smiled contentedly, immediately picked it up and offered it to Our Lady of Blazing Corruption, saying, "Mother, I offer another holy relic. Grant me new power." A blue light enveloped Malik's body and poured forth. One of the Mother's seals had been released thanks to the holy relic. So, with the 10,000 points he had just acquired, he asked Our Lady of Blazing Corruption for the power to end all of this. Suddenly a bright flash of light erupted. Within that dazzling sphere of light were him and a matrix called Words of Blazing Corruption. The moment the power activated, a dark blue metaphysical tattoo flowed over his entire body, transforming the priest of Blazing Corruption into a tattooed priest, amplifying his power and leading him to a state of heaven and earth. I alone am supreme. Now his immortal body was fully recovered. Malik tried to return to the battle but found that Priest Ovis was not as lucky as he was. He had unfortunately lost his life after the death roll, and though it was regrettable, he had no choice but to absorb all of Ovis's divine power into his body. Meanwhile, Lord Jaden, with a sword stuck in his head for no reason, began to writhe in pain and go mad. Seeing his monstrous appearance, Malik unconsciously wondered, "Strange. The ones who angered the demon were the priests serving the deity of teachings, but all the priests have fallen, so why is the demon still raging wildly?" Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck his head. He whispered to Our Lady of Blazing Corruption with an evil smile, "Mother, the path might be a little rough. Please hold onto my pocket tightly." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged faster than a bullet, giving Mother no time to prepare. Since the metaphysical tattoos were flowing over his body and new powers were being used, his movement speed was not to be underestimated. He went straight to Lord Jaden. His only target was the faintly visible half of the white sword near the Lord's head. The opponent seemed to have noticed his intention and immediately twisted his body, preparing for the next death roll. However, using one technique too many times can be counterproductive. Malik quickly jumped off the Lord's back and then used his speed to get out of the dangerous area. Due to the immense noise and violent shaking, the windows of the civilian houses shattered one after another. Malik's chest hurt as if it had been sharply pierced, and then he spat out a mouthful of red blood. Looking at the liquid in his hand, he muttered to himself, "Things are progressing faster than I thought." Great power inevitably came with side effects. Since he had used Words of Blazing Corruption, his body had begun to rot from the inside. If this battle continued to drag on, he would reach his limit and become utterly helpless due to the backlash. Malik ran with all his might to where the white sword was. The moment he laid his hand on what was tormenting the demon, a memory immediately flashed in his mind. The white sword that Priest Ovis plunged into the demon's head. If you pull out that sword and stab it deep into the demon's brain, the demon will die. Priest Cornu had said so, but at this moment his decision was to pull it out and awaken Lord Jaden. After a loud roar, the Lord's monstrous appearance gradually crumbled, emitting a dazzling light that caught everyone's attention. In the end, he lay in a pool of his own blood with an incomplete body. Only then did Malik smile gently and ask, "Are you awake?" The opponent also smiled gently and replied, "Truly, meeting you is the greatest blessing I have ever received. You saved my life for 2 gold coins." Such enthusiastic help Jaden couldn't possibly explain. At the same time, somewhere far away, a blue-haired woman reached out her hand and dropped a magical fireball onto the thick snow. As everything waited to melt, the hunter with her suddenly raised a question. "There's no one here. I clearly cut that kid's head off here. It must have been so long ago that monsters or beasts ate the body." The blue-haired woman with the hunter did not retort but instead said, "One last question. Among the nearby cities, can you tell me if there's a city named Chudang?" No one knew what her intentions were. However, after the incident where the demon was unleashed in the city, causing chaos throughout, Jaden told people that Malik had defeated the demon and saved his life. Although it was all a lie, this led Malik to be highly praised by everyone and called by the nickname Incarnation of the Demon. Today, Malik was drinking tea at the Lord's house. Looking at his wooden furniture, he unconsciously said, "Seeing those fake wooden hands and feet move so smoothly, it feels strangely unsettling." The Lord's expression changed upon hearing this, and he explained that it cost an enormous price to create them. That price was nothing less than all his hair falling out like autumn leaves. Imagining his own head becoming a shiny bald spot in a few months, Malik shed tears and mourned for the poor man. Putting the sadness aside for a moment, Jaden now returned to the main point. He said, "I've just taken on a new job and the client specifically asked about you. After hearing the story of the incarnation of the demon, they seem to think you're the perfect choice for this job." According to him, this venture was related to the holy relics of an ancient kingdom, and the reward would be 5 pieces of pure gold and one of the discovered holy relics. This business opportunity was perfectly suited for Malik and Our Lady of Blazing Corruption, so he agreed with a bright smile, without a moment's hesitation. "This is great, the time has come." The next day, Malik excitedly went to the meeting place and met the mercenaries. The person who greeted him most enthusiastically was a young man. He introduced himself as Kamen Vantus and said he was the one who requested the mission. Furthermore, he emphasized that he was the illegitimate son of Anthony Vantis, a member of the Ebony Bandit gang. As for the other two, there was a diminutive female mage named Tunisa, and in contrast to her, a large unicorn man named Succus. The party walked for 2 full days, and it wasn't until dawn of the 3rd day that Tunisa suddenly stopped and said, "This is it, now I'll open the gate to the ruins." According to the explanation, to enter the ancient empire, a key was needed. Then they had to move to the coordinates engraved on the key, read the ancient script on the key, and finally insert the key. This task was originally only possible for mages, but it didn't apply to him. He was actually a player, so these things were nothing. But knowing is knowing, and who would foolishly reveal it? Beyond the gate was a land full of ancient ruins, Kamen suggested as soon as they arrived. "Of all the ruins I've visited, this one is the best preserved. How about we start our exploration? I'm sure there are quite a few holy relics around here." He had been waiting for this very moment. He immediately joined them enthusiastically and began investigating. The group walked for a while before stopping in front of a giant gate covered in ancient script. Tunisa read it and then told the other members, "If we don't have the blood of the imperial lineage, we'd better prepare for a fight." As soon as she said that, the moment the gate opened, swarms of wasp-headed monsters poured out. Succus was the first to rush forward, blocking the monster's path. The mage Tunisa, being a ranged attacker, cast spells instead of charging, unleashing a series of explosions towards the enemies. Malik also didn't stand still. He drew his sword and, like Florentino, unleashed countless sword strikes, cutting down the monsters in front of him. Suddenly a monster rushed forward and launched a surprise attack, but unfortunately he quickly blocked it. Just as he was about to finish off his opponent, an arrow from somewhere shattered the wasp nest, giving the enemy no time to gasp. The first ambush was successful. However, for some reason, Succus and Tunisa vehemently blamed each other due to differences in their fighting styles. On the other hand, close friends Malik and Kamen got along much better. After Tunisa stopped arguing with her big friend, she approached where the two stood and asked, "When can we move to the next location? I'm ready to go right now. I have quite a bit of mana left." Succus heard this and started arguing again. "We haven't even properly rested, so why are you rushing to keep moving?" The two wouldn't give in to each other, constantly claiming the other was only thinking of themselves. It only quieted down when Kamen told everyone to sit and rest for a while. Malik, as an outsider, just smiled and didn't intervene. He knew very well that all mages were very proud, loved moralizing, but were not so in reality. The mage profession had existed since birth, and while there were slight differences among individuals at a certain age, knowledge of ancient languages filled their minds, and because of this vast knowledge they disliked learning new things, and consequently, most mages became rude and stubborn. The young female mage was no different from the other mages he had met. Such a temper. A while later, Kamen suddenly said, "We've rested enough, isn't it time to move to the next area?" Just as everyone was about to leave, the massive gate behind them suddenly slammed shut with a thud. Following this, a gigantic pure white metal golem burst out from a black hole. Malik gritted his teeth and thought, "I knew it. Something was wrong. The enemies we encountered before were too weak for these ruins. It seems this monster is the real deal." Well, everyone's tension was at its peak. But instead of devising a battle plan with his comrades, Tunisa pushed Succus aside and began to chant, gathering earth and stone. A massive boulder gradually formed right above the golem's head. However, Tunisa had underestimated her opponent too much, and as soon as she heard Malik scream, the boulder was shattered by the monster. Furthermore, she was hit by the monster and disappeared without even knowing when she died. Succus was closest to her. He stood frozen in shock at the bloody spectacle, and no matter how much he shouted, it was useless. In the end, he was hit by the golem and reduced from 90 kilograms to 20 kilograms. Seeing that the situation was not good at all, Malik asked the remaining team member, "Do you want to live?" Kamen didn't understand why he was asking, but unconsciously replied. On this side, he just waited for the moment and immediately punched his comrade in the jaw, knocking him out so he could display his skills more conveniently. Usually always cheerful and talkative, he was fierier than anyone when things broke out. He frankly said, "Mother, I'm in a hurry and don't have time to pray. Please send him immediately." Our Lady of Blazing Corruption heard this and suddenly snapped to attention. She silently and immediately sent the four-armed monster to him. As soon as the Blazing Corruption giant appeared, it swung its fist and attacked. Meanwhile, Malik took the opportunity to absorb the divine power from his deceased comrade's weapons, then found a clean spot and seated Kamen. Not far away, two colossal beings were fiercely fighting. He decided it was time to stop holding back and activated the words of Blazing Corruption power. "Enough playing around, I need to help." His large friend cooperated quite well, and as soon as he saw Malik approaching, he extended his arm to create a foothold, helping him climb easily onto his back. Malik had planned ahead. After climbing onto the monster's head, he leaped high with his forearms and used that momentum to swing his sword, breaking the stone embedded in the golem's face. Crystal fragments shattered and scattered everywhere. This was the golem's core, so after being destroyed, it lost its combat capabilities. The Blazing Corruption giant threw its head back and roared loudly, showcasing its power, just as he was convinced that the boss of the ancient ruins had been defeated. Our Lady of Blazing Corruption unexpectedly pointed in one direction. "Oh my goodness, I was completely wrong." 3 more golems appeared in midair, identical to the one he had just defeated. "How many are there?" he murmured to himself, his face pale. "This number seems wrong. Can I get another chance?" In another part of the ruins, Kamen had now regained consciousness. He told him the whole story and didn't forget to offer a few words of advice. They were all hired for one purpose, so both of them must have known beforehand that something like this could happen, and he shouldn't blame himself too much. After a brief conversation, the two quickly composed themselves and set off. Along the way, Malik replayed the events from a few minutes ago. After defeating the white metal golem with the help of the blazing corruption giant, 3 more golems suddenly appeared in midair. He couldn't fight them, so he used his subordinate as a punching bag and let them hit him. That's just how life is, isn't it? Share the good times and endure the bad together. If you meet an enemy, teleport and escape. The slow one dies. Then he remembered telling the giant to go back after finishing its mission. He thought his friend was very sturdy and wouldn't get angry or depressed even if he was ganged up on. That memory was suddenly cut short by the sight of reality, as another giant gate stood before their eyes. Malik, seeing it, rejoiced and said, "We've reached the end of the ruins, take a good look." He expected monsters to be waiting beyond the gate, but contrary to expectations, there was nothing but 2 holy relics. Kamen was the first to speak. He asked, "Could you concede this necklace to me? In return, I'll generously compensate you." Malik didn't answer in a hurry, instead deciding to first ask what this item actually was before making a decision. The opponent didn't hide anything and spoke frankly. It was called the False Lineage Seeker. Kamen explained that if he dropped a drop of blood onto the necklace and thought of the special lineage he was searching for, the necklace would use the blood as payment to reveal the direction of that location. Kamen added that he wished to use this necklace to find his mother, whom he had never met. Malik, hearing such a reasonable explanation, no longer made things difficult for him and nodded in agreement. Instead, his share was the splendid saw-toothed sword floating there. As evening fell, the 2 young men lit a bonfire and shared stories. Kamen suddenly brought the necklace before Malik and asked, "Can you bless me?" He then immediately cut himself and let a drop of blood fall onto the necklace's pendant. Red liquid instantly surged, unconsciously informing Kamen that his mother was still alive. Only after getting what he wanted did Kamen get to the point. "I wish to cooperate with you for longer. Only until I find my mother. You're heading west anyway." He relentlessly asked Malik to continue participating in this venture, promising to cover all expenses including accommodation and meals and to provide fair compensation. Malik pondered for a long time, mentally vowing not to cooperate so that the other person wouldn't discover his true intentions. But his hand automatically extended for a handshake, and his mouth widened in a smile as he nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the guild, Malik and Aaron exchanged warm goodbyes. When Malik went to find Lord Jaden, intending to chat enthusiastically, he discovered that in just a few days the Lord had become completely bald. Truly, whether human or demon in disguise, a moment of carelessness in the forehead quickly became a runway. Hearing that Malik was preparing to leave the city for the capital, the Lord prepared a letter of recommendation for him. Lord Jaden also wanted to compensate Malik with money, but having once revealed his ugly true form as a lord, he had poured all his money into repairing damaged property. He said he had already informed his friend in advance, so if Malik needed help, all he had to do was say the word. However, he cautioned that the other person had a rather unapproachable personality, so he should only call upon him when absolutely necessary. After speaking, he smiled gently and blessed Malik. "I wish you a beautiful life. After all, life is short." A few more days passed and the 2 young men happily traveled towards their desired destination. Throughout the journey, Our Lady of Blazing Corruption relentlessly pursued Kamen. However, the only reason she allowed Malik to accompany Kamen was because Kamen was rated at a whopping 3.5 fingers. If Malik could take this man down, the divine power gained would be enough to acquire new abilities. Malik suddenly stopped, sensing something amiss. He quickly drew his sword, stared ahead and said, "I smell blood, it's very close." As soon as he announced that it was charging towards them, a large spider appeared. Kamen shot arrows, but Malik chose to charge directly, fighting the spider head-on. One spider quickly fell, and Malik's clothes were already soaked in the monster's blood. He glanced at another spider standing not far away and muttered, "Next time I use this saw-toothed sword I should find a more suitable place. This much blood and gore splattered everywhere is too sticky." After eliminating all the eye spiders, Malik saw his friend Kamen hovering around the monster corpses and asked what he was doing. Kamen then explained that he was extracting venom sacs from the eye spiders. He said their paralyzing ability was very useful in various situations. As he pulled out a sack, he explained to Malik that in addition to applying it to arrowheads, he could also sell them for money. He added that his knowledge came simply from his extensive experience in eliminating many monsters. Realizing that the next city was only half a day away, Kamen taught Malik how to extract the venom sacs and suggested they wash up in the city once the task was done. As the sun set, the 2 finally reached their destination. At that moment, a guard with a bewildered expression hastily ran over and spoke to them. He asked, "How on earth did you get here?" Malik was a little puzzled but honestly replied that they had walked. Only then did the other person explain why he had asked such a question. Lately, monster attacks have become increasingly frequent, but when we investigate the areas that were attacked, there's not even a corpse or a fragment left. Kamen immediately thought something was wrong upon hearing this. According to his experience, ice spiders hunt by sucking blood, so they usually leave behind a lot of dry remains. While he was saying this, another guard ran up shouting that Lord Kenton wished to meet the two. A moment later the two were led to the Lord looking as presentable as possible. The Lord wasted no time and got straight to the point. As you already know, our current situation is not simply due to monsters, but a scheme orchestrated by those who worship evil spirits. He said that through the priests he had learned that at least 4 sects were involved in this incident. They were all cooperating to isolate Kenton from other cities. However, he couldn't understand why this was happening right after he was appointed lord. The immediate task was to find someone who could break through the monsters and deliver the news to neighboring cities. Frankly, it was nothing short of a suicide mission. Malik bowed his head and after a moment smiled and said, "I will do everything I can for this task." After the conversation, he returned to his room with an item that could only be found in the western desert region. It wasn't because he was greedy. The Lord had forced it into his hand, so he simply accepted it. The real reason he accepted this mission was that he believed it was a sign that the main quest was about to begin. 4 sects were cooperating. The label evil spirit sounded frightening, but it didn't hold much meaning in this game. Ultimately, it was merely a label the main deity's faction had attached to insult and suppress other gods. However, most worshippers of evil spirits were not entirely sane, and their personalities were also warped. The group rode all night with a pack of ice spiders chasing them more fiercely than dogs. Malik said, "I'll attract their attention." He ignored Kamen's incessant objections and arguing that they would be caught if they continued like this, dismounted from his horse. As soon as he landed, the battle was left to him and monsters of various types and sizes. Flashed a mocking smile. "Mother said it was quite an amusing performance, didn't she? What do I mean? Well, I'll take that as a compliment." Finally, it was time to take the stage. The saw-toothed sword was drawn. The name was a bit odd, but in battle it looked truly magnificent. "How about we start looking for them now? Those cowardly worshippers of evil spirits are hiding around here." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged into the horde of monsters, unleashing countless fatal blows with the swords in both hands, leaving no monster alive. Monsters fell like rain and he fought alone. Before long he was covered in blood, Malik said with a soulless smile. "If it's like this every day, I'll have to carry a bathtub around." He had just cleared out all the small fry, and now he casually entered a massive cave where anyone could guess their entire family was hiding. Along the way, stolen goods and desiccated corpses were strewn about. He looked up and sighed. "I understand eating, but decorating with leftovers too? Honestly, I think their aesthetic sense is a bit off." There were many human cocoons hanging there. Malik went deeper, talking to Our Lady of Blazing Corruption about the eye spider horde. With so many humans, the queen spider might be preparing to lay eggs. He continued onward and before long stopped in a tunnel much larger than before. It was now certain that he had reached the boss room. He immediately drew his sword and shouted, "Why aren't you coming out? I know you're all here." Hearing his words, the enemy's pride seemed to be wounded, and they no longer hid. From above it and its countless descendants descended towards where he stood as if competing. At this point Malik wasted no more time and called upon Our Lady of Blazing Corruption. "Mother, can you draw the line of corruption for me? I need your power." The space was then cut lengthwise, and from within the giant of corruption immediately burst out and ferociously delivered a blow to the spider's head. That monster was no pushover. It immediately pierced his bulky companion's body with its sharp legs, leaving the monster versus monster fight to them. Malik didn't stand still and helped eliminate the smaller spiders nearby. As he dealt with them, he could feel a concentrated energy within the queen spider's body. There was probably a weak point somewhere. An eye spider suddenly launched a surprise attack from above. The moment he sliced its body in half with his sword, he knew how to deal with the queen spider. Malik shouted and charged forward. "I'll provide cover. Quickly stop its movements." That was the plan he proposed. The giant of corruption also understood his intention and cooperated very actively. It let out a menacing roar. Although its complaints about past events still lingered, it joined in, using its forearms to grab the opponent's legs. At the same time, Malik used the spiderwebs with human cocoons attached as ropes, allowing him to easily approach the colossal monster from above. He aimed for the thinnest part of the queen spider and wildly swung his sword, hacking at it from one side to the other, continuously concentrating his attacks on a single spot. The battle reached its climax, and finally a deep blade imbued with all his strength successfully ended the queen spider's life. Its head and chest were split in two. The giant of corruption also slammed the part it held in its hand hard onto the ground, making a tremendous noise that startled him. Clearly it was threatening him. He understood the situation and, laughing, apologized for abandoning his companion earlier and fleeing. With the queen spider defeated, the main culprit, having nowhere left to run, finally appeared. It was a woman of peculiar appearance. As soon as she emerged from the monster's corpse, she began to complain. "Damn it, who are you to ruin my plans? You're a worshipper of an evil god like me. Do you know how much time it took to control this queen spider?" Malik neither got angry nor answered. Instead, he posed a question. "What is your objective in besieging Kenton? Why should I tell some damned bastard like you?" Not telling. Whoever it is, if they run into Malik, who has a prickly personality but a smiling face, they're in for a quick punch. No need for long explanations. The evil spirit worshipper screamed, but even when he repeated the question once more, she still didn't answer, and by the third time she became openly defiant. I'll die before I tell you. What are you going to do? Surprised old hag, Malik swung his sword and lopped off the enemy's head. Why keep someone alive who refuses to answer after being asked 3 times? He turned his head. The divine power of the queen spider and the priestess surged out and he absorbed it all in turn. How many cultists will tell me the whole truth? Mother said more than 3, right? Then I'll bet on 4. As soon as Malik emerged from the spider's lair, he saw Kenton's city engulfed in flames from above. Oh damn it, Lord Kenton's plan is completely ruined. Just as he feared, the operation to encircle the evil spirit worshippers at the Lord's mansion had failed. Next to his corpse, 2 women and 1 man were arguing fiercely. The content was blaming each other for missing Kamen and wasting a lot of time on the siege. Meanwhile, Rella, who had been controlling the spiders, was still nowhere to be seen, off putting on a fire show somewhere, and yet to rejoin her teammates. At this moment, the soul male, drying his relentless lips, said, "Stop it, fighting anymore is useless. That guy escaped, so he'll definitely send an army to hunt us down. Don't forget how many years we spent planning this operation." Even so, it seemed to have no effect. Rather, it seemed to have backfired. The black-haired woman shouted without hesitation, "Do you think I wanted to let him go, and what's with you constantly yelling at me that rat escaped? And why is this woman so annoying today? Didn't the 2 of them engage in some nightly activities last night? Truly, they were a powerful team, each fighting for themselves." The one-eyed lich woman, seeing the other person cursing with such fervor, turned her head and left first. However, before she had walked a few steps, Malik suddenly appeared, slashed her sideways, and sent her head flying. The remaining 2 were also shocked. But before they could realize what the problem was, another one disappeared with the woman. Malik stood there with the saw-toothed sword. His skin was burned, as if a grim reaper had come to take lives. He suddenly struck down the 3rd without even asking a question. Mother is right. I might be a little unfair, but you know, they can manipulate divine power. They could hurt me, Mother. Before him, 1 person still trembled, their face healing in a few seconds, regenerating their skin. Once handsome again, he smiled brightly and asked the one question he asked everyone. Why did you besiege Kenton? Due to his terrifying appearance shown earlier, she immediately understood everything. Malik was guided by the other party to a strange and gigantic object that looked like a massive lump of flesh. According to what he heard from this small woman named Panna, they wanted to sacrifice everyone in the city to create a divine power orb called God's Incarnation. Malik, understanding everything, rushed towards the giant lump of flesh with his saw-toothed sword and began to hack at it. He heard agonizing screams from within, but he was determined to destroy that blood-sucking man-eating entity. On this side, Panna couldn't stand it and tried to stop him. No, if that thing is in danger, it will awaken in an unstable state. As soon as she finished speaking, the corrupted spirit immediately ripped through its shell and screamed madly. Malik noticed a holy relic inside its body and continued without any intention of stopping. The person next to him, seeing that the god they worshipped was about to be killed by him, kept shouting at him to stop. There was no helping it. To be a villain, one shouldn't talk too much. The obsession with women was fleeting, and the thought of chasing after a pimp was true love, so he swung his sword and slashed at her once. Another one fell and he gained 1,000 divine power points. Malik quietly estimated the points he had acquired. 8,592 points was a large number, but still not enough to gain new powers. Currently, no matter how hard he cut, it would quickly heal. On the other hand, if his body was pierced once, it would be affected just like an ordinary person. Moreover, this giant lump of flesh had no clear weak point like the queen spider. So his current plan was only to escape, but he had to escape very quickly. No matter what anyone said, he clenched his sphincter and tightened his gluteal muscles, then ran back towards the city. Along the way, he absorbed the divine power of the deceased, aiming not to stop until he had accumulated 10,000 points. Naya, catch me if you can. Successful people always had their own paths, so it remained to be seen whether it would catch him first or whether he would acquire new powers first. The monster, frustrated that it couldn't catch him no matter how much it chased, immediately used a lion's roar. Heavens, that single colossal roar shattered the floor tiles. Even though he was far away, he had to cower and tightly cover his ears because of the terrible sound. God's Incarnation, this was simply a moving catastrophe itself. The story didn't end there. God's Incarnation mercilessly swung its whip, causing extreme chaos everywhere. Malik struggled to evade but unfortunately suffered considerable injuries. At this point he couldn't help but shout loudly, "Mother, save me, I'll handle all the difficult tasks." The giant of corruption was immediately dispatched. As soon as it appeared, it delivered a blow to the opponent, making them see stars and collapsing them to the ground. However, the final boss was not so easily subdued. It retaliated by stabbing his companion multiple times, which looked painful just to watch. Malik, knowing that the giant of corruption alone couldn't handle it, seized this opportunity and ran towards the city center. Scattered around were charred corpses, and before Malik could even absorb them, he was struck from all sides by the monster's whip attacks. Unlike Our Lady of Blazing Corruption's constant refrain of "kill them, kill them," this monster's catchphrase was "ouch." It sounded funny, but it wasn't the monster who was hurting, it was him. Only after landing and causing a massive explosion did God's Incarnation slowly approach him. Malik took a combat stance, but his impudent mouth still cracked a joke. "Hey young friend, you seem to have grown a lot from fighting the giant of corruption?" God's Incarnation responded by whipping him instead of answering. His saw-toothed sword moved quickly, slashing down the whips erupting from the evil spirit's body. The first attack was over. Malik thought he was safe, but the moment he charged to counterattack, the whips coiled around him once more. In a matter of seconds he became a plaything mercilessly tossed around. Gasping for breath, his body limp beneath a pile of rubble, he chuckled and said, "Mother, I'm all right. I'm truly a lucky one." Just as he said, though he had fallen, he happened to land in an area brimming with the divine power of soldiers and knights. God's incarnation continued to roar loudly. Even though he tightly covered his ears, blood still splattered. However, this time, instead of fleeing, he began to absorb their divine power. His points rapidly surged. Standing in the middle of a green flame circle, Malik said to Our Lady of Blazing Corruption, "Mother, I offer 10,000 divinity points. Bestow new power upon me." Immediately, a black domain spread out from where he stood, engulfing everything around him. God's incarnation didn't understand what was happening. When it looked at Malik again, he wore a very peculiar smile. "This time you will experience 100,000 times greater pain and tribulation than I just did." His new power was called the Pit of Corruption. This was because it could disintegrate any living creature that entered it. And of course he himself was affected. To protect himself, he had to use words of blazing corruption to amplify his strength and speed. The first melee attack was successful. Severing one of its arms, he turned his head and asked it, "Let's see which is faster, your regeneration or this pit's disintegration rate." The battle between human and evil spirit turned around immediately in the 90th minute. Once again the word ouch was repeated, but this time it wasn't him expressing pain but the final boss. And Malik, with a swing of his sword, split God's incarnation's body in half, ending everything. The final boss fell, and he obtained a divine power orb from its body. It brought forth magic that broke the seal, helping Our Lady of Blazing Corruption regain her form. A dazzling light flashed. As the Pit of Corruption power was released, the divine power orb gradually became useless. Suddenly the familiar sound of kill them, echoed. Malik turned his head, and not far from where he stood there was a young girl. "All right, I know what you're thinking." So did Malik. He reached out and stroked her young face, saying, "I know it's her, but why do I have to ask her why she has a child's body? Shouldn't she know why?" Returning to the main point, he stared at God's incarnation's corpse and asked Our Lady of Blazing Corruption if there was a way to absorb it. It would be too much of a waste to just let it disappear. Our Lady of Blazing Corruption tried for a moment, but unexpectedly this entity was entirely different, and its divine power couldn't be absorbed at all. She ran to him, hugged him tightly and began to complain. She said that their divinities seemed to have mixed, making further absorption impossible. Well, what was done was done. Looking at the orb in his hand, Malik told Our Lady of Blazing Corruption to use 10,000 points to grant him new power. Immediately his prayer was answered. From high in the sky, a pillar of light shone directly down on where the two stood. The power he received this time was far more terrifying than the previous ones. Honestly, it pushed him very close to evil. He thought to himself that this curse would gradually corrode all living beings within a small city-sized radius. He considered it useful when dealing with bad people or corpses. However, killing innocent people to absorb divinity was not something he wanted to do. After Malik walked a few more steps with Our Lady of Blazing Corruption, everything before his eyes went dark. After the battle with the evil spirit, his body could no longer hold out and he simply collapsed to the ground. When he woke up, the first person to appear was his friend, Kamen. He was startled and hastily placed a hand on his chest, finding that something essential was missing. Malik, extremely afraid, didn't pay attention to the person next to him and shouted, "Where are all my things? Where are all my things?" Only then did Kamen hand him the detached head and explain, "I thought it held significant meaning. Others said you shouldn't carry it around. They tried to discard it, but I brought it back." He had done this because he was grateful to Malik for holding off the monsters, allowing him to leave Kenton. But in the end, seeing himself still here, he felt a bit foolish. From his companion's words, Malik learned that he had been unconscious for 10 days, and there was news he didn't know whether to be happy or sad about. No one else had survived when the reinforcements arrived. After his recovery, he and Kamen rode out of the city in the darkness of night. Before that, he had a separate meeting with Lord Kenton. The Lord informed him that a female priest from the Holy Fire Order with distinctive blue hair was looking for him. Malik, surprised, hastily asked, "Does she know I'm alive?" The Lord replied that he couldn't be sure. However, he knew that once this priestess took an interest in someone, she would never give up. In that case, there was nothing to be done, so after the conversation, Malik immediately rode out of the city. Only now did he realize that among everyone he knew, this woman was the strongest opponent. Our Lady of Blazing Corruption rated her a whopping 4.5 fingers. Therefore only a fool would dare to challenge her. 2 weeks later, as the two were making their way to their next destination, Kamen suddenly spoke. "I might be mistaken, but that feathered plume on the helmet seems to be from the Iramal family." Malik immediately paid attention and observed. He deduced that since the escorts weren't carrying flags, the person inside the carriage was likely a child or relative of a lord. So he signaled to his companion to sit still and wait for the carriage procession to pass. It was a sound calculation, but for some reason it seemed as though an ill omen had befallen them. As soon as he told his companion that someone was tied up inside the carriage, the people in the procession immediately revealed fierce expressions. A battle immediately broke out between the bandits and two ancient relic enthusiasts. However, in the blink of an eye, 2 of them lost their lives. From a distance, the only one not participating in the fight raised his voice and shouted, "What the hell are you doing? Finish them quickly. Are you scared of just 2 people? Damn it, if you're so confident, come and do it yourself instead of standing there giving orders." The rest of the group, unable to utter a sound under their boss's threat, had no choice but to charge desperately. And what was bound to happen happened. Acting too recklessly often led to losing one's life. An arrow from Kamen's hand flew and accurately pierced the bald bandit's head. He was the last of the bandit group to fall, while on this side Malik was helping the vomiting victim by patting her back. Only after retching for a long time could the frail woman finally stand upright. At this point she introduced herself to the 2, pointing to herself. "Thank you both for your kindness. I am Decapitated, the eldest daughter of Lord Kano Iramal." At her seemingly kind demeanor, Malik inwardly groaned. Please let this noble not be a mage. If things continued this way, he was 100% sure this frail woman would be a necromancer. The 3 exchanged a few words, and when he felt it was no longer appropriate to stay, Dekia changed the subject and asked for help. She held out her hand, saying that she couldn't walk on her own due to lingering paralyzing gas in her body and wished for someone to support her. A big butt woman? No, that polite speech sounds like Kamen's style. He enthusiastically approached, naturally offering to help. However, the other person rather asked back, "Are you truly willing to help me?" She said that because she was worried that if anyone saw a black wolf of the Vantas family supporting a daughter of the Iramal family, rumors would spread, causing him difficulty in entering the city. Oh dear, the 2 young men immediately froze upon hearing that. In their minds such a thought inadvertently arose. My goodness, she's a noble and a mage, and she's so considerate of others. To break the awkward atmosphere, Kamen immediately stepped forward to resolve it. Let's change the subject. May I ask why we were captured by kidnappers? Dekia thought for a few seconds, then firmly accused the main culprit of the kidnapping of being none other than her younger brother who had always despised her, Deo Iramal. The fundamental reason was that Dekia had received a marriage proposal from the Dragon Kingdom, so her younger brother wanted to use this opportunity to eliminate the person who would inherit the next head of family position. Malik quietly listened to her difficult family history. However, he knew very well that nobles greatly dislike mages. As mentioned earlier, mages were very difficult to teach basic manners. They were also very proud, and the power they wielded could lead to serious incidents. The second reason was that mages should not hold power. This was because everyone strongly believed in the ancient stories passed down through generations about the chaotic era of mages. Therefore, when she said she wanted to become one of the 4 lords of the Northern Kingdom, he genuinely wondered how she would achieve it, unless she dealt with her brother herself. Dekia told her story so interestingly that a single family drama could keep her talking from morning until late at night when they were grilling snacks. Malik couldn't help but interrupt. "Miss, we tried our best to listen to your story, but you've already told it 3 times, so please understand if we can't focus too much." Furthermore, he deliberately handed his meat skewer to her, sarcastically telling her to talk less and focus on cooking. What on earth was this noble? She was just chatting away, oblivious to the meat that had already burned black as night. Dekia understood his intention, and only then got to the point. "If it's possible, may I make a proposal?" She boldly stated that if they took her to Vitus, the Iramal family territory, she would reward them with her weight in gold. My goodness, wealthy people certainly liked grand gestures. The 2 young men's original goal was to find Kamen's mother. However, along the way he was tempted to accept a commission and wanted to fulfill his responsibilities as a black wolf of the Vantas family. Proud, incorruptible, cool, and a bit boastful. As the 3 continued on, a village appeared before their eyes. They wanted to go to the first inn, rest for a while, and warm themselves up. As they were eating after their long journey, they noticed a female server nearby being harassed by some rude men. The innkeeper demanded them to stop, but it seemed useless. At this point, Kamen asked Malik if they should help. He nodded. However, it wasn't to beat up the men but to prevent the noble Dekia from assaulting them with her bloody fists. The 3 of them each lent a hand and thoroughly dealt with all the violent and troublesome men. Good deeds had to be seen through to the end. Kamen tossed Malik the coin purses obtained from their bodies. He handed them to the innkeeper, telling him to use them to repair any damaged property. There's no need to be embarrassed, this money is theirs anyway for their foolishness. As night fell and everyone was resting, Malik alone knocked on Dekia's door to talk. The moment the other person opened the door, he immediately approached, covered her mouth, and with his other hand forcefully thrust a dagger into the wall beside her, only then speaking threateningly. "From now on I want you to listen to me in silence so you don't wake, see, understood?" Then he immediately got to the point. He told her that she couldn't just stand by when witnessing wrongdoing earlier, but he emphasized that next time she absolutely had to walk away. They were being pursued and such attention-grabbing actions had to be avoided. Otherwise, the one who would harm her would be none other than himself. Furthermore, he also said that he would hand her over to their pursuers without hesitation. "Even if I smile a lot, I'm not a good person, young lady. Wake up." He pointed the dagger at Dekia and made his final demand. "If you understand, nod your head." Only after seeing her firmly nod did Malik finally release her. After wishing her a good night, he reluctantly stepped outside. Our Lady of Blazing Corruption, seemingly displeased with this method, continuously criticized him for being too harsh on the girl all the way back to his room. However, he didn't think so. There was a reason why he acted this way. He wanted to confirm whether Decapitated was truly driven by a sense of justice when she acted that way. The next few days passed peacefully. That night, as he was talking to and feeding Our Lady of Blazing Corruption, there was a knock on the door from outside. Seeing this, Our Lady immediately returned to her hand form and slipped into his pocket to avoid detection. The person who came at this time was Decapitated. She said she had something urgent to talk about today. Unable to bear the problem that had bothered her for days, Decapitated immediately got to the point. "Did you warn me like that because I'm a mage?" Only after seeing Malik nod honestly did Decapitated tell him that when she was threatened his eyes were like those of everyone else who detested mages. However, this time she realized for the first time that he was different from them. He wasn't trying to harm her. Rather, since they would continue to be together, he wanted to persuade her to be more careful about her actions. She thought that when faced with a similar situation again, she wouldn't easily be able to turn a blind eye, but she would definitely inform him beforehand. Decapitated said this much and then stood up, preparing to leave the room. Malik remained silent for a long time, then finally apologized for his rude behavior. A pleasant atmosphere developed between the two young people. He spoke in a low voice and she smiled, suggesting a reconciliation. Ultimately, the conversation ended peacefully and each returned to their own room. Early the next morning, a violent gang led by a scarred man stormed from somewhere, smashed the inn door and demanded to meet Malik. He arrogantly destroyed things, asserting that if Malik wasn't handed over, the entire inn would be razed. Sweat beaded on the innkeeper's forehead, but he still chose to remain silent. "Good, now you guys are finished. Malik is going to smash you to pieces." No one knew what happened. They only knew that before long Malik, alone and without a scratch, dragged the instigator of the commotion to his production base. Sagita, the captain of the mercenary guild, had just finished looking up information on Malik and learned how formidable he was. Who would have thought his subordinate would accidentally lead an enemy right to their home? Sagita, captain of the Red Bear mercenaries, is honored to serve you, my lord. He knew he was no match for him, so he adopted the most enthusiastic attitude possible to ensure everything ended quickly. In the mercenary captain's personal tent, Malik did not drink the liquor offered by his host. He spoke directly. "As you can see, I heard some things from my comrades. The one who came looking for me early this morning said you wanted to meet me." The young man almost wet his pants upon hearing that. Seeing the other person's fierce and slightly deranged smile, he knew this priest was very frightening, so there was no need to fight. Just as the captain was about to speak to defuse the situation, another vengeful individual appeared and ruined things for the entire team. The old man, possibly drunk, didn't understand anything and asked him directly, "Are you Malik? You have a blonde woman on your team, don't you? Hey father, hand her over to us and disappear. Otherwise you'll find out what it's like to beg for death." Before he could finish his sentence, the man's arm flew through the air and all eyes widened like frogs. Everything happened too fast. By the time they looked back, the second in command was screaming in pain, left with only one arm. Malik looked at the remaining group with a cold expression and asked, "I don't recall telling you my name, yet you speak as if we're old friends." Then he aimed his serrated sword at the constantly pleading man and asked who was behind the attempt to capture his group. At the same time, the mercenary group rushed into the barracks at the news that a stranger had cut off the second in command's arm. It seemed there was no need to call an ambulance in this situation, as the priest was already here. Giving up on everything, Malik charged like a hungry wolf, cutting off the head of the loudest man as an example, and then prepared to finish off the old man who was kneeling on the floor cosplaying as a lamb. The situation was extremely tense. The moment he was about to swing his sword, Sagita could no longer hold back and used his spear to block one of his comrades' attacks. He explained that he did so for moral reasons. After all, the two had known each other for 15 years. However, as he had feared from the beginning, he was no match for his opponent. After blocking several powerful blows from the weapon filled with holy power, his spear was split in two. He had no choice but to use the tent fabric to obstruct Malik's vision, and seizing the opportunity, shouted loudly, and ran out the door. "Everyone run, I said, run now!" Who would foolishly poke a dog and then come wagging their tail to run away? The young priest, in slaughter mode, swung his sword frantically, cutting down people everywhere. They had intended to ambush and capture people, but now the situation was reversed. The enemy was unscathed and their side was almost annihilated. Sagita, realizing that escaping was futile, quickly picked up a spear from the road and took a defensive stance. Meanwhile, from afar, he muttered to Our Lady of Blazing Corruption that this time he would directly uncover those who dared to put a bounty on them and exact his revenge. Both sides charged at each other. Facing the spear rushing towards him, he picked up one of the fallen men and used the corpse as a shield. The next moment, he shattered the motionless sandbag with his sword. The situation just now was too dangerous. If Sagita hadn't fled quickly, his fate would have been no different from the broken spear and the corpse of his comrade. But that wasn't enough to make him give up, so he continued to pick up another spear and stall for time against his opponent. Both sides fought fiercely, constantly stabbing and slashing at each other. Malik, catching a glimpse of an opening from his opponent, immediately delivered a powerful punch. But surprisingly, Sagita successfully blocked it. His shoulder armor was tragically dented, but he managed to save his arm in time. He suddenly yelled, "Shoot!" Everyone expected a group of archers hidden somewhere to unleash a volley of arrows on command, but no matter how long they waited nothing happened, and when he looked around they were already fleeing in all directions. Damn it, what the hell are these bastards doing, damn it. A strong enemy on the battlefield is not to be feared, it's only feared when all allies flee as soon as the engagement begins. Malik couldn't help but ask him, shall we continue? It seems to me you've been abandoned. His words were like salt in a wound. Damn it, let's stop. Who has the energy to fight now? Sagita weakly threw the spear in his hand to the ground and firmly declared his surrender. He pleaded to be spared, promising to tell everything he knew. Finally, a peaceful resolution came to the reasonable parties. With the enemy surrendered, Malik readily helped him bury those he had slain with his own hands. In front of the newly covered graves, Sagita began to talk about the difficult life of a mercenary. He had been forced to cooperate with his former enemies, but he kept his sanity so as not to rush at them with an axe. So when Malik asked if he hated him, he replied no. After all, it was just a mercenary group that had failed its mission. What will you do now? To that question, Sagita replied that he had no choice but to continue this work. Now that he was alone, he felt a little lonely, but there was nothing he could do. Not long after, Sagita, at Malik's invitation, returned to the inn to eat and introduced him to a new client. Before that, however, he had to face Dakia's grumpy face because he had left without a word. While everyone was having a long meal, his sworn brother burst through the door. Malik went to negotiate with the mercenaries yesterday. We should also arm ourselves and go help him. As soon as he finished speaking, he fell silent. He had been running around like a chicken squawking, and it was truly irritating to see everyone enjoying their breakfast. Well, since the team's golden life had returned to peace, Kaman turned the conversation to the new person. He asked, "Who are you?" Malik, on behalf of the person next to him, replied, "She's a new mercenary hired by the princess. How about everyone introduces themselves?" They understood his intention and enthusiastically greeted each other. The atmosphere was quite cheerful, and Kaman smiled the most. Another tough-looking young man had been added to his motley team. As soon as this thought came to him, he told everyone to go to the village blacksmith now and finish the arrowheads they would use tomorrow morning. In the afternoon, they arrived at Eradicos City. As everyone was preparing to wash up and enjoy some delicious food, a stranger suddenly approached Malik. "Father, are you the father?" "Well, a priest is a priest, but this one was a bit strange." The other person seemed very anxious. He tightly clasped Malik's hands, pointed to the edge of the forest and explained, "Please tell that damn trumpeter of resurrection to stop reviving the dead. There are too many now." While Malik scratched his head and refused, everyone looked at each other awkwardly. They didn't want to interfere or help him. The man looked very helpless. He said that he and his comrades were too exhausted now. Every night, corpses wandered everywhere. He worried that everyone here would die of heart attacks. Seeing him plead so earnestly, Malik told his comrades that he would be away for a while. Meanwhile, he told the others to go into the castle and find a place to rest. At night, he wandered alone through the dark and cold forest with a torch. To explain briefly, saints choose priests and devils choose trumpeters of resurrection, and they had to live their entire lives for the dead. No one knew why, but they knew that a trumpeter of resurrection had to go to places with many corpses, revive the dead, and march with their army while blowing a silent trumpet. The powerful, of course, didn't like them, but no one wanted to confront an endlessly growing army. After wandering for a long time, Malik finally met the person he was looking for. Wrapped in a cloak, his face hidden, he sat quietly on a large stone platform staring at him. Malik spoke first. He said to him, "I've come to talk. Don't you think it's time to leave this place? Do you mean to convey the honest feelings of the innocent citizens who are quite uncomfortable dealing with the corpses that emit demonic energy every day?" As the other person remained silent, he switched to another question. "Are you here for another purpose? You aren't usually ones to stay in one place, are you?" He thought the trumpeter of resurrection would remain silent again, but surprisingly, he pointed behind him and replied that the evil spirit worshippers would cause many deaths in Eradicos City. Malik's face turned pale as soon as he heard that. Then the man spoke again. "They've already started." As soon as he finished speaking, a pillar of red light poured from the sky to the ground. Malik knew something was wrong, and without a second's delay, immediately returned to the castle. Meanwhile, 3 unfamiliar evil spirit worshippers were gathered in the midst of the raging fires everywhere. Malik rushed back there and confronted all of them on the spot. Suddenly smiled maliciously and muttered to himself, "I didn't expect us to meet again in a place like this." The chainsaw sword was activated. Everyone was ready to fight the enemy with all their might. He gritted his teeth, stared at the man with the disgusting mustache, and internally told Our Lady of Blazing Corruption that he would not forgive that mage. That man was the target of his revenge plan. He was his benefactor and the one who had killed him in the past. Recalling that time after being completely engulfed in a snowstorm, he had collapsed in a snowy forest. He was so hungry and tired that he was almost about to meet his ancestors when his benefactor appeared. His name was Santos, a priest serving the guardian goddess, and he currently lived in the cemetery on the outskirts of the city. That wonderful man had everything good, and someone like himself who had just been dragged into this game wanted to be like him. One night he rescued a wounded middle-aged man who had collapsed unconscious in the snow. Saving someone had originally started with good intentions, but this time he had accidentally brought a wolf into his home. That despicable mustachioed man, after recovering, confessed with an evil smile that he was an evil spirit worshipper and repaid his kindness. After being killed by him, he was revived in a pool of blood thanks to the protection of Our Lady of Blazing Corruption. But his benefactor was not as lucky as he was. He was brutally murdered by him, and today it became the fateful day that made him vow that he would only be satisfied if he destroyed his entire family. The tragic memory that had corrupted him ended. Mage River Kale, standing on the opposite side, continued to provoke him with sarcastic remarks mocking the dead. Not only that, but he laughed loudly and thanked him for saving him. This damned bastard became more annoying the more he spoke. He had helped people with all his heart, but all he got in return were shocking things. Malik could no longer stand it and immediately took up his weapon and charged at him. On the way, a slightly deranged lollipop-headed girl rushed out, cheering, but he mercilessly cut her down in one blow. Malik and River Kale, with the additional help of Our Lady of Blazing Corruption, began a true battle, and he surprisingly broke through his shield. His left arm was severed from his body with a single attack. At this point, the girl reappeared inappropriately and laughed maliciously, but he once again struck her down without mercy, sending her head flying. Mage River Kale had not yet given up his villainous role. Even with one arm lost, he could still use a technique called Scales of Judgment. A single amazing stomp of his foot caused immense damage to the ground where they stood. Malik took the attack head-on and found it very difficult to even stand up. Seeing him in such a state, River Kale was even more satisfied. River Kale asked, "The holy power remaining in your body isn't from the guardian goddess, is it?" As soon as he detected discord in it, he looked at him with contempt. "In other words, you're also an evil spirit worshipper like me. I hit the nail on the head, didn't I?" Malik kept telling him to shut up, but the man continued to taunt him. Killing intent soared to the sky from his entire body, and he no longer thought, immediately summoning the giant of corruption to shut his dirty mouth. As always, as soon as his bulky comrade tore through space, he immediately delivered a blow to the enemy. The power was quite strong, scattering dirt, stones, and smoke everywhere, but unfortunately he blocked it. This mage's shield was really annoying. Malik picked himself up, cursing him with 16 swear words in his head. "I will destroy you tonight, River Kale. It will definitely happen." He stood next to the giant of corruption and ordered him to charge. The bulky comrade, without a word, immediately roared loudly and furiously punched the magic shield until it broke. The time to seize the opportunity had come. Malik used the power of words of blazing corruption and continuously slashed River Kale with his chainsaw sword. The two continuously chased and were chased. One swung his arms and the other dodged, almost impossible to determine who was superior. At this point, Mage River Kale suddenly provoked, "No new forms, this much is useless against me." Malik and Our Lady of Blazing Corruption were infuriated, their faces pale. The battle reached its climax, and as the mage was preparing to cast another magic spell, a spear flying from somewhere suddenly embedded itself in his head. "Isn't that surprising, this old man?" Even Malik, seeing red blood splatter before his eyes, didn't have time to understand what had happened. Only after he lost strength and fell to the ground did he look at the thrown spear and realize that the person who had helped him was the muscular Sagita. It was truly amazing that Sagita could throw the spear so accurately, even though they were so far apart. But the cool moment was short-lived. He was once again chased by a mob of corpses fleeing for his life. Returning, he looked at the incomplete corpse of his enemy and continuously debated whether or not to take revenge. He didn't want to be a hero, but he also didn't want such an absurd ending. At this moment, holy power suddenly surged from the motionless body. He knew the man was still alive and immediately took his remaining arm to complete a pair. "Run quickly, what more do you want from him? He has already lost his humanity." Those were the words the short-haired woman said to the other crazy girl as she ran. Malik chased after them, but still calmly ordered the giant of corruption, "Go stop them, you can go back after this." The giant of corruption understood his intention and immediately placed him in its palm and threw him forward with all its might. A large explosion rang out on the path not far from the two women. Malik appeared with an extremely cold expression, glaring at them and asking, "What are your names?" Unlike the taciturn and understanding red-haired lady, the purple-haired lady was a talkative chatterbox. "I'll tell you, my name is Flego and her name is Benna. We're screwed." Benna's face turned pale upon hearing that. "It's an enemy, that girl is definitely an enemy comrade." Before she could panic, the purple-haired girl quickly blurted out their family history. "We belong to the Libertal Society, a secret society of evil spirit worshippers." She didn't know how many members were in the secret society and simply came here because she was asked. She added that River Kale would know best about the more profound matters. Following her words, Malik shifted his gaze and found River Kale's corpse merged with several other corpses. That problem had to be put aside for a moment because he had a more important issue. Wasn't Libertal's purpose to follow the law? Benna stepped forward to explain this question. She clasped her hands together, wearing a holy expression, and said that the purpose of the society was religious freedom. Anyone could worship any god they wished. It was to create a world free from oppression. Goodness, truly the third-rate ideology of people playing villains. Malik immediately retorted, "Do you mean to erase all of this to achieve that?" But she calmly passed all the consequences to River Kale, who couldn't speak. After that, they confessed that they had been tracking him because they wanted to sacrifice everyone in the city to create a divine power orb called God's Incarnation. He understood, saying and continued to ask, "Is that the only thing on your collection list?" "4. There are 4 more. Our Lady of Blazing Corruption was furious upon hearing that story. They were all holy relics that had once sealed her power. Malik, on the other hand, smiled wickedly. He swung his sword at an extremely fast speed, successfully silencing one of them. Next, he impaled the taunting girl who possessed immortal abilities. Benna's body was absorbed by Our Lady of Blazing Corruption, but since the other one was not yet dead, he had no way to completely eliminate her. The work here was finished. Only then did he have time to reunite with his remaining comrades. As soon as Kemen saw his friend, he shouted from afar, "All those zombies suddenly collapsed. You did it, didn't you?" Malik honestly nodded and said yes. Then he thanked Sagita for saving him just now. While everyone was talking, a gigantic monster suddenly appeared from somewhere. Its body, formed from countless intertwined corpses, looked like utter chaos. Of all the people here, only Malik knew exactly that this was the result left behind by that damned River Kale. He knew what he had to do, so he asked everyone to buy him time until someone else could bring reinforcements. In the midst of the chaos, the sound of a funeral trumpet suddenly echoed beautifully. The Trumpeter of Resurrection appeared with 2 long lines of subordinates. The zombies, hearing the sound and rushing over, simultaneously attacked the giant monster, tearing it apart mercilessly. Agonizing screams and the shrieks of corpses mingled, filling the space with tremendous noise. At this moment, the Trumpeter of Resurrection staggered towards where everyone stood and extended a spear. He said, "Let the one with the greatest physical strength among the 4 hold this spear and pierce the heart of that disgusting creature." As soon as the Trumpeter of Resurrection finished speaking, everyone froze in their tracks. Was that really a spear? In the end, Malik, the god of diplomacy, stepped forward and accepted the Trumpeter's weapon. He smiled subtly and requested one more thing. "Do you happen to have another sword, benefactor?" The Trumpeter of Resurrection was silent for a moment, then pulled out a sword. "Oh, you really did have one." As expected, capable people are different. Malik smiled and took the sword. "Since I'm already a beggar, should I beg a little more? Could you possibly make 2 more swords and a bow, benefactor?" The Trumpeter of Resurrection froze once again. At that moment, the disgusting monster roared again from behind them. The Trumpeter pointed to the sky and a bright white circle appeared, followed by a bow and swords falling to them. "That's all." Malik smiled so widely his mouth felt stiff. "He really has everything. Does the benefactor have an armory or something?" Malik gave the newly acquired bow and swords to his comrades. Dakia received a sword. She swung it a few times excitedly and exclaimed, "Wow, it's so light." Malik inwardly agreed. "These are all really good items, very sharp." Simultaneously, the Trumpeter of Resurrection bestowed the blessing of the Holy Spirit upon them. These weapons seemed to have been born to deal with corpses. The Trumpeter spoke again. "I will hold off that giant for a moment. In that interval, you all take the spear and plunge it deep into the giant's heart. If these weapons prove useful, I will give them to you." Malik smiled with narrowed eyes and said, "It's all right." Subsequently, a loud trumpet blast echoed, and Malik and Dakia struck splendid poses on either side to support the Trumpeter. In front of them, Kamen and Sagita also wore cool expressions. At this point, as the pus-covered monster roared again, several dry skeletons burst out from the ground, attempting to revive, but they were shattered by a single blow from the monster. Moreover, the monster was spitting saliva everywhere. Dakia looked at this sight in bewilderment and asked, "Priest Malik, why are the corpses decomposing?" Malik also froze, seemingly finding it hard to understand. "Why is this monster performing such a self-destructive attack?" It roared as if everyone couldn't understand. Malik bit his lip again and smiled faintly. "If all those disgusting things decompose, it will have to find more corpses to reconstruct its body." Indeed, there was something even more disgusting than the zombie army. The Trumpeter of Resurrection said he could only deal with the surface corpses, and Malik didn't need to know where the monster's heart was. The spear would guide him. "Go now." Malik suddenly felt like he had just spit on his own foot. Knowing that his mouth could cause trouble, he couldn't say anything more. Kamen's group had already rushed forward with their equipment, and if they continued like this, the monster might escape. Just as the monster was about to raise its claws, Dakia, as if she had predicted it, said with a confident expression, "This monster can barely move normally." She was so triumphant that she didn't realize corpses were creeping up from behind to grab her. Dakia only noticed them when she turned around. She thought she couldn't escape death this time, but Kamen appeared from behind her with exemplary rescue and a cool expression. "I'm going with Kamen. We'll find a way to hold off that giant." Having averted the crisis, Dakia loudly boasted to Malik. But at that moment he couldn't take care of them with 6 arms, so he immediately nodded. "All right, I'll leave it to you." Malik turned to Sagita. "Can I entrust you with defeating the monster?" Sagita froze for a moment, then continued to listen to Malik. "I'll distract that monster." "Understood," Sagita responded immediately without further delay. "Then I'll trust you." Immediately all the disgusting monsters were sent back to where they belonged by Malik's sharp sword. Our Lady of Blazing Corruption continuously demanded to kill the monster. Malik told her he had a reason for aiming at the monster's head. "There's a source of holy energy right in the middle of that head, Mother. That's why you told me this information, right? Besides, that face looks exactly like that damn River Kale on this side." Sagita looked at the spear in his hand with a slight doubt. The monster resembling River Kale was roaring at this moment. Malik charged at the monster. This time he would definitely aim for the monster's head with his own hands. The first strike shaved off an eye. The next strike shaved off a few more pieces of flesh. Malik thrust his sword into the ground and smiled at Mother, saying, "I'm going to destroy that bastard. I'm going to carve him up." At this moment, Sagita stood next to a red, veiny, disgusting thing. "Is this really its heart?" he no longer hesitated and plunged the spear straight into it. The monster, as if struck by lightning from the sky, shed corpses and oozed blue liquid, leaving Dakia with a head full of question marks. She looked up and shouted in horror, "What?" The giant monster turned into a puddle of blue liquid like sewage water. Then blood shot up into the sky. Malik found a blood gem in this murky puddle and laughed joyfully. Finally, he had successfully avenged Mr. Santos. "Priest Malik," Dakia called him. "You're not hurt, are you? Where's Sagita?" "I'm here," he said, tossing his words, and praised the spear. "This has an excellent grip, very firm." Just then, the Trumpeter of Resurrection appeared again and said, "Follow me." He pointed at Malik and said, "Only you." Although a little uncomfortable, Malik followed the Trumpeter of Resurrection. All the way, he kept asking himself, "Why is this person calling me? Did he see me taking the gem, or did he realize I'm an evil god worshipper? Have I been found out?" While he continued to overthink as they walked, as soon as the Trumpeter of Resurrection stopped and Mother shouted, "Kill," Malik immediately grabbed the sword from his back. "It's coming," the Trumpeter said. Malik could also sense this presence. He knew what it was. Far removed from humanity, pressure from celestial bodies in cosmic space, a part of a god was coming. The sound of a trumpet echoed, and an indistinct creature appeared behind the Trumpeter of Resurrection. The Trumpeter of Death and Eternal Rest merged with the Trumpeter of Resurrection. He pointed directly at Malik, and the young priest stood silently like frozen meat. He said the capital was gone. The Trumpeter of Resurrection knelt on the ground. Malik looked down at him from above and asked, "So, do you have something to say?" The Trumpeter of Resurrection couldn't even remember what he had intended to say. After a moment of daze, he muttered as if possessed, "No one knows. No one wants to know." Malik smiled. "Is that so? Then let's go back." Malik helped the Trumpeter of Resurrection to his feet. "Actually, did you want to completely clean up Erratico? Shall I help you? Using zombies would be really effective." On the way back, Malik suggested to the Trumpeter of Resurrection that they destroy the town together. "Helping the living is not my job." As soon as he finished speaking, the color of his body changed. Then, with a popping sound, black objects scattered everywhere. The Trumpeter turned and asked, "How can I help you? All you have to do is find the survivors." "Is that all?" Malik smiled brightly and continued, "Just take them to a safe place, please." Instead of answering, the Trumpeter raised his trumpet to the sky. As sound waves spread, the zombies raised their heads. Dakia and her friends waiting for Malik were suddenly startled by this sight. Meanwhile, the young dark priest smiled with narrowed eyes and said to the Trumpeter, "All right, if you see any food or anything similar, I'd be very grateful if you could send it to me." Indeed, Malik was no longer a useless beggar but was practically demanding gold, but he still didn't stop. "If you leave those things, they'll all burn up. Oh, by the way, could you put out the fire?" The Trumpeter, annoyed, shouted for him to say everything at once. "Please." Only in the evening did they return to rejoin the other three. Malik carefully handed a wrapped bundle to the Trumpeter. "Just the right arm." "Grant my wish." The Trumpeter accepted it and left without a word, taking his subordinates with him. Having received help from the Trumpeter of Resurrection. "That's really strange," Dakia exclaimed. "He was so kind, as expected. Everyone agrees when Priest Malik asks, don't they?" "I didn't even think he'd agree." Dakia suddenly grabbed Malik's hand. "Thank you, you're truly a savior." Dakia's smile was truly beautiful, but Our Lady of Blazing Corruption wanted to punch her and kill her. As night fell, the sounds of kill them," continuously echoed in Malik's in-room. He was sitting by the window, and on the floor a young girl was playing with a red orb. Malik then remembered that the Trumpeter had said there was a holy relic in the capital. That also meant he had detected corruption. Malik smiled at her and said, "Mother, do you know the god I met today?" "Kill." "Doesn't Mother know?" "No one knows. No one wants to know." Malik thought his identity hadn't been revealed yet. Then what on earth happened? Just then, the woman on the floor enraged shouted, "Kill," startling Malik, and she, with a flushed face, threw the orb away. Malik turned pale. "Mother." "Kill." The girl looked back at him, tears welling up. Just, Mother, can't you unseal the holy power remaining in the orb?" Malik smiled. "Don't worry, Mother will definitely be able to do it, but no matter how angry you are, throwing things is bad behavior." Our Lady of Blazing Corruption responded with her usual reply, "Although I know Mother is helping me, Mother, even if you're angry, you shouldn't throw things carelessly." Malik reached out and lifted Mother high, and the girl smiled very happily. He said, "That way Mother will be 3 times more lovable than now." Mother again gave her usual reply. "Is Mother asking if that would make her more attractive in my eyes?" "No." The girl immediately turned pale. Malik added, "Please, listen to me to the end." Mother again gave her usual reply. Then 2 streams of tears flowed down. He smiled broadly, "Because I already love all of Mother's lovable aspects." The girl immediately stopped crying. Malik said again, 3 times or 100 times, "Mother is always the same to me." Malik held the child and stroked her head very gently. "So no matter how angry you are right now, promise me you won't throw things carelessly." While the usual reply was still heard elsewhere. "Did you hear about this story?" "What story?" "They say evil spirit worshippers are everywhere these days. Not only in our kingdom but also in the Dragon Kingdom to the east, the Desert Kingdom to the west, the Empire to the north, and the Empire to the south." "That's right. I heard Kenton and Erratico suffered a lot recently. Will our village be like that too?" "This village? Don't worry. They say someone in Kenton and Erratico completely dealt with the evil spirit worshippers, right? That person is Malik. The savior of Erratico, Malik. That's right. Isn't it thanks to him that we can drink beer so freely now?" so the two men clinked their glasses and shouted loudly, "Long live Malik, long live Malik." The blue-haired woman sitting at the next table muttered, "The savior of Eradicate, Malik." In another space, curses echoed everywhere. "Damn those evil spirit worshippers." That fat curly-haired man was the one who uttered those golden words. He believed they had even bribed the Lord of Eradicate to capture the princess. Because of them, the assassins and the Lord all died in that territory. He was clearly a prince of the Dragon Kingdom, yet he was no different from a damned bastard. He was probably very angry. But if he was discovered, if that prince knew he was standing here, his rage would double. The fat man knocked on the door and announced his name. "Third prince, I am Huden." "Come in." The third prince sat in a dark room near the window and light streamed in. His eyes were sharp. Meanwhile on the snow-covered mountains, "What did you just say? You'll give up everything you have? You're begging for your life?" Blood splattered everywhere, and after that there was nothing. Dakia again fell into strange silence. Malik turned his head and said to her, "I'll be back in a moment." Malik gathered the rest of the people into a single grave, buried them and began to pray. "Mother, I offer their souls to you." Mother immediately responded to her beloved son with her usual reply. Malik's holy power increased to 3,379. Thanks to defeating bandits multiple times, he had now accumulated quite a lot of holy power. Mother answered him, and Malik immediately said, "Let's go back." Returning to rejoin the other three, Malik and Dakia immediately fell silent and went their separate ways. Meanwhile, Kaman and Sagita were talking very excitedly. "Priest Malik, I have a question. Don't misunderstand, I'm not blaming you." Malik also wondered what this woman was going to ask, that she was so preemptive. "Priest Malik never leaves any bandits alive, do you? Can you tell me why you do that?" As Malik looked at her, Dakia said again, "If you don't want to, you don't have to say." Malik smiled and sighed. "Did you also ask Kaman and Sagita?" "Yes," Dakia admitted without hesitation. "Kaman said he couldn't leave bandits alive because he knew they would attack defenseless people. Sagita said that as a mercenary, he would do his best in any job, including killing all bandits if he was paid. I believe in human potential." "Potential?" Dakia asked in bewilderment. "Do you believe bandits can be reborn in a different form, like repenting and living a good life as the Duke told me?" Dakia gave an awkward laugh. She couldn't understand what nonsense this young man was spouting again. "On the contrary, shouldn't we not kill them? But princess, the first time is always the hardest. I think it's more likely they'll repeat worse actions than repent. That's why I had to eliminate them. Death is merely a new beginning." Dakia considered this seriously, then burst into laughter again. "But do we have the right to judge them as we please? No, God has clearly granted that authority regarding this point." Dakia winked at Malik, but he pretended not to see her, and Our Lady uttered her usual precious words. Malik quickly placed a hand on his chest and comforted Mother. "Respected Mother, I understand completely." Malik knew he would do whatever Our Lady desired. He told Dakia, "I am not dealing with them to judge their right or wrong. I merely wish to take responsibility for my choices." "Responsibility?" Dakia asked, surprised. "Yes, if the wicked ones I've spared commit sins again and cause others to shed tears of blood, then I must bear that responsibility. And among the responsibilities I must bear when taking their lives, I have chosen to take responsibility for the karma I will incur by doing so. That is my choice. I don't know when the price for this killing will come due, but whatever responsibility I must bear, I will continue to live this way. It is truly a terrible experience when a wicked person I've spared kills an innocent one." Malik vowed to himself that if he couldn't take responsibility to the very end, he wouldn't leave any wicked person alive in this world. Dakia didn't seem to be listening much and slowly spoke, fiddling with her hair. "Could you tell me an old story?" She blushed again, closed her eyes and exclaimed, "You don't have to if it's inconvenient." Malik said, "At this point nothing is impossible, but it might be better to do it another time." Look over there." Malik pointed behind Dakia. She turned and saw a merchant caravan approaching. They all went to take a look together. Sagita said, "If it's such a large caravan, there will be many people, and we might be able to sell the equipment we took from the bandits." Malik agreed with this assessment. Soon Malik and his group sat at a table to examine the caravan master's goods. The caravan master was a robot with an old aristocratic hairstyle. He marveled, "What magnificent metal! It's a rare alloy containing the essence of ancient imperial technology." Malik smiled and gently reminded him. The caravan master quickly cleared his throat and returned the sawtoothed sword to Malik. "I momentarily lost my composure. This is the first time I've seen a sword made with so much immortalium." "Immortalium, you mean the metal of legends? It's not ordinary immortalium. It's more than twice as pure as the amount I've collected in 120 years. This is truly a precious item. I want to buy it no matter what." Malik smiled innocently and said he had no intention of selling it. The caravan master also said that he wouldn't sell it if he were in Malik's shoes. Kaman asked what made him invite the entire team. The caravan master spoke frankly. "The reason is that I wish to hire you as escorts to the capital of the Northern Kingdom. Then Sir Malik, the demon slayer of White, the adversary of those who worship evil gods in Kenton and the savior of Eradicate. Are you confident in your abilities?" He spoke to the point where Malik was sweating with embarrassment. "We have heard much about your achievements. It is an honor to cooperate with you." Our Lady reacted to his words. "If you accompany us, you will be generously compensated. I also promise to treat the other mercenaries traveling with you with the utmost enthusiasm." Kamen winked at the caravan master. "Excuse me, but could you give us some time to discuss?" The caravan master told them to make themselves comfortable, saying he only needed a satisfactory answer and would wait as long as necessary. Late at night, Our Lady was seated in a chair and Malik was massaging her neck and shoulders. He also carefully asked if she was comfortable and informed her that he had accepted the caravan's request. "After we receive the money, we will find a good inn in the capital." Our Lady was very satisfied. Just then, screams were heard and there was an ambush. Bat mutants were attacking the tent area. Even at night they couldn't get a peaceful sleep. These monstrous bats were very wicked, but of course under Malik's saw-toothed sword they could no longer move. Kamen also actively shot arrows, bringing down the monstrous bats. Malik cut down the monsters relentlessly. Meanwhile, Dakia barely managed to gather magic and create a fireball. At the same time, one of the caravan members was attacked by a nearby bat and was almost on the verge of death. However, soon the fireball in her hand vanished, leaving only smoke. Malik quickly rushed over with his sword. "That's enough. A comrade who can't control their magic is more frightening than an enemy's spear," Dakia cried out, shouting, "It wasn't that bad. I definitely could have hit a bat that big." Truly, the princess seemed to have embarked on an adventure to experience life. She couldn't even cure her princess syndrome, so what kind of mercenary work was this? Malik sighed and replied, "Yes, but bats fly, and an enemy's movements in the air are much harder to predict than on the ground. If you miss by mistake, our forces could suffer damage, so it would be better to save your magic for now." Dakia was slightly angry but agreed to Malik's suggestion. When Malik arrived at the caravan master's tent, his entire body was covered in blood which was dripping onto the floor. "Are you not going to put down that weapon made of beautiful metal?" the caravan master asked. "That depends on your answer." Malik's gaze was sharp and cold. "Then I'd better speak wisely. Yes, you should think carefully before answering. Why did the evil spirit worshippers attack your caravan?" The caravan master asked Malik if he would believe him if he said he didn't know. Malik responded with the sound of his saw-toothed sword moving instead of an answer. The caravan master, seeing it, was terrified and immediately said he would tell everything because of Malik's reputation. Malik, hearing this, sheathed his sword. "Please don't hide anything else. Reveal all your secrets." Malik laughed heartily. "That's only natural. Although he was corrupt, his professional ethics were impeccable." The caravan master ordered his subordinate to bring the item. The subordinate brought a small box. The caravan master began his story. "After receiving this, they began to attack us. We were asked to bring that item to the capital. If you've been ambushed for so long, you must have suffered considerable losses, so why didn't you give up? I've already received an advance payment in that precious metal. They promised to give me more money when the job was done. Frankly, I don't know why they're after this item." I asked another priest, but he didn't know either. "This is the item." The caravan master opened the box and inside was a pure 24K gold ring or bracelet. Malik immediately realized that this was a holy relic containing the divine power of Our Lady of Blazing Corruption. That's why the evil spirit worshippers kept ambushing them. But how was it that Malik carried Our Lady's hand, yet they didn't know? And how did they locate this holy relic? The caravan master asked, "What do you think? Why do you think they're pursuing this item?" Malik bowed his head and said he also didn't understand the situation. However, he understood the caravan master's position and had to discuss a few other things, specifically the terms of this escort deal. "Since you concealed this item, the terms will have to change a little. We want double the amount you initially promised." See, he smiled beautifully, but every word was as powerful as a fist. The caravan master trembled upon hearing that figure. Malik added, on behalf of the group. The caravan master had no choice but to nod in agreement. "Don't you have any thoughts of quitting the priesthood and becoming a merchant?" "Not at all," Malik returned, and immediately told his comrades about the double fee. The fact that the caravan had been ambushed before was already surmised by them, as there were traces on the guard's equipment. Sagita was very optimistic. "Even though the merchants hid something from us, we're on the same path anyway. I'm certain that even if we refused him, we would still be ambushed," Kamen also agreed. "And our priest has already demanded double the reward. I only asked for what I deserved." Fortunately, everyone was fine with it. Everyone hastily dispersed to go to sleep. Our Lady extended her hand from Malik's clothes and commanded with her characteristic remark, "Is Mother telling me to steal the holy relic right now? It'll be troublesome if I'm caught." Our Lady gave a thumbs up. "Are you saying it's a perfect crime if there are no witnesses?" "Mother, you talk just like a murderer. Don't be too hasty. We should at least wait until we know that man's abilities." Our Lady knew well that metal does not decay. "I will let the evil spirit worshippers steal it, and during the fight I will absorb the holy power within it, then return it." Our Lady of Blazing Corruption was very satisfied with his plan and even quite excited. "Haha, you've been hiding your talent for too long, haven't you? You flatter me." As the two mother and son were exchanging endearments, screams were heard and there was an ambush. Malik sighed irritably. "I just had a shower." His saw-toothed sword was already active. It seemed he needed to deal with this quickly. A man shouted loudly, "Watch out, the monsters are attacking." As soon as he finished his warning, several guards were sent flying by a monster. Malik frowned. The monster was not far from him. This time Capel monsters were attacking. Malik swung his saw-toothed sword like a death-dealing Asura. Capel also swung its arm and both struck simultaneously. He expected Capel to die instantly, but Malik's saw-toothed sword met a hard horn whose origin, whether innate to the species or newly grown, was unknown to him. However, this horn didn't last long either and was soon split in two by the saw-toothed blade, which returned to Malik's hand like a predator to its prey. Barely managing to dispatch it and sighing, Malik saw something leap out of the bushes. At first he thought it was a demon, but when he caught it, it was someone he knew. She smiled at Malik. "Long time no see, haha," Pearl happily greeted the acquaintance. "I've thought a lot about you. Do you remember me?" "Not at all." Malik coldly doused her with a splash of cold water. It's okay. Then I'll make up for it by remembering you more." This woman truly loved to flirt. Fortunately, Malik wasn't swayed by such women. He spoke seriously. "I have a question I want to ask. What will you do for me if you answer?" It's unclear what they discussed, but Malik once again began to dismember the fallen monsters. As he was engrossed in dismembering the fallen monsters, Sagita stabbed a monster attempting to devour him from behind, killing it with his spear. Malik looked back at the monster fallen on the ground and said, "Thanks." "You're welcome," Kamen, seeing them, loudly warned. "That one is escaping." Malik hastily said he would handle it, then chased after the mutated deer that had tried to bite him. After he had chased it for a long time, an opportunity arose. Aiming for the precise moment, Malik swung a sword whose origin was unknown to him, piercing the monster's body. This time it didn't wait for him anymore, and died instantly. Malik coldly walked past the monster's corpse. "That took too long, far too long." Pearl, hanging upside down from a tree right in front of Malik by one leg, continuously chattered loudly. As soon as she landed, she demanded, "Now will you grant all my requests?" "What are you talking about?" Pearl smiled charmingly. "No, not necessarily. Answer my question first." All right. How many evil spirit worshippers are ambushing us?" The purple-haired girl, who was bad at math, took out all her fingers and counted very diligently, finally concluding 3, including me. He wanted to hit her head to see what was inside. Her using both hands for less than 5 and her foolish smile were truly annoying. She pouted and said, "But they act as if I'm not even here. Frankly, it's too much." Malik chuckled at the girl. It was strange that she was telling the enemy all this information, but it was more beneficial than harmful, so he said nothing. Besides, even if he were on her side, he would act the same way, so what more was there to criticize? "Oh, they truly are terrible people. Then I should add a little more oil to the fire to make it burn faster." "Yes, that's right. But why did you attack the caravan?" Malik began to speak about the necklace. The target was the caravan master's necklace, the very item the caravan master had shown Malik. He then smiled and asked, "How did you know the caravan master had that item?" This was precisely the issue that hadn't been clearly revealed by the caravan master, and the part he wanted to know. That's why this talkative woman was here. There was no reason not to take this opportunity to ask clearly, "How would I know? But there's one thing I do know. The person who wants the caravan master's necklace is from Libera." "Libera? Are you talking about that mysterious council of evil spirit worshippers?" "Yes, that's right. But aren't you also a member of that council?" "I am." "An internal rift?" "Not exactly. It's just a small disagreement." Goodness, she spilled everything. Malik, striking while the iron was hot, continued to ask, "Then what's the reason for the disagreement?" "I heard it, but I completely forgot." "Forgot? Or are you on a different side?" "I'm neutral. I only work for money or to receive something." "Something? What do you mean? Materials for my dolls?" "I am a priest who worships dolls." As she said this, she displayed a very strange attitude, becoming much more bizarre. Malik wondered if both the person in front of him now and the one he had met before were dolls. Just then, Pearl remembered something else. "Oh, that's right, you need to be careful. The people who came with me are plotting something against the caravan, but they're not letting me participate." Malik chuckled and asked why she was being so kind. Pearl replied coldly, "Are you really asking that question? Why am I being so kind?" She suddenly wore a bizarre smile. "This question is quite different from the previous ones." The atmosphere froze. Malik quickly turned away. "Suddenly I'm not curious anymore." Pearl felt a great sense of loss. "How why?" As Malik ignored her, Pearl lay flat on the ground, flopping around like a fish. "Why? Ask me more, ask me more." No one mentioned that she hadn't answered when asked earlier. Malik cleared his throat. "Then tell me, what do you want from me?" "What do I want from you? I'll tell you next time we meet." She smiled very charmingly. Malik also curled up the corners of his mouth. "Is that so? Then goodbye." As soon as he finished speaking, he decapitated Pearl, yet she smiled and bid him farewell. "See you next time." It was very late. When Malik returned to the caravan's tent, everything was peaceful once again. "Priest Malik, who's making noise again? Can't you hear it's late?" It turned out to be Dakia. She was in her pajamas as if she had just showered, and her hair was slightly disheveled. "What's wrong? You should be resting. You never know when the evil spirit worshippers will attack." "I know." "And why are you out here asking?" Dakia smiled brightly. "I couldn't find you earlier." "Where did you go?" "I chased a Capel. I detected the presence of an evil spirit worshipper and patrolled a bit more." Dakia was flustered upon hearing that. "How did you fight one of them?" "No, by the time I arrived they were already gone." It was truly a shame. As Dakia spoke, she reached out and brought a handkerchief to Malik's face, which greatly surprised him. Malik froze for a second, then his face turned pale and he hastily backed away. "Princess, your handkerchief will get dirty." Our lady seemed greatly incensed by Dakia's action of touching her beloved son. However, completely unaware of this, Dakia winked at him. "This, I brought it for you." Dakia took Malik's hand. "Don't run away anymore. I'll wipe your face for you." Our Lady screamed in extreme fury. Meanwhile, Our Lady's beloved son was completely engrossed in the shining scenery with the beautiful, kind, and inquisitive Dakia. Our Lady continued to scream incessantly. Dakia smiled sweetly like a flower. All done, now rest. She handed her handkerchief to Malik and told him to keep it. Malik did not refuse. Dakia turned and walked away. Well then, have a good night, Priest Malik. You too, Princess. Malik, with a pale face, entered the tent and sighed. I'm so tired and exhausted today. As the wind fluttered, Our Lady had already appeared and revealed herself. Still apparently angry, she issued her usual command, holding a handkerchief in her hand. Malik, helpless, explained that he had already washed his face, so Our Lady didn't need to do it. As he spoke, the young Our Lady interrupted him, and Malik had no choice but to offer his face for her to wipe. Our Lady wiping his face was no different from cleaning a window. Mother, I just wiped it while crying. Are you listening to me? My face really hurts. Mother isn't listening. Just sit still until Mother finishes wiping. In the morning, the mountains were as usual covered in thick snow. Dakia was still clinging to Malik. Suddenly he heard a strange sound and paused slightly. What on earth is that? Malik remembered Pearl telling him to be careful last night and immediately thought they were being ambushed, but then quickly dismissed it. This sound is different. Suddenly, an explosion occurred on the mountaintop, and Malik immediately shouted, Avalanche, abandon everything and run. The caravan turned their heads and saw the snow already sweeping down to the foothills. The situation was truly critical. Malik looked back at the piles of snow rolling down at the speed of floor tiles, thinking, I wish I had a little more time. He looked at Dakia and said, Dakia, I need your help, Princess. As Malik grabbed her shoulder, she didn't know what to do with the sudden request. Malik explained that the avalanche was too fast and there wasn't much time. If things continued like this, no one would survive, so with her help everyone could be saved. Dakia's face contorted in disbelief that she was the one chosen this time. Princess, use magic to directly attack the center of that avalanche, Malik instructed. Magic? Dakia was bewildered. Yes, you were looking for an opportunity to use magic, weren't you? This is it. But no matter what magic I use, I won't be able to stop that avalanche. It doesn't have to be strong magic. Just enough to buy everyone time to escape. Gather your mana and just hit the avalanche once. Dakia was still afraid. But I can't move while gathering mana, and I'll be completely drained after using it. Malik placed a hand on her shoulder. Whatever happens, I'll protect you, Princess, upon receiving such a solemn promise. Dakia, despite being a princess, blushed. Dakia turned around with a determined expression. I'll try. You must keep your promise. I trust you. Malik smiled brightly. Dakia began to cast her magic. Energy swirled and gathered around her. Dakia fired a beam cannon at the center of the avalanche, just as Malik had instructed. Immediately, an earthquake-like explosion occurred and enormous chunks of snow melted into small pieces. Dakia, with blood flowing from her eyes from the exertion, screamed loudly. At that very moment, a hand enveloped in green light supported her. The hand exuded a powerful aura, and Our Lady of Blazing Corruption's familiar voice was also heard. Dakia froze and Malik hastily supported the beautiful woman. This much is enough. Really, the avalanche had deviated from its path, so it was certainly enough. But Dakia was now unconscious in his arms. Malik hastily shouted, Mother, help me. See, in the end, only this old Our Lady works her fingers to the bone for her son and future daughter-in-law. There wasn't much time, so he had to protect her quickly. Our Lady immediately sent her four-armed giant friend who shielded Malik and Dakia. Damn it, why am I always the one being used? While Dakia slept beautifully like a princess, the giant friend worked his fingers to the bone to block the avalanche. After waiting for everything to settle, the giant friend raised his head and let out a loud roar. The giant friend pulled the two troublesome individuals out of the snow. What will you do if someone nearby discovers them, Mother? Malik whispered to Our Lady as he carried Dakia out. But first, please remove this snow from my body. As soon as he escaped, Dakia groaned as if she was about to wake up. Malik's expression hardened, and the giant friend removed the stones from its face and returned to Our Lady's side. When Dakia opened her eyes, she saw Malik's handsome face smiling. Priest Malik, am I still alive? Princess, we're still alive. I feel like I missed something completely. Malik pretended not to hear the question and gently lowered her to the ground. Can you try to move your body? Dakia's legs wouldn't move. No, I can't move. It seemed she was completely drained of strength after using magic just now. Malik gently comforted her. It'll be all right if you try little by little, but I saw everything. Malik was startled and looked at her with a flustered expression. Surely Priest Malik didn't summon a hideous giant, did he? I'm doomed. Our Lady of Blazing Corruption has to deal with Dakia. She chuckled softly. As expected, Priest Malik is not a priest serving the guardian goddess. Malik's face darkened. You saw it after all. Yes, that's right. Then just like when you saved me before, she wielded a sword and defeated all the monsters. That was just the result of personal training. That's not all. You held me and talked a lot with that hand. You might think I was eavesdropping, but if you paid a little attention, you'd notice. Those were the words I always prayed, Dakia said angrily as she was being denied. Let's assume that, but I saw everything. Priest Malik shouted, Mother, a giant with immense power appeared from thin air. As expected, Priest Malik worships an evil god. Malik covered her beautiful lips with his hand and offered her advice. Silence is golden. The princess saw nothing. Because the princess is loyal and kind, she accepted my request and saved the princess's life. It's all right, Dakia cut him off. She lay straight on the ground. It doesn't matter who you worship. Malik didn't quite understand her words. That's exactly what I was going to say. Priest Malik is a good person. Of course, sometimes he's cruel. Besides, I don't believe in any gods, but now when I can no longer keep it to myself if I tell you everything, will Priest Malik listen? Dakia seemed to hesitate slightly. I was also born a mage, and I'm tired of the baseless scorn and hateful stares, so I can understand what Priest Malik said to some extent. Therefore, even if Priest Malik is a worshipper of an evil god, I will treat you as usual. Oh, and of course, I'll keep your secret. As soon as these words were spoken, Our Lady suddenly froze. Following this, Our Lady burst out from thin air. Dakia rejoiced as if meeting her mother-in-law, but Our Lady, as soon as she emerged, shouted her familiar slogan and with a flushed face mercilessly kicked her. Dakia, in tears, covered her head. Who is this child? Priest Malik, stop her. Malik grabbed Our Lady's wrist and told her to calm down first. Mother, I think she's really sincere. Our Lady didn't think so. I know Mother is worried, but just as Mother trusted me, I want to trust someone for once, and since Dakia is a mage, I'll make her swear an oath. Our Lady finally agreed. However, Our Lady still gestured, implying that Dakia was always under surveillance. Dakia didn't quite understand this gesture and asked for its meaning. Malik explained that it meant this was an important matter, so she should be careful. Now you'll have to swear an oath in an ancient language, Malik said, supporting Dakia. Dakia immediately agreed as she chanted. Light emanated from her body. There, it's done now, Malik said with a gentle smile. Since she's sworn an oath, if you have any questions, I'll answer them. Aren't you afraid I'll lie? I'm not a mage, but I understand ancient languages. That's truly amazing, to understand ancient languages without being a mage. Dakia seemed very impressed. If you have any questions, ask me. Oh, I do have a question. Priest Malik, what kind of woman do you like? Wow, she was really eager. It was almost as if she wanted to write, she likes him too much. Our Lady, enraged, immediately wedged herself between them, pushed them apart, and shouted her familiar slogan, What, already trying to steal my beloved son? Malik forced a smile and scratched his head, saying it was time to leave. Dakia enthusiastically suggested, We're going to find the holy relic that evil spirit worshippers are targeting, right? I'll help too. When you're in love, you just dive in headfirst. But at this point, all the caravan members were dead. The evil spirit worshippers had already acquired the box the caravan master was tasked with transporting. The blue-haired, curly-haired woman laughed mockingly. Nothing special. The box was opened. This is it, right? The ancient relic the organization talked about. That priest must be frozen to death by now. I prepared a large avalanche. Let's go back and check, the blue-haired woman suggested. Just then, the caravan master appeared. Seeing his caravan almost completely annihilated, he was furious. Evil spirit worshippers, my caravan, how dare you? Lay a hand on my belongings? The caravan master burst into flames. The blue-haired woman was also filled with new excitement. What? As soon as she finished speaking, she spread her palm and encased the caravan master's head in ice. But she greatly underestimated him. As 3 eyes gleamed, a block of ice cracked. The caravan master, enraged, shattered the ice block. He belonged to the metal folk and his entire body was made of metal. They loved minerals very much and could replace parts of their bodies with minerals. They craved precious metals and most of them became merchants to seek more precious metals. Precious metals and time were the two things they needed. In other words, their race became stronger with time and the amount of money they possessed. As long as their core was safe, they wouldn't stop. And this was why the blue-haired woman had to pay the price now, as the caravan master charged at her and her 2 subordinates in a rage. At the same time, his robotic arm was gathering electricity. Just because they're evil spirit worshippers, they dare to attack my caravan? The blue-haired woman smacked her lips and sat down, casting ice magic. Blocks of ice quickly shot up, but the caravan master regarded them as trivial tricks that couldn't stop him. Immediately, the caravan master gave her a huge explosion, and she almost lost the arm that was bearing her karma. If this continues, I'll die, she said. The man with the lion's mane hair saw his comrades desperately holding on and said, Keep holding on no matter what. Easy to say, but you try coming over and blocking it first. She frowned and said, He's really crazy. He moved too fast, and his steel body covered in silver alloy was quite difficult to attack with magic. The caravan master warned, You can't do anything to me. The broad four-headed man glanced meaningfully, then stomped his foot, causing the icy ground to crack, and black smoke billowed up. The caravan master, caught in this smoke cloud, snorted in extreme displeasure. But in the end, he couldn't escape that black viscous puddle. The blue-haired woman was very pleased to see it. Well done, Pem. I'll kiss you after this battle. Following this, she cast her only skill, ice magic, once again. This time, a gigantic ice prison surrounded the caravan master. She thought it was over, but he was still fine. Is that all you've got? I will destroy everything. The blue-haired woman was now truly terrified. At this moment, the man with the lion's mane hair opened his eyes wide and laughed loudly. Hey, huge tentacles have sprung up. The caravan master was startled. These tentacles spewed yellow liquid, directly targeting the caravan master's joints, and he screamed in pain as he fell. The man with the lion's mane hair laughed triumphantly. You underestimated us too much. Did you think we weren't prepared? I know your metalfolk well, caravan master, don't I? One of the caravan master's arms was broken, and he was lying on the ground groaning with severe burns. He told the man with the lion's mane hair to make that bug spit more. The caravan master became increasingly motionless. The man with the lion's mane hair corrected himself. What it's spitting isn't saliva, it's acidic substance. It's too cold here to spit anymore. Originally, lundroot bugs live in warm places so they can't secrete much acid. To kill a metalfolk one must remove their core. Before they could finish their plan, a huge white foot with black claws and a thunderous roar were heard. The bandits stared blankly. A slightly ugly but large giant friend was running towards them. What now, Ludum? Do something. Ludum's face turned pale and he said, the lundroot bug isn't enough to catch him. He told him to call all his team members and that crazy woman. First, I'll block him and provide cover. He continued to use ice magic to try and bind the giant friend's feet. He looked a little foolish, but he wasn't an idiot. He immediately gritted his teeth and jumped, dodging the magic, and she was flustered. To bind the giant, she had to summon her subordinates as shadows. Otherwise it would all be over. Ben seriously directed the shadows, but the giant pounded its fists, churning up the battlefield while the giant friend fought like an ox. Malik casually approached, holding Dakia. Try to move your body. He put her down under a tree and said, try to stand up again. This time Dakia's legs moved. She immediately asked, but do I really not need to help? The giant friend was fighting alone and completely dominating the situation. It really seemed like no help was needed. Don't I look a little pitiful right now? I wish I could, but look over there. Dakia turned around. The caravan master had stood up again and was shouting that he would destroy all the evil spirit worshippers. This time his drill pierced a bat demon. Aurorius was doing well in his own way, but he was at a great disadvantage fighting them. There are too many, no matter how hard I try. Malik realized something was wrong before he could finish speaking. He looked at his friend who was fighting and thought, why this direction? He saw the giant holding something in its hand. It threw it towards the human like a weightlifter throwing. A snow bat was delivered to Malik. Our Lady immediately reached out her hand and shouted her slogan. Malik wondered, why is this guy here? And Dakia's face turned pale at the terrible sight. Malik picked up a bloody necklace from the snow bat's corpse. The giant friend with a flushed face bared its teeth and waved its hand. Malik understood his friend's good intentions and immediately prayed. Mother, a mysterious blue light surged. This time I'll enhance my power. Our Lady immediately agreed. The power you'll enhance is... At this point his divine power had risen to 13,379, transforming him into a giant of blazing corruption. Truly they were like brothers, sharing fortune and competing to see who could flee misfortune faster. Malik gave this enhancement opportunity to his bulky friend. The giant quickly received Malik's friendship buff. Merely standing there and shining, the giant was dazzling enough to kill the snowbats. As the bat swarm approached, a blue light tore them apart, spreading in all directions. With this, Malik's twisted smile and the giant of blazing corruption's joyous laughter erupted. Having leveled up this time, he was equipped with an additional set of magnificent armor. Malik clad his bulky friend in full plate armor. The splendid armor, predominantly black, was adorned with skull patterns. It looked a bit rough, but with immense power, it served to hide his friend's clumsiness. As soon as he donned the full plate armor, almost all the snowbats collapsed even before a fight began. Ludum turned pale at the sight. Kiana's face was also drained of color, and she hastily shouted to old Pem to grab the shadows. Pem moved immediately, but before he could act, his blood splattered on Kiana. Kiana was too shocked to move and tried to flee in a panic, but was suddenly caught by a hand. The caravan master was still fighting, gasping his last breath. I will not let you go, Kiana, and he tumbled in the snow. Oh well. Let me go, Kiana cried, tears welling up, and shouted to Ludum for help, but he didn't look back, tucked tail, and quickly fled. Ludum cursed as he ran, but he too could not escape. While Ludum was escaping, he was impaled by a colossal sword and pinned to the snow. On this side, Kiana finally managed to escape the caravan master's grip. She fled in a panic, believing she could escape. She was sure she had found a chance to survive, but she didn't see the giant black shadow looming over her head, and another terrifying explosion occurred in front of her. As the smoke cleared, Kiana was seen caught by the giant of blazing corruption and flying away. She kept screaming due to her fear of heights. Let me go, let me go. Of course, his bulky friend wouldn't just leave Kiana alone, who had caused an avalanche to shield her comrades, so no matter how loudly Kiana wailed, his bulky friend pretended not to hear and sent her flying in one blow, and she disappeared. Now, only the caravan master, whose body was incomplete, remained on the ground. His bulky friend and he looked at each other, eyes gleaming. In the end, Malik was the one who benefited the most. He got food without doing anything. Malik performed his duty of converting the energy of the dead into divine power. His divine power increased to 6,379. His bulky friend was still excited by his enhanced power, smiling brightly and giving Malik a thumbs up. Malik also gave a thumbs up and said, now you can harvest items instead of me. Our Lady of Blazing Corruption found it difficult to understand Malik's newly updated feature. She asked if the giant could now collect items instead of her. Malik laughed and said, Mother, your words are becoming more fluent. Are you getting smarter as the seals are released? Our Lady turned red with anger and screamed. She asked if he had considered her foolish all this time. No, not at all. I respect and cherish Mother. Our Lady was very pleased and said, although I am a goddess, I cannot be your bastard child. Our Lady, enraged, raised both hands and gave him the middle finger. Dakia innocently asked what that gesture meant. Malik said, it's merely an expression of anger. Dakia said she had something else to say. She squinted her eyes and laughed. I want to hold the baby too, can I hold her? The baby is so cute. Our Lady grew even angrier, screamed and leapt into Malik's arms. He laughed and said, that's enough. Next time bring delicious food and ask mother. Oh, that's a good idea. Someday I'll be able to pinch the baby's cheeks. Our Lady was almost dying of rage. At this point Malik changed the subject. That's right, mother, can you say new words? Our Lady was stunned and thought seriously and with her eyes open indicated yes. All right, what is it? Our Lady inhaled, pointed to her chest and shouted, ah! After shouting, Our Lady was very satisfied. As night fell, the large mansion was still brightly lit, and loud curses could be heard from inside. Hey, do you think you're great? The third prince was extremely angry with Huden. I gave you everything you wanted, but what's the result? All the forces we prepared are gone because of an avalanche? That's ridiculous. I have nothing more to say. You haven't said anything until now? Huden knelt on the ground thinking to himself, who has been continuously cursing until now? He wiped his red cheeks and snot thinking, what could I have done? I didn't want the avalanche to happen either. This morning I even lost a lot of hair due to stress, but this prince knows nothing and is just shouting here. The third prince called Huden again. I heard Dakia left the Western Branch region. Yes, she now follows the instructions of headquarters. Headquarters, they always handle things well. They were also the first to catch Dakia. Are you going to the capital? Yes. The third prince's reply made Huden blush with joy. He inwardly cheered at the thought of finally being free from this damned prince and that stubborn princess. Farewell, two walking disasters. Huden smiled and said, I am truly sorry for continuously messing up your highness's affairs. The third prince rubbed his bald head and said nonchalantly, what are you doing? Get ready. Huden asked with a blank expression. Ha! The third prince smiled sinisterly. You have to guide the way. You seem to be the most capable here. Go get ready. Huden felt his soul detach from his body. He almost vomited blood before he could even rejoice. You will have the privilege of following me, so don't forget to dress warmly. I am the head of the Western Branch. I cannot leave my post. Huden tried to give up the opportunity, but the third prince said, it seems your foolish acts of messing things up have not yet been reported to headquarters. What would happen to you if I reported all your failures to headquarters in the capital? Huden's face turned pale. Cruel man, he's a demon, not human, I'm sure of it. The third prince saw Huden was on the verge of tears and laughed loudly with satisfaction. Think of it as a vacation, go get ready. Huden shed tears, thinking of his wife and children, and inwardly bid them farewell. Kids, daddy will be back. The life of an office worker was like 12 torrents. A magnificent cavalry advanced through the snow on the road. Constant chatter could be heard. It was the great and magnificent archangel. The caravan master was not dead yet, but after being modified he had transformed into a mini version. Malik laughed loudly. You said that yesterday too, that it was a beautiful sight. The caravan master sat on Malik's shoulder and loudly said, that's right, the archangel saved me. He looked really brave. Malik and Dakia secretly exchanged glances. Dakia also laughed along, but her face looked somewhat gloomy. Probably no one cares, he's dead anyway. After Malik finished speaking, he soon reminded them that it was their turn to be questioned by the prince. Seeing this, the caravan master hastily leapt into the palm of a caravaner, stably sat on his shoulder and gave Malik a thumbs up. Thank you for taking me to the capital. I'll reward you handsomely when we arrive. I'm really looking forward to it. Malik laughed loudly. Just then, Kamen said he had something to say. Dakia asked what was wrong. Well, it might be a little chaotic when we enter, but it's nothing serious, so don't be surprised. Malik didn't quite understand his words, and just as he was about to ask again, a soldier loudly shouted, Kamen Vantas, arrest him immediately. Kamen just gave a bitter smile, and even as he was being apprehended by the soldiers, he still smiled and said, I can handle this myself. I'll be back soon, so don't worry. Kamen's three comrades truly believed him. Meanwhile, a creature made entirely of gold flew across the sky. As soon as its talons touched the ground, the floor tiles cracked. The golden dragon roared, emitting a golden light. Following this, the rumored third prince appeared, and as soon as he appeared, he demanded clothes. Huden chuckled maliciously from behind, thinking, since headquarters dared to ignore this madman, they will suffer like me. The third prince turned and said, the capital is right there. Why aren't you guiding the way? I will guide you by the fastest route. Let's go. To think the third prince can get angry over something like this. Hey, are you rushing me? You've got guts, Huden cried, and cursed inwardly. On this side, the caravan master also said, it's not surprising that Kamen Vantas was caught. He always causes trouble. What was he doing? The caravan master returned to his original size, crossed his arms and said, Malik should hear it directly from Kamen's mouth. He added, if you tell the soldiers you're going to meet Kamen, they'll let you in. All right, Malik readily agreed. Dakia cheerfully suggested that everyone eat and then go meet him. She knew a few good places. Malik also agreed. Seeing this, the caravan master took out a large purse and said, this is the promised reward. 15 gold coins per person, a total of 60 gold coins. Malik looked at the pile of money. It was the first time he had seen so much money since coming here. Our Lady also stepped forward to remind him. Dakia turned and asked in wonder, Priest Malik, why are you looking at the money like that? Malik's face turned red and his hands and feet trembled. He seemed money hungry. Surely he hasn't seen this much gold before? Dakia guessed correctly. And Malik looked as if he was about to swallow the entire pile of gold coins. He's cute too. Dakia's gaze was extremely ardent. The people sitting at the tea table suddenly froze. Malik squinted his eyes and smiled. When have I not been cute? Our Lady expressed her annoyance. Dakia thought he was underestimating Malik, but Malik seriously said that he was more sincere than all that gold. He looked at the caravan master again. Is there anything else? I'll bring it tomorrow. Before that I have a few things to do. Alright, then we'll go meet Kamen, see you tomorrow. On the way, Sagita informed them that they should split up again. I have to go here, you two go this way. So the three split into two groups and went different ways. Malik took Dakia to the famous restaurant she had told him about. Dakia also told Malik about a few famous sites. That building is the military barracks. Priest Malik, isn't it cute? It looks a little scary. I suppose so. Dakia playfully nudged Malik's elbow. He smiled gently. She's really persistent. Are you angry? I'm really cute. What's there to be angry about? Let's go meet Kamen before the food we bought gets cold. I won't tease you anymore. You're not angry, are you? No, alright, let's go. I'm really not angry. Meanwhile, Kamen was in prison but very happy. A beautiful woman even fed him food directly. But the beautiful woman's smile didn't make him as happy as Malik's appearance. You look comfortable. Kamen laughed loudly and scratched his head. I'm used to coming here. The blonde girl immediately interjected. More than just used to it. You two are Kamen's friends, right? I heard everyone was coming. She bowed her head to introduce herself. I am Arazgrata. I am Malik. I've heard a lot about you. I am Dakia, but what crime did you commit to end up here this time? Because he stole something from Lord Antis Vandas's warehouse, someone answered their question. His lordship personally issued the warrant. What did you do with the key you stole? Kamen's brother, clad in shining armor with piercing blue eyes, asked sharply. Kamen's brother gave an awkward laugh. Please answer. Malik also flinched. Why is Kamen's brother like that? That person was Antis, son of the Black Wolves family, and Sechin Vandas, vice captain of the White Wolf Knights and the Queen's chief escort. Damn it, he's too cool. Moreover, he was cold and aloof. Kamen, what did you do with the key father said you stole? Kamen's brother was at the edge of a cliff and his real brother was on a mountaintop. He was handsome and even had dignity. To his brother's fierce interrogation, Kamen nonchalantly replied that he had used the key. Sechin was surprised and asked again, You used it, are you hurt? No, do I look hurt? Sechin thought for a moment and then said, You know father hates thieves very much. You not only stole it but also used it so you can't return it. Do you remember what father often said? Unjustly gained achievements are useless. Sechin pointed to Kamen's face and said, Whatever the reason, you shouldn't steal. Kamen flinched at the fierce criticism but then retorted, Only when the law is fair can those who follow it also be fair. Father said that too, of course I agree with that, but why did you abandon mother as soon as you gave birth to me? Why did mother have to secretly leave the family? Bringing up this story, Kamen couldn't hold back his tears. Even poor and hungry people in the slums take responsibility for their women. Is our father worse than them? No matter how many times I asked about mother, father just remained silent. He avoided it like a coward, so I stole the key and decided to find mother myself. That's enough. Did you really steal it to find mother? Yes, Sechin extended his hand. I'll talk to father. Kamen's brother was moved to tears. Malik and Dakia watched this scene and felt that Kamen had a good brother and that the two were very close. Sechin only then noticed the two glowing presences standing there. Malik and Dakia immediately turned pale. Each of them turned their heads, determined not to look back even if their necks broke. I apologize for you witnessing such a scene from the start. My brother must have caused you a lot of trouble, didn't he? Are you Princess Dakia? Dakia blushed and cleared her throat. Long time no see, Lord Sechin Vandas. Why aren't you at Vitus and here instead? I'm on a brief tour. Sechin smiled and said, Princess, it's not good for you to be out like this. Your father must be worried. My father worried about me? No way. Don't worry. Dakia casually denied it. At this point, Aras asked how long Kamen would have to stay here. Sechin said, He'll have to stay for at least a month by order of their esteemed father. Kamen grabbed the iron bars and cried even louder. Sechin added that he would talk to his father today. Dakia, feeling awkward, asked what they should do in the capital now. Shouldn't we go back as soon as possible? Malik immediately retorted. Dakia objected. Priest Malik, think again, I never rushed you. Sechin only then paid attention to Malik. Are you Priest Malik, the sworn enemy of evil spirits? Yes. Then is Kamen one of the saviors of Eradicate? Yes. The young man in prison became even more elated. Sechin smiled lightly with relief. Then I can easily talk to father about it. Allow me to introduce myself, Priest Malik. It's a pleasure to meet you. If you have the chance, please visit the Vandas estate with Kamen. I'll take my leave now. Sechin bowed very politely. Hey handsome brother, don't go, I'll just meet Kamen for a moment. With that he left. Malik admired him. He's truly different from Kamen. Kamen shrugged. My brother is different from me. He's a good person and my role model. Dakia scoffed. Really, a role model acts like that? Oh, by the way, sometimes you need to express your own thoughts. Kamen looked at the paper bag over there and asked, Is that for me? Yes, I bought it thinking you'd be hungry, but I needn't have worried. Look over there, who's still sitting so smugly. I'll leave it here. The two continued their reunion. Dakia quickly followed Malik and said, Priest Malik, I just thought of a place. Let's go there. Alright, that's good. Let's leave here. Malik complied with Dakia's wishes, leaving space for Aras and Kamen to develop their feelings for each other. Returning to the inn, Malik immediately thought about finding the holy relic in this place. However, there was no place here to buy information, so he decided he would have to use what he had gotten from Lord Jaden. Just then, someone knocked outside the door. May I come in? Our Lady leaped off the bed and shrieked. Go away, that's too much. Mother, were you here too? Dakia smiled with delight. Today you won't be able to refuse anything I want. Look, in her hand was a paper bag filled with bread from the capital's most famous bakery. Our Lady hid behind Malik and shrieked, This cream bun looks so delicious. Instead of thanking you, I'll give you a hug. Before Dakia could finish speaking, the bag of bread was smacked away. Who else but Our Lady would cause trouble? Oh, Our Lady struck a very cool pose and displayed excellent facial expressions but could only utter a single word. Dakia's face turned pale and she asked again, "What does that mean?" "I am not someone you can seduce, Our Lady said so," and Malik translated. Dakia heard it and wailed, "The Iramal family's headquarters in the capital. Is this true?" A one-on-one duel? Understood. A crude drawing like something a grade schooler would make was presented. The owner thought this was a joke, but looking at the girl in front of him it seemed the joke was turning into reality. "It might sound strange, but are you sure the person you're looking for is human?" The blue-haired woman replied, "Well, she looks human, but I'm not sure myself." She pointed to the drawing and said, "Can't you tell by looking? They look exactly alike. Even cats and dogs." Since its opening this was the most difficult request the owner had ever received, but he couldn't get angry. The woman in front of him was Saint Ram. "Also, what is the fee you desire for this request?" "Don't worry. I caught a few bounties on the way here, so I have enough money." The owner smiled very skillfully, secretly thinking that since she had come to headquarters she would surely ask for more than the minimum price. She was Saint Ram. The saint placed a pouch of money on the table and said quietly, 20 gold coins and 33 silver coins." The owner stared blankly. "Is that enough? What's wrong?" His face was pale, his eyes rolled back and his blood pressure seemed to drop. The saint in front of him smiled kindly. "Do you think it's too much? How much further do we have to go? The horse hasn't arrived yet, but it's clear he's the third prince. Why does he keep going in circles? He's a golden dragon. So why does he keep grumbling like a dog? You lead the way. We'll be there in a little while." Huden didn't know if they would arrive soon, but he was sure this prince would definitely get angry and eventually cause trouble. "What on earth is he doing?" He got caught being defiant. Huden's face turned pale and he quickly forced a smile. "Why, I didn't do anything." The person guiding the way smirked at Huden, and Huden's face turned red but he only cursed inwardly. An enraged Huden saw Saint Ram pass by. Seeing a beautiful woman made all his worries disappear. He scurried to the third prince. "Wasn't that woman just now really beautiful? I don't care. There are countless women around me already begging for my affection. What difference does one more make?" Huden cursed inwardly in anger. "Then why are you so obsessed with the princess? If you have so many women there are plenty of others besides her." He knew asking that question further would certainly anger him, so he decided to ask and answer himself. In the end he was part of a gathering of cowards. "Your Highness, welcome to Eradicate. You may return now." The branch manager knew Huden didn't want to be here, but this inexperienced soldier's arrogant attitude disgusted him. Although the branch Huden led wasn't superior to others, as a branch manager to be ordered around by such an inexperienced soldier, what else was there in the world? "He will come in with me as well," the third prince said coldly. The man sighed. "Even if it is your highness's request, we cannot accept it. Members of the branch are not welcome here." Before he could finish speaking he was struck by the third prince and fell. "Hello, how dare you look at me and sigh? Bring someone higher than you." Huden felt a glimmer of hope from this temperamental prince for the first time. He knew this bastard would surely go crazy. Seeing this inexperienced soldier getting beaten made him feel sorry, but the joy was greater. "Hey, why are you still standing? I'm going right now." Huden wouldn't miss the chance to see the third prince teach those damned fools at headquarters a lesson. Back to the tense situation in Malik's room. After being cruelly rejected by Our Lady, Dakia retreated outside the door as if her soul had left her body. "Well then, enjoy the bread." Even after Malik left, Our Lady was still excited. Malik bent down to pick up the bread and said, "Mother, you were a bit too harsh this time. There are many ways to reject someone. Dakia bought this food just for you. Mother, I know very well that you are someone who readily admits your flaws and possesses a very noble heart." Our Lady realized she had done something wrong and started fiddling with her hair. Looking sad, Malik gently stroked Mother's head. "Apologize to her next time we meet." "Promise me, Mother." Mother agreed. "Then would you like a piece? It'll be really delicious." Malik gave Mother a piece of bread, and as soon as she took a bite it was as if she understood the truth of life. Our Lady immediately grabbed the entire bag of bread and leapt up. When Malik called, Mother closed her eyes, blushed and shouted happily, "It's so delicious, I love it." "Mother, eat slowly. You'll get a stomachache." Just then, Dakia poked her head in. "Priest, I just remembered I've never had that bread before. Can I have a piece?" Our Lady was startled by her voice, dropped the bread, blushed and turned her head to look. Dakia also immediately laughed happily at the cute girl. "It's delicious, isn't it?" Our Lady shrieked in complaint. 10 minutes later, Mother sat in her son's arms eating bread like a whiskered cat. Dakia hugged Mother with extreme satisfaction, continuously asking, "How is your hair so soft? Your skin is soft and smooth too." After finishing their meal, Malik and Dakia went out together late in the evening. "Can walk by myself. Did you forget? I said I wouldn't reveal your secret, and I even swore an oath. So does this demon's friend really live here?" In front of them was a shabby house with only one dozing guard. Malik said this was the marked location. As the two approached, the dozing old man immediately snapped awake. "This is my home. What brings you here?" Malik took out a badge and he immediately invited them inside. Once inside, Dakia started chattering again. "What was that you just showed him?" "It was given to me by the demon I met before. He told me to use it when going to meet his friend. He said he forgot to send it with the recommendation letter and sent it to me separately. I didn't know demons cared about such minute details. Plus I didn't know they could forget things either. Anyway, I didn't know such a place existed in the capital." Dakia realized that the space behind the door and the shabby-looking house was actually an enormous space. Malik said he had never been to the capital before, and Dakia scoffed at him as a country bumpkin. but she was puzzled that he wasn't surprised by such architecture. Malik couldn't say that he had seen such large and magnificent buildings even before coming to this dilapidated place, so he just laughed it off. Just then, someone was approaching them. Dakia asked if she should attack if he tried to use magic or something. Malik's face turned pale and he said, "I don't want to be trapped under this incredibly slanted building. It would be a big problem if it collapsed." Dakia said angrily, "Trust me," but Malik still refused. "Let's do it next time, ma'am." Malik approached the person and asked, "Are you the guide?" The person nodded silently and immediately turned away. Malik and Dakia followed him and the guide stopped in front of a room. "May I go inside?" "I think you can go in," Malik said, turning the doorknob. The door opened, revealing a dark interior, and a woman was lying on a bed smoking. Malik and Dakia were extremely tense and on guard. She skillfully exhaled smoke and then got straight to the point. "So what do you two want from me?" She was a truly beautiful demoness with red eyes and 2 symmetrical beauty marks on each side. Malik placed a hand on his chest and said politely, "We've come to ask for help." "Help, ma'am, what's your name?" "I am Malik, and this is Dakia Irimal." As soon as the demoness heard Malik's name, she immediately grabbed him by the neck. "You're Malik? You're that famous one rumored to have defeated the demon?" As Malik displayed the demoness's attitude, Dakia stomped her foot in anger and shouted, "Release him at once, otherwise I'll destroy this entire place." Dakia already had fire magic ready in her hand. Malik's face turned pale. "Calm down, we'll all die," the demoness then asked. "Who is that woman?" Dakia's face was flushed with anger, even her ears were red, but she still didn't retract the fireball. "I told you, Dakia, I just said it." The demoness laughed again. "Oh my bad, I was just joking." Dakia with a frown finally put out the fire. The demoness sat on the bed and said calmly, "I guess I joked a bit too much." "A bit too much, it was way too much." The demoness waved her hand and said, "I'm often called Painful Curiosity, and people like you call me a demon." The demoness brushed her hair with her hand and gave a very twisted smile. "Weren't you a guardian priest?" Malik laughed and said, "No, I serve Our Lady of Blazing Corruption." "What?" The play is starting again. It seemed the demoness was playing all sorts of tricks because no one had visited her in a long time. She raised her tone of voice. "You're a child of Our Lady of Blazing Corruption, you're not joking, are you? Come here." Why did the demoness gather her inner power, create a purple electric current between her hands and say with a serious expression, "Do you have to go that far to read Malik's mind?" "Oh, it's not necessary. I'm just so curious." The demoness flicked her tongue and continued, "Don't worry, with this body I can't read much. I just want to see how you serve Our Lady of Blazing Corruption and are still so normal." Malik was puzzled by her question. "Why am I normal?" The demoness continued to marvel. "You're really different from Our Lady's other children." She extended her claw towards Malik, but it was deflected by a small hand. Our Lady appeared, shouting her familiar slogan. The demoness stared at Malik and Our Lady as if they were aliens. "What are you? I thought I introduced myself." The demoness sighed deeply. "This is really bad." "What do you mean?" "I mean you're causing big trouble. You're collecting your mother's holy relics, aren't you? How many have you collected?" 4. While the demoness counted the number, Our Lady again raised her middle finger. If Malik hadn't stopped her, Mother would have punched her. Malik wondered how she knew all this. "Could you explain in more detail?" The demoness winked playfully. "I can't do that. Ask your mother directly." Our Lady looked at him with innocent, bewildered eyes and shrugged, saying, "I don't know." The demoness's eyes widened at this sight. "You're talking to a god, without any side effects? Usually I talk to Mother every day as a habit. Communication is really important to maintain a relationship. So Our Lady's child isn't crazy. Malik can talk to his mother without any side effects, but his mother knows nothing about those holy relics. Since when?" "What do you mean?" Malik was also dumbfounded by her words, which were too difficult. "Since when have you been able to talk to Our Lady of Blazing Corruption so calmly?" "Since your body mutated." Malik squinted his eyes and smiled. "Since the beginning." "Understood. It's not good to put all your eggs in one basket." "Oh dear, it seems you don't have a choice, do you? You'll have to work hard to repay everything you've received." "Could you explain in more detail? Your situation right now is like walking a tightrope. If I reveal anything more, those above will take notice." Malik glanced upward. Did she mean that the gods in heaven would notice? "But you also know that to get a demon's help you have to pay something in return." "Yes, what do you want?" "Sleep with me." "Goodness, what is this nonsense?" Malik's face turned pale and he immediately said, "Honestly, I've never done such a thing with a child of blazing corruption. They're all crazy." While he spoke, the demoness tried to seduce Malik with all sorts of strange expressions. "Oh!" Dakia shrieked. The demoness turned and asked, "Why not?" Dakia blushed. "Just no." Our Lady acted very quickly, immediately rushing at the demoness and punching her, continuously shouting her slogan. The demoness chuckled even as she was being hit. "A little girl's punch is really cute." Our Lady immediately stopped all her actions as if struck by lightning from the sky and turned to look at Malik. But he was also inwardly weeping because the demoness's words were too accurate. "Come on, calm down, don't be nervous. It was just a joke. Can't you stop joking, ma'am? Every time you joke, it turns into chaos. Aren't you tired?" The demoness hugged Our Lady, who was struggling in her arms, and stroked her head, saying calmly, "I just need the emblem." Malik stared blankly, not understanding what she was saying. "That thing you used to enter here. Didn't you know anything when you received it?" Malik, slightly annoyed, took out the item and said he didn't know anything. The demoness said again, "It's all right. Small jokes should be added to life. You have to be happy to live, don't you, sister? It's good that you joke, but please let go of Mother's neck. Mother is crying." "Ah." Malik chuckled lightly, agreeing with the demoness's suggestion. She immediately released Our Lady, who then rushed into Malik's arms. After all, what he had asked for was to find his mother's holy relic, so wasn't she asking him to find one for him? Exactly. All right, I have that holy relic. Everyone rejoiced as if they had found a treasure. However, obtaining it was not so easy, even though it was right here. He would have to participate in the underground arena. As the demoness opened the door, a wide, noisy space below was revealed. The demoness introduced it as the venue for games in her underworld. If he won, he could obtain the holy relic. I really have it, but I've already put it up as a prize for the winner. The people below were actually very excited and cheered loudly. I've told you where it is, now go participate and win. The demoness lay back on the bed. Good luck. The audience in the underground world cheered madly. The idol Bigfoot, whom the whole town believed in and placed their hopes on, was this man with crab-like hair and a mace. He looked quite confident. The female MC held a megaphone and shouted loudly, "His opponent is a newcomer. Please welcome him with applause." This newcomer made his debut to the audience with a very flamboyant and smooth backflip landing from midair. The audience quite liked it, cheering enthusiastically and even engaging in very heated discussions. Did you see what just happened? How can a person move so fast? That's insane. Wouldn't it be better to bet on that newcomer this time? Bigfoot, don't lose to that human. Meanwhile, at the betting table, the scarred old man received a money bag and looked bewildered, because the bettor said, "I've bet everything on the newcomer." This bettor was none other than Dakia. She fervently prayed for Malik to win, no matter the cost. A few days ago, when Malik and Dakia were in the demoness's room, after Malik learned he had to participate in the arena, he asked, "Couldn't you just secretly lend me the holy relic? I'll return it once I've gained divine power." Don't be silly. The evil spirit worshippers will be after you soon. You have to participate in the arena. It's related to you and Our Lady of Blazing Corruption. Do you know what liberation is? Yes, I do. That's good. The demoness marveled. Malik remembered that Pearl had mentioned liberation before, saying that if he went to find the holy relics, he would meet them. The demoness advised Malik to instead think about destroying the enemy's life force. She added, "This is the capital of the kingdom." Having said this much, the demoness thought Malik was smart enough to understand her meaning. Malik pondered for a long time before saying, "They won't be able to use their powers easily. The priest there will take notice." Right, Malik immediately thought he might lose in the arena, but a few attacks without divine power wouldn't destroy him. However, Malik frankly told the demoness that he had no intention of destroying them so easily. After all, they were followers of a demon. The demoness immediately retorted, "By my count, I don't know how many people you've eliminated so far, and they all deserve to die. You're too selective. So if I give you just one reason, can you destroy them all?" The demoness plucked out one of her eyes and popped it like a candy. The eye exploded in a red light, and then the entire world was filled with wails and groans. Many died and many died tragically. Malik saw this scene and smiled wickedly. What was that just now? Memories of the evil spirit worshippers. The ones participating this time. Is this reason reasonable enough? Is it all true? Sadly it is. Returning to the arena today, Malik was wearing a mask and interacting with Bigfoot on stage before the match. The audience cheered madly. In addition to Bigfoot, Malik also received their support under the pseudonym Killer. Malik was very happy to finally have the opportunity to wear this mask. He had a mask that could change its shape as he wished, and the princess wore a ring that suppressed magic. Both were good items obtained from the upper owner. Bigfoot, as colossal as an elephant, looked down at Malik and said, "Put on your armor and weapons, kid." Malik gave him the middle finger. Bigfoot frowned. "Arrogant rookie." He immediately swung his spiked mace and shouted, "Are you making fun of me? I'll shatter you into pieces." As soon as he finished speaking, an explosion that ripped through the sky reverberated. The wooden floor shattered into pieces. The audience below cheered excitedly. He dodged. He's incredibly fast. Bigfoot's attack was very powerful, but if it didn't hit the target, it was just a waste of strength. Malik even waved his hand to provoke, making Bigfoot tremble with rage. "You damn bastard!" He charged madly, trying to crush Malik with his spiked mace, but every swing missed, so no matter how much he swung, Malik was still perfectly fine. Bigfoot hit, sweating and snot-nosed, but still missed the target. Moreover, he suffered the humiliation of being slapped in the face with a hand by Malik, bending his jawbone. Bigfoot swung his mace in anger, breaking the floor again. Unfortunately, the floor emitted smoke, but Killer had not disappeared yet. All the audience below shouted, "He's too fast. I've never seen a match like this. That's why he didn't wear armor." Someone even yelled, "Oh, Bigfoot, focus." Bigfoot also got incredibly angry and shouted, "Do you think I want to miss?" His spiked mace swung again and two eyes gleamed. He was determined to take down this newcomer this time, delivering a powerful blow. But perhaps it was too bright. He didn't even know when Malik had moved and climbed onto his head. Malik easily swung Bigfoot by his hair as if he were grabbing a chicken. He was so powerful that Bigfoot suspected this guy might have some kind of buff. Malik grabbed Bigfoot's hair and jumped once, reaching the ceiling. Bigfoot looked tearful and called for help. Malik whispered in his ear, Then in the blink of an eye Malik turned his hand and threw Bigfoot from midair to the ground. The audience couldn't stop cheering for such an amazing performance. The arena floor was broken and caved in by the fight between the two young men. Bigfoot coughed up blood and completely collapsed, astonishing everyone into silence. At this moment someone shouted, "Look, killer is climbing the wall with his bare hands." Upon reaching a certain height, Malik soared like a bird and rushed straight towards Bigfoot with a precise elbow strike. Bigfoot once again coughed up blood and completely collapsed. The female MC immediately declared, "The winner is the newcomer killer," and quickly ran to interview him. That was a truly thrilling match. "Please share your thoughts." Malik drew his thumb across his throat and coolly said, "I will destroy them all." Our Lady's familiar slogan echoed throughout the arena, and Dakia also shouted excitedly along with her. Our Lady, needless to say, was small but shouted the loudest. "Priest Malik, come here." Dakia smiled brightly and waved at Clat. She pointed to some delicious bread nearby and said excitedly, "They're finally selling freshly baked soft bread." Malik slowly walked over and said, "There's no need to rush." "What do you mean? Do you know how long people used to queue up?" Dakia was truly restless. She saw someone in front of her who had bought a large bag of bread and her face turned pale. "Oh, look at that person." Then she looked at Malik with drooling eyes. It was freshly baked bread, but in Malik's eyes only the person who had just bought the bread was visible at that moment. It felt like he had seen them somewhere before. Dakia saw him still smiling blankly and pulled his hand. "Let's go quickly. We made a lot of money in the arena, so let's buy a lot. You don't need to rush me." Malik looked back at the person who had just bought the bread, thinking, maybe it's just someone who looks similar. Upon arriving at their lodging, Malik and Dakia watched Our Lady climb like a monkey from the partition between the two beds. Our Lady hopped along the partition bars, chanting her slogan, then followed with an impressive elbow strike like her son and jumped down. Smoke billowed, emitting from the unjustly hit bed. Our Lady excitedly stroked her neck, shouted, "Ah," loudly and giggled. Malik's face turned red and he bowed his head while Dakia, with an adoring aura, said, "It's exactly the same, you did that too." Malik sighed. "Mother, please don't imitate those moves. Oh, the people here are quite lively." Malik saw the demoness enter and awkwardly apologized for their noise. She closed the door again and said, "It's all right, I enjoyed it too, and the last match was truly spectacular. It was a memorable match." Malik smiled awkwardly. The demoness continued to smile with her eyes closed. "I thought you were just a straight-laced priest, but you're good at crazy things too." "No, I'm not, but it's true that it was a memorable match. I heard it from Bigfoot too. I don't know how you did it, but didn't you cheat in the middle of the match?" When the two were close in the air, Malik had actually said to Bigfoot, "If you don't want to die, pretend to be in great pain no matter what I do." Malik cleared his throat. "I didn't cheat. Bigfoot and I were just like-minded individuals. We put on a truly wonderful show for everyone, and our acting was good. Anyway, the audience really liked it. I plan to create more amazing performance matches like this in the future. But I need actors." Malik didn't quite understand her words. The demoness immediately explained. "Because Bigfoot left, he said he wanted to become an actor. So I want to ask, would you be willing to work for me? You could easily become the top star in my arena." Malik smiled at her very sincerely. "I appreciate your offer very much, but I'll have to decline." "HMPH, how cold." The demoness seemed very disappointed. Malik placed his hand on his mother's shoulder and she looked up at him blankly. Malik knelt like a prince proposing marriage. "I must unseal Mother's powers." Our Lady was too moved to speak. The scenery around them was filled with glittering light. While Malik and Our Lady were deeply moved, the demoness sighed. "It's a little disappointing, but if that's what you want, there's nothing I can do." HMPH. With these two, what more could be done? "But the wonderful performance idea you suggested, can I use it any time?" "Oh, it's not a big deal." After all, Malik had only applied what he had seen in the past. Of course he couldn't say this, but it's a bit too much to use it without compensation. "If you succeed, I'll give you generous compensation." "All right, if you want, I won't refuse." Of course, no one would refuse money. No fool would refuse. "Oh, what can I help you with in the next match?" The demoness suddenly showed interest in this matter. "No, it's all right. You know, my next opponent is an evil spirit worshipper." Not long after, the next match began. The Skull Crusher. His opponent was the rising star who had set the arena on fire that day. Everyone shout his name. Malik entered the arena amidst the tremendous cheers of the female MC. The audience below frantically shouted, "Killer, killer, killer, killer." Some people thought that spiked mace looked familiar. It looked like the weapon Bigfoot used. No way, did he kill Bigfoot and take his weapon? Killer killed Bigfoot and took his weapon. Amazing, both sides faced off in the arena with great momentum. "Is your real name Gertine?" The Skull Crusher was surprised. "How did you know?" "You are Gertine indeed." At this moment the announcer continued to cheer. "Both contestants, please take your positions. I will now make the announcement." As soon as she finished speaking, blood gushed out. Malik swung his axe and instantly cut off the Skull Crusher's head. The female announcer froze as if her heart had stopped. Everyone else also froze in unison. Everyone's eyes were wide and their mouths agape. Now that they saw the situation in the arena, they knew who the Skull Crusher was. Even Dakia felt a slight nausea at this sight. She didn't dare to look directly, and only Our Lady laughed, her face flushed. Our Lady was very pleased. The entire venue fell silent. Malik left the arena. He could have acted more, but he didn't want to toy with another person's life. Meanwhile, someone was banging on a table, furious. "You did well last time, so why are you suddenly saying you can't?" Before seeing his face, the voice alone revealed it was the third prince. Eric, the black-mustached boss of headquarters, immediately gave 3 reasons. Firstly, Princess Decapitated has come here under a different name. We could have secretly kidnapped her, but this time she has officially come to the capital, making it very difficult to finish this secretly. Secondly, this time she is accompanied by 3 people who are not easy to deal with. Common Vantus of the Black Wolf Meadow, illegitimate son of Lord Vantus. Sagita Forgon, a member of the Red Bear Mercenaries, and finally Priest Malik, the Demon Slayer and arch-enemy of evil spirits. So what, isn't that good news? Just give some money to the mercenary and the priest and they'll wag their tails and do as we say, the third prince said decisively. At least Priest Malik cannot be bought off. How can you be so sure? Priest Malik is already famous for eliminating many evil spirits and it's very difficult to think that he would betray the princess. Furthermore, there are rumors that he and Princess Dakia are romantically involved. That's nonsense. The shouting echoed outside the door. Kanta continued, looking at the documents. According to our sources, the princess was heard secretly visiting Malik's room in the middle of the night. The third prince trembled with rage every day. Who else knows this news? Only our organization. Do your best to prevent this news from spreading outside. I have no intention of letting anyone else know about this news. What's the last reason? White Wolf Settin Vantus. News has come in that he has contacted the princess. If the princess disappears, he will intervene. And if it's Settin Vantus, he will act according to the will of Lord Antis Vantus of the Black Wolf. Regardless of the situation, we Iroil do not wish to contend with Lord Antis Vantus. Too much talk. Kanta secretly chuckled, looking at the third prince sprawled on the table. He thought to himself, it took quite a while to convince this foolish lizard, but our logic is very clear, and what can he do even if he is a prince? Huden also bit his lip and smiled watching this scene. Kanta noticed this small movement and wondered, why is that dwarf smiling like that? He had not yet found a reasonable explanation for this unreasonable situation when a lion-like roar echoed. Everyone only talks about Antis Vantus. Kanta had no time to react before the third prince slammed his head onto the table. He continued to scream madly, are you 3-year-olds refusing my demands over just one person? Listen carefully, you trash. I can tell the queen all the dirty things you've done, for example, the fact that you kidnapped the daughter of one of the 4 great lords for money. Then you'll get to meet Lord Antis Vantus, whom you fear so much, but even if you do that, you won't be safe. Do you dare to threaten me, the dragon race and the only magician in this world? My father is none other than the Dragon King, so if I simply remain quiet for a while, everything will work out. Mandakia Irimal arrived in the Dragon Kingdom without a single hair harmed. Regardless of the methods used, the third prince was obsessed with Dakia. Surely that killer must have targeted us under the orders of the Arena Mother. At night, the evil spirit worshippers of Libertal gathered, and their leader was giving a speech. Things have come to this point. When the match begins today, I will personally snatch the holy relic from the mother's hands. You may use your powers, but you must quickly escape before the queen's priests and knights take action. At the same time, in E-Ray, the operation will be carried out as planned. Within 10 minutes, we will blast open the wall, enter the arena, and find our target. Is the bomb all right? No problem. Ready. Spare bombs are also ready. The leader frowned and reminded them, we cannot fail, not with E-Ray's name on the line. We must find the target by any means necessary. At this moment, Malik stepped onto the stage. His opponent this time was a person nicknamed Red Hair. The audience continuously cheered and the MC re-explained today's rules. No weapons today. We will see an intense match. Truly amazing, the red-haired man winked at Malik. Is he perhaps trying to seduce him? The match is about to begin right now. Before the MC could finish speaking, a loud bang from overhead startled everyone, freezing them in shock. The wall was breached and E-Ray's people poured in. The leader observed the people below, frowning. She must be hiding somewhere. The leader suddenly cursed again. At the same time, the Libertal gang also began to move. This is serious. Use this opportunity to locate the mother. I don't know what's happening either. But his 2 subordinates had already quickly split into 2 groups tracking the mother and the holy relic. Despite being nicknamed Red Hair, this blonde man was still bewildered by what was happening. Looking at Malik, a voice from afar boomed, ordering the immediate cessation of the illegal arena. Everyone kneel and obey the queen's command. Those who have set foot in this illegal arena will be fined. Kamen in his armor absurdly shouted. The leaders of E-Ray and Libertal were shocked to hear this information. Kamen led his soldiers and charged. Those who resist will have their legs cut off. They quickly apprehended the people who were chatting and drinking water. Everyone sighed. Damn it. Why today of all days? Let's pay and go. E-Ray's leader was furious. Why are the king's forces here? Those in black clothes, discard your weapons, and those hiding, stop immediately. Kamen continued to shout, and one Libertal member, annoyed, turned and replied, if we were those kinds of people, would we stop, you fool? Thinking about it, he had a point. No one would want to be suddenly apprehended. Damn it, Kamen cursed and gnashed his teeth. He turned and instructed his soldiers to close the gates and the rest to follow him. Tun heard someone giving orders from behind in anger. Kamen immediately turned his head to see who was speaking so arrogantly. What do you want? Get out of the way. Malik was wearing a mask, so Kamen didn't recognize him. He tried hard to compromise. This is not the time to chase them. Malik pointed to E-Ray's leader and said, they are here to kidnap Princess Dakia. Those not participating in the arena immediately agreed. I heard it too. They were shouting that they were looking for Princess Dakia. Me too, me too. Eray's team leader immediately disbanded the team. The most important thing now was for everyone to save themselves. Kamen also changed his orders, temporarily ignoring those who were fleeing, and focused on pursuing those in black. If they resist, eliminate them immediately. Not stopping there, Kamen called Sagita to eliminate them all. Sagita immediately appeared, radiating killing intent, and with a swing of his spear, instantly took the life of one of Eray's black-clad members. The leader could only watch with wide eyes as his subordinate became a corpse before him, and at this moment Kamen was leading his army behind him. Everyone attacked. The black-clad individuals hastily fled. On the other hand, Malik arrived at Princess Dakia's room. Seeing his return, Dakia asked, "What's the situation?" "The evil spirit worshippers are coming to the demon's lair. Those who were chasing us are fighting the royal army." Dakia wasn't paying much attention to Malik's words. Seeing him change his clothes, she hastily turned her face away. "This place might be locked down, so we need to get out. For now, use this." Malik gave Dakia his mask. She seemed to hesitate slightly. Malik said that it was already clear she was a princess anyway. Dakia immediately understood the situation and put on the mask. Malik took her hand and said, "Let's go to the emergency exit the demon mentioned." Rushing too much only complicated things further. As soon as they stepped out the door, the two lovers encountered an enemy. Before the opponent could finish speaking, they were instantly killed by a thrown weapon from somewhere, startling Malik. The attacker was a black-clad member of Iray. Malik gnashed his teeth in anger, and again heard Eray's people shout, "Eliminate everyone except the princess." Malik turned to Dakia and said, "From now on I will confront them head-on. I don't want to attract attention, so I can't use my sword." Eray's black-clad members quickly approached the two. The mother made no attempt to conceal her killing intent. Malik also switched to slaughter mode. As soon as he charged, he pierced and killed the nearest black-clad individual. This person had resisted to give his comrades a chance to ambush, but Dakia quickly removed her magic-suppressing ring and turned the black-clad individual's eyes to ash. While he screamed, Dakia stabbed him with her sword. She and Malik simultaneously pulled out their swords and Dakia turned her head. "Priest, I did well, didn't I?" Absolutely amazing, let's go." Dakia kept walking and asked, "Didn't you say the evil spirit worshippers went to the demon's lair? Is that okay?" "It's fine," Malik smiled confidently and cunningly. "It won't be like before. It's very difficult to kill a demon that has possessed a body for a long time." Indeed, the demoness seemed playful and jocular, but the Libertal people were struggling and cursing at her. "Why didn't you say from the beginning that the arena mother was a demon? You should have asked me. I would have kindly answered." The demoness laughed joyfully. "Damn it, why are all my attacks useless? Everyone calm down, that's a demon. To gain such power there's a price. You find the holy relic. The rest of you join the battle once the price is paid." The arena mother laughed. "You know a lot, don't you? But I knew you would come someday." As soon as the arena mother finished speaking, her black hair suddenly transformed into tentacles, destroying the wall behind her. The chicken-haired individual gnashed their teeth and cursed. The scene behind the wall was quite gruesome, filled with corpses everywhere. The arena mother, excited, introduced, "In this underground arena it's easy to manipulate such things. Since you've come to play, you should enjoy yourselves to the end." At this point her hair had not only turned into snakes, but numerous snakes also appeared around her, creating a horrifying and bizarre atmosphere. The arena laughed joyfully, asking the men who had invaded her room. On the other hand, Kamen, with one hand dealing with the black-clad individuals, continued to curse with the other. He wondered why all these things were happening. Originally he just wanted to gain more experience, as Setchin had told him. Damn it, the soldiers Kamen brought were trembling like chickens seeing their first battlefield. It was hard enough to kill the enemy, but now he had to protect these burdens. It was clear that if this continued, they would be doomed. He no longer had the strength to fight. The only thing that reassured him now was the fact that Dakia was with Malik. Confirming this fact, Kamen was even more certain that what he had to do now was to protect the soldiers he had brought and ensure their survival. And of course that included offering these black-clad individuals to the souls of the dead. This was what a commander should do: pay attention and focus with the others. "Thank you everyone. Listen, you don't have to try to eliminate the enemy. Reorganize your formation and focus on defense." Kamen pointed at one person and said, "From now on I am your commander." "Yes, your majesty. Since you haven't done anything until now, who would dare to disobey your orders? Prioritize survival and protect yourselves well." After instructing the soldiers, Kamen smiled at Sagita and said, "Can you still fight?" Sagita sneered. "Of course, we'll eliminate all these damned bastards." Meanwhile, Malik and Dakia were discovered due to Malik's signature face, and even with Dakia wearing a mask, she was also discovered. Before Malik could tell the princess that they had been discovered, a black-clad individual with a sword blocked their path, but Malik didn't stop and pierced him. As soon as he was eliminated, two more enemies appeared from the left. Thanks to the mother's warning, Malik acted first, taking an advantageous position and swinging his sword to cut down two, but he remained rooted to the spot as if performing magic. He quickly signaled to Dakia and she responded perfectly. With lightning speed she eliminated one. The other, as soon as he charged, was incinerated by her fire magic, turning into a roasted piece of meat. Malik also contributed by swinging his sword and slicing the meat. After this battle, Dakia returned the mask to Malik. They had been discovered anyway and she found it too difficult to fight while wearing the mask. Malik didn't force her and urged them to hurry. At this moment the mother shouted her slogan again, and upon checking 4 more were coming. They too saw the two, especially Dakia, and rejoiced, surrounding them. Seeing the black-clad individuals approaching, Dakia asked Malik a question, like the final question on a Who Wants to Be a Millionaire quiz show. What should we do? Collapse the ceiling. I'll protect you. Dakia immediately obeyed without question. She gathered her strength and broke the ceiling, and as stones and dirt rained down, the black-clad individuals, without time to counterattack or even curse, went to reincarnate. Malik immediately grabbed Dakia's hand and fled, and after a few steps encountered another black-clad team. Malik, we have no interest in you. Hand over the princess, we'll pay more than whatever anyone else offers you, and we'll turn a blind eye to you killing our comrades, Malik sneered. The princess promised to give me her weight in gold. Dakia was dumbfounded. When did she make such a promise? But she didn't stop Malik from bluffing. Can you offer more? Dakia's face darkened at the thought of being sold, and E-Ray's leader immediately affirmed, of course, our client will give you double. Double is quite impressive, but Malik held Dakia in his arms and said, I don't think so. Malik laughed triumphantly. With Dakia's face as red as a tomato, Dakia was happy and embarrassed to be held and praised by Krat. The leader was enraged. You bastard, dare to mock us? You're finished now. Do you think you can defeat all these people? Malik smiled very harmlessly. What's the difference to a cat between 2 mice and 12 mice? The leader was extremely furious. Eliminate that bastard. Malik pulled out his precious sawtoothed sword and wore an extremely inhuman smile. 2 black-clad individuals rushed forward first, and the sawtoothed sword activated. Malik taunted the black-clad individual, meowing like a harmless cat, but as soon as he used his skill, he sliced the kidnappers into several pieces. Malik rampaged left and right, and no one could stop his blade. He moved swiftly towards his target. Clearing all obstacles in his path, Malik strode up to the leader. At this point he was already overcome with fear. Before he could even act, he already let out a pained groan. Malik again wore an extremely terrifying expression. I told you you're no different. Immediately after, blood splattered. Now there's only you left. The demoness had also just finished a major battle, and this battle was also nearing its end. The chicken-haired individual lying on the ground gnashed his teeth, admitting that the arena mother was truly strong, and wondered how old she was. The arena laughed at the screams. Since before the first corrupted child was born. What does that mean? Don't be in such a hurry. It's your turn now. You're a priest of revival, aren't you? It seems what's in your head is terrible because of that. Seeing the silent priest, the arena continued to press for an answer. But the man said, reporting to the revival. The arena sneered, immediately realizing that the man was desperate and trying to summon a part of his god to continue fighting. Blue and white light emanated from the priest's entire face. The arena admired. Humans these days work hard, don't they? She continued excitedly. Right, I wondered why you were collecting holy relics that sealed corrupted divine power. You're trying to summon a part of your god to the mortal realm to break the long-standing balance, aren't you? Am I right? The revival said. Shut up, demon. The revival had completely merged with his god. Honestly, the god's appearance was even more disgusting than a demon's. To curse others there, it's like blaming others without knowing one's own shortcomings. At this point, the scene shifted to the black-clad individuals frozen in shock by NCMC's evil act. Although they knew his identity and skills before, they didn't expect him to be this strong. Mac was clearly a bloodthirsty demon exuding intense pressure. The black-clad team leader quickly composed himself. He calmed the people behind him, telling them not to be afraid. Continue to attack NC Mac. At this point, he no longer intended to act and left it to Daika. Daika was a little surprised and asked him if he was sure, and then she acted. She immediately summoned a fireball in her hand and again asked NC Mac if he was sure. Mac nodded, and with his agreement, Daika threw it at the black-clad individuals without another word. This action filled their faces with terror, and in the blink of an eye this narrow basement became an inferno. The black-clad individuals tried to escape in terror, but it was already too late. The flames quickly engulfed them. Horrific screams echoed in the dark basement. But screaming and calling for help were useless. No one could save them. Amidst the blazing flames with cries for help, NC Mac relentlessly swung his sword, killing them. Mac smiled with killing intent. He was like the incarnation of a demon from hellfire. After a while, a huge explosion echoed amidst the blazing flames, and the black-clad individuals were buried in the inferno, not even leaving corpses. This explosion created an exit in front of the basement door. He and Daika successfully escaped. Daika looked at the surrounding scenery and suddenly no longer wanted to stay in this vicinity. Mac looked at her with a slightly puzzled expression but said nothing. However, at this moment, seeing NC's body being affected by his own flames, Daika felt a little sorry. Mac shook his head slightly and said, it's fine, the healing is almost complete. There's no big problem. After that, NC Mac asked Daika if she was okay. Daika smiled faintly and said she was fine, but at this moment the two suddenly turned their heads in surprise. A black-clad individual had appeared here at some point but was already decapitated and dead. Next to his corpse a blue-haired woman stood with a sword, and the sword in her hand was stained with blood. In the blink of an eye, Malik's face hardened. Dakia too was utterly bewildered upon seeing that person. It was Bradia, the saint of the Holy Fire faction. How could she appear here? But no one answered his question, and Malik felt a sacred power approaching him. He quickly drew his saw-toothed sword. Then Malik suddenly shouted, startling Dakia, Before she could ask what was wrong, Malik ran with his sword, reminding her not to do anything. At this moment, Bratia also drew another sword, and as she suddenly raised it to the sky, a wind swept through the surroundings, brushing past his face. However, Malik showed no fear, gripping his sword tightly and charging towards her. But before he could do anything, Bratia's sword struck him in the back, sending him crashing to the ground. Dakia, seeing this, was startled, but she didn't rush forward. This was because Malik had instructed her not to earlier. Still, she couldn't help but worry about him. Malik was injured by Bratia's single strike, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and was pinned down in the snow, unable to move. Bratia looked at him lying before her and sneered coldly. Did he think he could defeat her? Even if she went easy on him, he wouldn't be able to win. This was already destiny. After all, a disciple cannot defeat their master. Going back to the time after San's death, Malik began searching for the holy relic containing his corrupted mother's divine power. Finally, he found it. The problem was that the holy relic was kept inside the Holy Fire Order's treasury. Malik didn't know how to access it, so he always waited outside washing clothes by the stream. Malik's only friend was the corrupted mother's arm. He could only talk to her. Malik kept thinking of ways to find the holy relic, but the only skill he possessed was a boundary that no living being could cross, and the one guarding the holy relic was a female priest of a much higher realm than him. One day, as Malik was washing clothes by the stream as usual, a blue-haired woman suddenly approached him, startling him. Malik had never seen anyone come to this place at this hour. Moreover, she was very beautiful. Suddenly, Bratia asked him if he could help her wash her clothes if he had time, offering to repay him. Malik didn't hesitate to agree. He was bored to death, so he washed her clothes for 30 minutes. Bratia then asked Malik to fetch the laundry basket again, and he followed her instructions. It was then that Malik realized the person who had asked him for help was none other than the guardian of the holy relic. Before leaving, she gave Malik a silver coin and said she would ask him again next time. Malik didn't hesitate to agree, and so they formed a strange relationship centered around laundry. Bratia brought laundry every few days, and each time he finished, she gave him a silver coin. But after a few weeks, she no longer entrusted him with her laundry. Bratia said she had run out of money. Malik looked at her, puzzled. Bratia then explained that she had spent all the money left by her ancestors. Upon learning this, Malik hesitated for a moment, then unhesitatingly offered to help her without taking payment, which surprised Bratia. She asked suspiciously why Malik agreed so easily to help her. Malik just laughed and said he had nothing to do at home, but in truth he was very grateful to Bratia. She had never ostracized him as an outsider. The silver coins she gave Malik were nothing compared to all of this. However, Bratia didn't want to do that. She hesitated for a long time. Although she had no silver coins, Bratia could give him something else. Finally, she decided to teach him her sword skills. Malik looked at Bratia, puzzled, his eyes wide. What did she mean? Seeing his expression, she thought he didn't agree and sighed, suggesting they stop. But at this moment, Malik excitedly ran up, grabbed her hand and nodded, agreeing. That would be wonderful. Currently all he had was power, and his fighting skills were terrible. Fortunately, masters also existed in this world, so every day Malik came here to wash clothes and afterward learned swordsmanship with Bratia. At first his face was always bruised. The next few days were the same and he always got beaten by her. In this game, master was a rank for high-level warriors, but here it was considered a realm. A master was someone proficient in martial arts and had transcended human limits, and their numbers were few. Malik's master Bratia was one of them. However, her teaching method was very simple and primitive sparring. One day after training, Bratia suggested he help her clean the house. Malik sighed and agreed. Then he suddenly looked over and asked if that was the treasury, and hesitantly inquired if he could go in and look. Bratia, surprised to hear he wanted to see it, asked what he wanted to do. Fearing she would discover his true intentions, he merely prevaricated, saying he was curious about what a holy relic looked like. Upon hearing his words, Bratia hesitated for a moment about whether to let Malik in. In the end, she agreed to take him inside the treasury. Malik promised he would only look, so it would be fine. She also warned him that she would only show him once. Having achieved his goal, Malik was extremely happy and thanked her. He excitedly entered the treasury next to her. Looking back, Malik didn't know what the item containing his corrupted mother's divine power looked like, but he would probably feel something. Indeed, as he passed by a large chalice, upon seeing an item placed on a shelf, Malik's chest suddenly ached slightly, and he saw a powerful sacred energy emanating from it. Malik forced a frown, slightly losing his composure. A massive sacred power enveloped it. Was that truly the holy relic he was looking for? The next day, they continued their training as usual, but before long the sword in Malik's hand fell from Bratia. He threw a punch at her without a sword, but she didn't worry at all, merely dodging, and Malik tumbled to the ground afterward. She suggested they stop. Let's end training here for today. She had to leave so he could stay and clean up. Malik didn't hesitate to nod. In the end, Malik was left alone here. He looked up at the sky and sighed. He had lived with her for 3 years, taking care of her household chores. Malik liked not having to worry about food and shelter, but he had only learned how to survive, not swordsmanship. So Malik decided to leave this place. After all, there was nothing more to learn. He still had to complete his main quest and avenge San. Malik frowned slightly, and a determined look appeared on his face. He secretly entered the treasury while Bratia was away and stole the holy relic containing his corrupted mother's divine power. He successfully extracted the divine power. That was how Malik obtained the immense power of corruption. From then on, his corrupted mother also began to speak to him. After that, Malik never saw his master again. But today she reappeared. He didn't know how she knew he was still alive. Bati stood Malik up in front of her, then simply smiled faintly and shook her head, puzzling him. Then she marveled at Malik's tenacious vitality. She had beaten him every day for 3 years, yet he was still thriving. She even thought that even if his head was cut off, Malik would grow a new one. Upon hearing her words, Malik was speechless. How could she think such a thing? But hadn't she seen him alive? However, she didn't care much. It was enough that Malik was alive, and she showed him the bounty poster she had made. As soon as Malik saw the picture, he was speechless. She had clearly used this to find him. Dakia, seeing the picture, was equally surprised. Bati pouted her lips. What more proof was needed when he was standing right in front of her? Upon hearing his words, Malik was silent, not knowing how to react. At this moment, Bati suddenly narrowed her eyes, looked at Malik, and said in a low voice, "I don't care about anything else you do, but I have my pride. I want you to return when you've trained again and become a master." Malik knew very well that this was why she was looking for him. But how much time would it take to become a master? Bati thought for a moment. She trained tirelessly every day, and after a long time she came up with an unacceptable number, 30 years. But Bati thought Malik was very talented, so he could shorten that time to 27 years. However, 27 years was too long, and his main quest would also vanish. Besides, could he be compared to a genius like her? The answer was impossible. Malik called out to her, slightly embarrassed, and wanted to negotiate more about this training. Otherwise, if he fled because of her stubbornness, it would be useless. Meanwhile, in Kamen's unit, the fierce battle continued and corpses were strewn everywhere. Kamen sighed. He called someone to report the casualties, and T quickly reported that only 24 remained, with 3 seriously wounded and 11 lightly wounded. Upon hearing his words, Kamen couldn't help but feel sad. 16 people had sacrificed their lives, and he was sure his brother would never have imagined this would happen. He clenched the sword in his hand tightly. If he had brought 100 elite soldiers, this wouldn't have happened. However, at this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from that direction, startling Kamen's unit members. When they looked again, Kamen couldn't help but curse, and his face immediately hardened. Right now, a huge monster was crawling out of the debris. Kamen was even more surprised. It had a gigantic crab-like form with a human head on top. At this moment, everyone's faces were a little unsightly. Kamen realized that this monster was much smaller than the monsters in Eradicate, but its appearance was similar. Ordinary soldiers simply couldn't defeat it, and he immediately ordered everyone to flee. Then he looked at Sagita next to him and suggested that he buy time for the soldiers to retreat. Sagita didn't hesitate to nod, gripping the spear in his hand tightly and fiercely charging at the monster before him. The sword in his hand was also thrown quickly, flying at wind-breaking speed. The sword lodged itself in the monster's eye, eliciting a painful roar. But he didn't let it go. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly and approached its colossal body, stabbing and killing it while it was in pain. In the blink of an eye, slime from inside its body began to pour out like rain. As pain struck again, it couldn't help but let out a painful scream. Kamen behind him saw this scene and nodded with satisfaction, praising his good work, and unhesitatingly ran with his sword. This time it was his turn. The sword in his hand swung fiercely, and a powerful sword light cut towards the monster under Sagita and Kamen's fierce attack. The monster was covered in wounds. This enraged it, making it open its mouth wide and roar. But at this moment, Kamen suddenly realized something was wrong and couldn't help but frown. Right now, the monster's body suddenly began to change, growing larger and more hideous than before, and the energy around it also began to grow more sinister. Realizing the situation was not good, Kamen and Sagita immediately turned and retreated. But it was already too late. The monster suddenly opened its huge mouth and spat out a massive ice beam, chasing after the two. The very next moment it exploded and the two were thrown far away, their bodies also covered in the ice beam. Taking advantage of the monster not having caught up yet, the two found a place to hide. At this moment the ice beam covered the entire wide open space. Kamen asked anxiously about Sagita's condition. Fortunately he was fine, his hand merely frozen by the ice but still alright. As the ice beam began to melt, the monster slowly moved forward, and Sagita also stepped out. He again gripped the spear in his hand tightly and approached the hideous monster, thrusting the spear in his hand into its body. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the monster had no chance to resist and was severely wounded by Sagita's spear, pleading loudly for him to stop. Sagita glared fiercely at it, not knowing what it was trying to do. While he was still puzzled, rays of light suddenly appeared in the air. Spreading like vines, they grabbed everyone around. Those in black cloaks fell as quickly as night. The strange rays of light continuously pierced through the bodies of the black-cloaked individuals, terrifying them. The monster was precisely manipulating the rays of light to slaughter the people here. Even Kamen and Sagita couldn't escape. Kamen, flustered, reminded them that they were falling behind, but the monster didn't let them go. Vine-like rays of light continued to shoot out. Sagita's ankle was pierced by a ray of light, leaving him unable to move. He bit his lip fiercely, wanting to escape. Meanwhile, Kamen struggled to block the rays of light, finding himself in a difficult situation. At this moment, a huge foot stomped the ground, sending stones flying everywhere. Sagita, seeing this, was shocked, and his face was very unsightly. He immediately reminded Kamen loudly to look overhead. Kamen also quickly looked up and saw that their heads were currently overshadowed by the monster's colossal body. Their situation was now very dangerous. Kamen took his sword and attacked what had just appeared, but at this moment a ray of light suddenly appeared from behind. Without any warning, it pierced his body. This made Kamen let out a painful scream. At the same time, outside the castle, Malik and Bradia were still talking. Suddenly, a loud explosion from inside the castle startled and terrified the two. This massive explosion had an enormous impact, and even though they were quite far away, they were still affected. Malik looked at Bradia suspiciously, asking why she wasn't going to check it out, but she didn't seem to have any such intention. This was because she had met someone before coming here. He said that he would arrive there soon, so she didn't need to rush. Upon hearing this, Malik was slightly puzzled. Who on earth had she met that made her so confident? At the same time, in Kamen's battle with the monster, at a critical juncture when the two were on the verge of death, a shadow suddenly appeared and plunged a knife into the monster, successfully rescuing Kamen and Sagita from its control. The person who appeared was none other than Antis Vantus, the Black Wolf, Kamen's father. Upon seeing the person who appeared, he quickly knelt to show respect. Though his face looked a little displeased, however, he didn't pay attention to him, indifferently asking if he was all right, and he hesitated, replying that he was. Upon hearing his words, Antis chased him out of this place. He wanted to eliminate the monster before him without anyone disturbing him. Kamen, upon hearing this, bit his lip fiercely. This man before him was his father, yet he never once looked at him. But he dared not defy him, turning his head and leaving with Sagita. In the end, only Antis Vantus remained here, facing the two monsters before him. He glared at the two monsters, but before he could say anything, he heard a fierce sound from the giant snake facing the colossal monster. The snake immediately warned the monster opposite it to surrender and return the item. It turned out this snake had come to look for an item, but it didn't know where people had hidden it. It could only keep forcing them to tell where they had hidden it. As soon as the monster heard this, its face became unsightly. Antis, seeing this, was slightly surprised and a little unsure how to react. It turned out the monster also had grievances. He remained silent for a long time, deciding not to say anything. The snake, seeing his attitude, thought he wouldn't interfere and fiercely charged at the monster before it. The enraged snake raised its head to the sky and loudly demanded the monster return the item. Immediately afterward, the multi-headed snake and the colossal monster before them began to fight. This snake was the female demon Malik had traded with, and Antis thought he wouldn't interfere. However, at this moment, he suddenly pulled out a sword that was stuck in the ground and began to attack the monstrous creature first. His skill was such that defeating this hideous monster was not an issue. The sword in his hand was like a blade that claimed lives, seemingly aiming for the monster's life with every strike. Without spending too much time, he was able to send the monster flying far away. The demoness, witnessing this scene, could not hide her astonishment. However, at this moment, Antis began to turn his attention to the demoness. He quickly approached her and impaled her with his sword, immobilizing her. After that, Antis swung his sword once more and she pleaded in terror. But he paid no heed. The blade continued to swing. The demoness shrieked mournfully, "Don't touch me!" Unfortunately, Antis' sword descended fiercely, and she lost a head, screaming in pain. Moreover, Antis' sword continued to cut off the giant snake's smaller heads. His sword relentlessly struck down, severing one small head of the snake with each blow. Antis narrowed his eyes, staring at the snake's remaining heads, and an evil glint flashed in his eyes. It was as if he intended to finish her off directly. Antis stepped on the snake's body and coldly scoffed. "This is the end here." Immediately after, his sword swung once more, intending to sever. At this moment, the demoness could not help but curse, her heart filled with despair. Otherwise, she would have obtained what she desired. Did she have no other choice but to give up? Who could help her? Please, someone come and help her. It was as if her prayer had been answered. Just as Antis' sword was about to descend, Bradia suddenly appeared and blocked him. Antis was startled by Bradia's sudden action. He then quickly twisted his body to dodge. Even the giant snake was surprised. She didn't know who this person was, but in any case she had saved her life. Bradia narrowed her eyes and looked. A fighting spirit flashed in her eyes, and in the blink of an eye she quickly attacked. The battle between the two powerhouses instantly began. Antis looked at the woman before him with astonished eyes, and the energy emanating from her was so strong that he felt an indent pressure. He quickly swung his sword to block Bradia's attack. The clanging of metal continuously echoed. The two fought for over a dozen exchanges in no time. Since both were powerhouses, their influence was so strong that everything around them was destroyed, turning into ruins. As the two suddenly fought, the monster escaped its predicament. Antis walked out of the smoke like a demon demanding death. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Bradia. He interrogated her as to why she had done such a thing. Bradia seemed slightly surprised, but calmly said she was merely curious about how strong the northern region's most outstanding swordsman was. Her explanation was somewhat perfunctory, but Antis didn't mind. If that was the case, they could compete later. For now, he demanded her to step aside as he had to protect the capital. However, Bradia scoffed, speaking in a somewhat sarcastic tone. "Is the distinguished swordsman genius speaking to me now?" Antis was enraged by the mockery in her words. He gripped his sword tightly with both hands and charged again. He continued to attack Bradia. Of course, Bradia did not yield, raising the sword in her hand ready to block. The battle between the two powerhouses erupted once more. With a bang, a massive explosion once again echoed in the open space. The giant snake looked on bewildered at the battle between the two powerhouses from the side. What on earth was happening? As she pondered, a familiar voice startled her, and she turned her head. Indeed, NC Malik, wearing a mask and shirtless, approached the giant snake and asked what he should do next. As soon as she saw him, she joyfully thanked him. Malik had no time for her nonsense and urged her to quickly tell him what to do. Hearing this, the demoness immediately shouted, "That monster stole the holy relic from me. There's something my daughter left inside the holy relic. I constantly begged you to help me retrieve it." Malik frowned slightly and rushed forward with his sword. A holy relic, however, the monster before him possessed immense holy power. Malik fiercely attacked the monster and was able to cut off part of its body, but he then turned his head back to the demoness and said it would be a bit difficult to find. The giant snake, terrified, pleaded with him to please help her, saying there was no other way. She could only trust him. Malik knew it would be very difficult to find and was about to refuse, but at this moment Our Lady of Blazing Corruption suddenly appeared in the form of a child. Malik looked at her with surprised eyes, not understanding what she was about to do. Our Lady calmly opened her mouth but only spoke a single word, her eyes filled with certainty. Malik understood her intention. Our Lady said that even in this form she could find it. However, he was still slightly hesitant, fearing she might be in danger. Our Lady said she could do it and there would be no problem. With Our Lady of Blazing Corruption's resolve, Malik finally reluctantly agreed, and after holding her small body in his arms, he instructed her to immediately return to her hand form if there was any danger. Our Lady hesitated and nodded in agreement. Witnessing this scene, Malik seemed satisfied. He held her small body and prepared to attack the monstrous creature on the other side. However, before he could even start, the giant snake suddenly rushed over, saying she wanted to help. Immediately after, the giant snake tightly coiled its massive tail around the monster's body, immobilizing it. Facing the monster head-on, the giant snake opened its large mouth and bit off part of the hideous monster's head. The monster, having part of its body bitten off by the giant snake, immediately let out a painful scream. At the same time, Malik, holding Our Lady of Blazing Corruption, climbed onto the monster's back and slashed fiercely with his sword. Disgusting black slime poured out. The monster screamed in pain and an earthquake shook the ground. Realizing this, Malik held Our Lady of Blazing Corruption tighter and told her to hold on firmly. Then, using the strength of his sword, he slowly climbed upwards. However, at some point, enormous grotesque dolls suddenly appeared below, rushing forward to stop Malik's actions. Realizing their appearance, he did not hesitate to swing his sword, cutting every rushing doll in half. However, surprisingly, the moment they were separated, they quickly returned to their original form and moreover their numbers doubled. Thus the number of dolls gradually increased. At this point, Malik was almost surrounded by dolls. Realizing that the situation was not good, he quickly retreated, then placed the sword in his hand on the ground and began to use the power of the Word of Corruption. In the blink of an eye, a series of strange patterns appeared on Malik's sturdy body. His strength also reached its peak accordingly. At this moment, the strange dolls continuously rushed forward. Malik did not hesitate to clench his fists and directly jumped into the encirclement with his bare hands, beginning to eliminate the dolls. With the support of holy power, every time he struck, the dolls exploded and disappeared into smoke, and in a short while he was able to remove all obstacles. At this moment, Our Lady of Blazing Corruption, held in Malik's arms, suddenly saw something and was startled. She then quickly pointed out what she had just seen to him. Malik followed her finger and frowned slightly. A blue light was emanating from the neck of the hideous monster. "Ah, that's where the thing I was looking for was." He looked happily at her in her child form in his arms and wanted to jokingly kiss her, but he restrained himself. Malik immediately pulled out the sword embedded in the hideous monster, then gently exerted force with his hand and threw it straight at the head of the remaining doll. After removing the obstacles, he quickly told the giant snake the location of the thing he was looking for. Hearing this, the giant snake immediately looked at him gratefully and continuously expressed her thanks, then began to bite the monster with her large mouth. However, naturally she did not touch the monster's neck. While the monster was being cruelly torn apart by the giant snake, Malik, holding Our Lady of Blazing Corruption, rushed straight upwards, quickly approaching the monster's neck. Seeing this scene, a head suddenly popped out from inside the monster's body and screamed angrily at him. How dare a mere human ignore it? Unfortunately, Malik paid no attention to it and quickly approached its neck. Our Lady pointed out the location where the item was hidden to him. Malik looked at the location she pointed to and frowned slightly. This location. Immediately after, without another word, he pierced through the hideous monster's body and quickly retrieved a wooden box. Malik couldn't help but frown upon seeing what was in his hand. This hasn't happened recently. Is it because of the Holy Relic's power, or is there another reason? However, as he pondered, Our Lady suddenly spoke. Although it was only a single word, he understood what she wanted to say. She wanted to remind them that they didn't have much time and needed to leave quickly. Malik quickly nodded, then shouted to the giant snake, "I found it." Hearing this, the giant snake joyfully thanked him. She then told him to quickly get out of the hideous monster's body. Malik nodded slightly, then told Our Lady of Blazing Corruption to return to her original form. The two quickly left the place. After he left, the giant snake suddenly looked up at the sky and shouted towards the Revival Society. Her voice was filled with anger and mockery. "Who dares to keep hiding in heaven, even if she's on her last breath? The giant snake will not respect that person." and he will have to pay for what happened today. As soon as she finished speaking, the giant snake began to bite the remaining parts of the hideous monster again. Malik used this opportunity to run to the side and take cover. As soon as he landed, Malik quickly detected footsteps. He quickly turned his head and saw that military reinforcements had arrived here. However, as soon as they arrived, they were terrified and retreated. They saw the giant snake tearing apart the monster. At this moment, Malik could not help but sigh. With military reinforcements here, he had to leave this place quickly. On the other hand, the battle between the two powerhouses, Bradia and Antis, continued. The battle was extremely fierce, and within a 10-meter radius around them, everything was destroyed, with dirt and stones flying everywhere. The two swords continuously clashed, making ear-splitting noises. After a short while, the two separated. Antis narrowed his eyes and looked at her, fiercely questioning what she was doing. She pouted her lips slightly and said, "Why are you asking such a question when we're fighting?" After that, Bradia nonchalantly said she was doing what he wanted. Before he could say anything more, she said she had lost interest in fighting him. After that, she put away her sword under his bewildered gaze. The two thus stood in silence, confronting each other. After a short while, Antis suddenly warned Bradia that she would have to take responsibility for her words. Hearing this, Bradia could not help but scoff. "What responsibility should I take for him? I don't think I'll be responsible." However, at this moment, footsteps suddenly came from behind. Then a soldier suddenly appeared and quickly saluted Antis, reporting that he had brought the reserve explosives. Antis nodded slightly, then ordered him to arrest Bradia, but still instructed him to respect her. Bradia was a powerful individual, so he told him not to provoke her or act improperly. After speaking, he turned and left. The soldier quickly received the order, then went straight to Bradia and cautiously said he wanted to arrest her. The reason was obstruction of official duties and endangering the kingdom's citizens. He humbly pleaded with her to cooperate. Bradia calmly looked at the soldier, then searched for something in her clothes pocket. After a moment, she found it and showed it to the soldier. The soldier's face instantly turned pale with terror. Bradia, seeing the soldier's expression, looked again at the paper she had just handed him with a puzzled look. It turned out she had accidentally brought NC's portrait. The soldier was startled because his drawing was so ugly. Bradia apologized guiltily, and the soldier silently marveled, "Is that what a human looks like?" Bradia paid no attention to his expression and pulled out another piece of paper, then handed it to the soldier, who quickly received it. As soon as he opened it, he was surprised and couldn't close his mouth, for it read, "Immunity privilege." Regardless of what crime the owner of this paper committed, the kingdom would not hold them responsible. He stammered, asking if this was real. Bradia quickly explained, "It's real. It even has a seal." The soldier looked at her suspiciously, wanting to know how she obtained it. Bradia recalled the past for a moment. She said that the king had given it to her as a gift after she killed a demon worshipper, saying that she was the kingdom's savior. Bradia herself hadn't expected to receive such an item. After explaining the paper's origin to the soldier, she asked if she could leave now, as she had somewhere to go. Naturally, the soldier dared not stop her. That paper was an immunity privilege, so how could he imprison her? On the other hand, Malik, having obtained what he wanted, returned to his lodging, holding Our Lady of Blazing Corruption. However, as soon as they arrived in the dark basement, the giant snake flew in from somewhere and hugged him, continuously thanking him for what happened today. As soon as Our Lady saw them, she quickly pushed the two apart and ended up becoming the demoness's next hugging target. Thus, upon returning to the demoness's lodging, Our Lady of Blazing Corruption's face was covered in kiss marks. At this moment, the demoness brought tea and cake for the two. This cake went very well with tea. Malik looked at it and took a small bite, but it had no taste. On the contrary, Our Lady of Blazing Corruption seemed to have discovered a new world after eating the pastry. After continuously repeating 3 words, she devoured all the pastries on the table. The demoness looked at Our Lady bewilderedly. She didn't understand what Our Lady was saying. Malik quickly explained that Our Lady had said the cake was very delicious. After that, he took out the box obtained from the battle and handed it to the giant snake. The giant snake looked gratefully at Malik and continuously thanked him. At this moment, Malik suddenly remembered something and asked her where her child was now. She sighed and said, "The child passed away a very long time ago." As soon as she finished speaking, Malik's face darkened for a moment. Fearing he would feel guilty, she continued to explain. "The child was a person who lived in the ancient empire era. It would be very strange if they were still alive now." Malik looked at her with surprised eyes and asked if she had also married and had children, but she shook her head, denying that she had a husband. She said she had become pregnant after obtaining this body. After speaking, she opened the box on the table and showed it to the two. Inside, there was only one photo, a few hairpins, a badge, and a small piece of paper. They were ordinary items, but she cherished them like treasures. "When we have bodies in this world, we always try not to have children. Our goal is to enjoy life to the fullest before we leave. However, when she brings life into the world, a strong bond forms with that child, which then turns into sorrow. However, that sorrow is so great that we have to turn away from the emotion itself. It was because she knew that her life in this body was short." Malik was genuinely curious. Knowing that, why did she still have a child in this world? She said she was merely curious. In fact, other demons would also try it at least once. After all, she had given birth to a beautiful, lovely, and truly wonderful child. After that, she recalled the moment she first met Malik, proudly raising her eyebrows. The strange saw-toothed sword he brought was made by her daughter. Hearing this, Malik was stunned and speechless. How could such a coincidence happen? The demoness scoffed and suggested Malik take out the sword and place it on the table, saying she would show him something amazing. He did not hesitate to comply. As soon as the sword was taken out, the demoness continuously chanted a strange incantation with her mouth. Immediately after, a strange light suddenly emanated from the sword, and inside it was inscribed, "To my beloved mother, your eternal sword, from Elisa." Malik stared blankly at this, and a few more inscriptions appeared above it. This was the 6th work of the Empire's best blacksmith. Shirin Elisa scoffed. "Didn't I tell you?" This was indeed made by her daughter. It was only then that Malik learned the serpent's name was Elisa. He pondered for a moment, then asked if there was anything else hidden. Elisa shook her head slightly and smiled. She didn't know at all, she was just guessing. Because her daughter always liked to modify everything, she thought it might be related to some other item. Malik thought for a moment, then asked if she wanted it. He could leave it to her as a memento of her daughter. However, she refused, because those other items were already precious enough to her. She knew that her daughter made other things because she also hoped someone would use them. Even if she collected them, she couldn't use them, and that would be a great waste. Besides, she knew very well what her daughter wanted. At this moment, Our Lady of Blazing Corruption suddenly grabbed Malik's arm and said something, startling him. Elisa looked at Malik suspiciously. He hesitated and asked her if she had more biscuits. Hearing this, Elisa laughed and pointed to the second drawer on the left of the kitchen cabinet. There were many, and she told him to take as many as he wanted. As soon as Our Lady of Blazing Corruption heard this, she picked up a plate and rushed to the kitchen to find the biscuits. Elisa watched her retreating figure with admiration. She was truly cute. Malik also nodded in agreement. He thought so too, but didn't know how to express his true feelings. Hearing this, Elisa suddenly changed her attitude and, taking advantage of Our Lady of Blazing Corruption's absence, tried to seduce him and take him somewhere. However, Malik refused. He wasn't interested and didn't forget to warn her not to say such things in front of Our Lady of Blazing Corruption, as she would get angry. Elisa smiled slyly. She didn't force him but said he could find her if he changed his mind. After that, she regained a serious expression and thought about what gift to give him. Just then, something suddenly shattered and Our Lady of Blazing Corruption returned. The plate in her hand fell to the ground for an unknown reason, and then she stood on a chair and eloquently spoke a few words. However, it was only a very difficult to understand string of repeated words. Of course, Elisa didn't understand at all, and only knew after Malik explained. It turned out she was demanding gold coins equal to the number of biscuits Elisa had. Hearing this demand from Our Lady of Blazing Corruption, Elisa smiled faintly. A bit realistic, aren't we? However, she needed money to repair the arena and fix the regret, and furthermore, she didn't want to repay the two saviors in such a materialistic way. It wasn't sincere. She could find something more special. In fact, she had also considered following and helping the two. She didn't like to participate in too many battles, because she knew very well that a river of blood would always follow every path of the corrupted child. After thinking for a long time, she suddenly remembered something and quickly rushed back to her room. Only 2 people remained in the room now. Our Lady of Blazing Corruption again pulled on Malik's clothes, wanting to say something. Malik understood her intention and nodded. She wanted to ask him to tell Elisa to pack some biscuits for her. Malik did not refuse and promised to talk to Elisa. Not long after, Elisa finally returned, holding a small cloth bag with a key inside. This was something she had hidden for a long time, intending to sell, but now she could give it to the two. As soon as he saw it, Malik knew this was a key leading to ancient ruins. Elisa nodded and praised him for being smart. Furthermore, she informed him that another relic made by her daughter was hidden in these ancient ruins. Elisa nodded and smiled, indicating that she already knew. Malik looked at her and smiled, wanting to meet her again. However, Elisa pointed to her eyes and said she had a problem, so she would be leaving the capital for a while. Hearing this, Malik did not force her and bid her farewell before leaving. However, after only a few steps, he heard her tell him to treat Our Lady of Blazing Corruption well. Malik looked at her in confusion. Elisa smiled slyly and praised him for doing very well and said she had no other demands. She told him he could do anything, but he must ensure Our Lady of Blazing Corruption always smiled brightly. Malik nodded slightly. He would do so even if she didn't say anything. After that, he immediately turned away. Elisa stared at his retreating figure, then smiled. What was in the ruins would be helpful to Malik. Thinking this far, Elisa wore a wicked smile. This way, Our Lady of Blazing Corruption could regain all her holy power. The gods in heaven, especially the leader of the Revival Society who coveted her daughter's gift, would have to pay a heavy price. A moment later, on his way back to the inn, Malik suddenly saw Diamond waiting outside the big house. As soon as she saw him, she asked anxiously if he was hurt. Malik shook his head slightly and said, "I'm fine." After that, he asked her if Bradia had come here looking for him. Diamond shook her head slightly and said she hadn't come, but she had news for him. Kamen had contacted her and they were here. Malik looked at her in surprise. According to her, they were injured but not critically, and the healing process wasn't going well either. Malik was a little worried and went inside to check on their condition. The two were lying in bed covered in bandages from head to toe. As soon as they saw the two enter, Kamen greeted them warmly. Malik asked if he was alright and he laughed loudly, shaking his head and saying he was fine. He said they were just small injuries, so there was no need to be too sad. He said that, but in fact he also had serious injuries like fractures. However, the one he was worried about was Sagita. Sagita also heard him mention himself and smiled faintly, saying, "I'm fine, the priest will heal it, no need to worry." They said that, but Malik still went to check Sagita's ankle. Sure enough, he saw a mixture of various evil gods' holy power. Perhaps this was why the healing priest couldn't exert his power. Malik asked if Our Lady of Blazing Corruption could heal it. She quickly replied that she could, but the prerequisite was to absorb holy power from a holy relic. However, doing so would reveal their identity. They couldn't act in the capital. Perhaps they should go to the ruins. Ancient ruins are isolated areas, so there would be enough holy power for Our Lady of Blazing Corruption to recover. While Malik was lost in thought, everyone thought he was contemplating the two men's problem. Kamen quickly reassured him. The priest told him this time that the evil god's holy power would eventually weaken anyway, but it would still take some time. Malik frowned and asked him how long it would take. Kamen thought for a moment, then sighed. "At least a month, or it will disappear on its own in a few years, but this is my time," and the priest said Sagita's time would be much longer. However, they found someone who can neutralize the evil god's holy power, so it probably won't take too long. Kamen, knowing he was injured and could no longer protect Dakia, apologized regretfully. Perhaps they would no longer be able to continue protecting her. Dakia didn't seem to mind and told them to rest well, saying she would take care of herself. At that moment, Malik suddenly announced that he and Diamond were preparing to leave the castle for a few days, because he had come up with a way to remove the holy power from the two men's wounds. Hearing this, Diamond looked at him in surprise. She knew very well what kind of priest Malik was. She wanted to say something, but he shook his head, signaling her to be silent. He would explain later. On the contrary, Kamen was very happy to be able to be treated as soon as possible. He was very much looking forward to this. Saying this far, he suddenly thought of something and looked at him as if he had something to say. Malik didn't know what it was but nodded. The two women present went outside. When only the three men were left in the room, Kamen smiled wickedly and praised Dakia as a generous woman. He advised him to seize the opportunity and move forward, and even thought he liked her. Hearing this, Malik was dumbfounded and didn't know how to react. Seeing his expression, Kamen was a little embarrassed. He thought the two were already in a relationship. Our Lady of Blazing Corruption heard this and was furious, continuously cursing. Malik quickly explained to her that the two had no relationship. She was always by his side, but Our Lady of Blazing Corruption didn't believe him and told him to explain it directly. What was there for him to explain? They had no relationship. Kamen, not giving up on this side, still tried to set the two up, saying it was a good opportunity for them to get closer. Malik found it tedious to talk to him, and after packing his bags once more, he left with Dakia. Diamond was very excited about this trip. Although she wasn't sure if it was all right for just the two of them to go, she was truly happy to go with him. However, her joy immediately vanished when she saw Bradia sitting in the inn waiting for them. As soon as she saw Malik, Bradia complained that he was late and scolded him. She said she had waited a long time for him and told him to sit next to her. However, Malik sat opposite her and she was startled. Malik ignored her expression and asked why she had come looking for him. Bradia calmly regained her composure and said she had to visit the palace. The Queen of the Northern Kingdom had something to ask of her. Malik was a little surprised and asked what it was. Bradia said that the evil god's followers were causing trouble in the northern part of the capital. The queen had politely asked her, so she agreed and told him to go back to his room, pack his bags and go with her. However, as soon as he said this, Malik immediately refused. "I can't go with you. That's the opposite direction from where I need to go, and besides I have things to do." As soon as he spoke, Bradia's complexion changed instantly, and she emphasized once more, "I really can't go with you." How much hardship had she endured to finally get him to agree to her request? However, Malik did not hesitate to nod, asserting that it was truly the truth. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 streams of tears suddenly flowed down Bradia's face and she cursed Malik for being wicked, scolding him for why he was doing this to her. However, Malik was not fooled at all. He pouted and said, "How many times have I fallen for this trick? You won't fool me again." As soon as he said this, Bradia's tears immediately vanished. She returned to her usual self. Since it wasn't working, there was no need to cry anymore. She didn't forget to pout and sneer. "You're really dense. A woman's tears are the most powerful weapon." However, as she spoke, Bradia's hand lightly touched the sword placed next to her foot. This action of hers was caught by Malik's eyes. He immediately shouted, "Put both hands on the table. If you try to knock me out and drag me away again, I'll be angry." Hearing this, Bradia withdrew her hand. Pouting, she scolded, "You always think I solve problems with violence." However, she had indeed done so, and Malik had fallen victim to it many times. Malik couldn't help but sigh and told him the whole story. Currently, he couldn't go with Bradia, therefore as soon as the matter here was settled he would return. Bradia thought for a moment, then nodded and agreed without forcing him. Seeing her agree, he was startled, but that meant he wouldn't have to go back with her, which was good. However, just as he was about to rejoice, Bradia poured cold water on him. The prerequisite was that he had to be strong enough not to be defeated by others. Malik looked at her in confusion. She stood up, picked up her sword, and told him to go to the inn's backyard. Hearing this, Malik immediately knew she wanted to fight him, but there was no other way, and he picked up his sword and followed her. In the backyard, as soon as Bratia saw Malik, she laid out the condition. I will only use the power you possess. You must use all your abilities to defeat me. Then you can go. Hearing this, Malik frowned. If he used powerful techniques now, everything would become too complicated, so he thought it would be better to just use ordinary techniques. Soon, the two began to fight. Inside the backyard, the clashing of weapons continuously echoed. The flying sparks also increased, and the surrounding radius was significantly affected. Dirt and stones flew everywhere. Malik narrowed his eyes as he watched Bratia's technique. He could completely predict that she always attacked in that manner before hitting his face. Bratia raised her eyebrows to provoke him, not caring about him at all. Malik was instantly provoked and fiercely charged at her with his sword. However, Bratia didn't even look at him, calmly swinging her sword to counter each of Malik's attacks. Not long after, Malik was pushed back by her and had to brace himself with his sword against the ground to avoid falling. At that moment, Bratia suddenly withdrew her sword and calmly asked what the most important thing was to become a seasoned swordsman. Malik thought for a moment, then opened his mouth. Swordsmanship honed to the highest level and a body trained to its limits. Hearing this, Bratia immediately kicked him in the back and he fell to the ground without being able to dodge. She looked down at him from above and began to scold him. Those are just basic conditions. If that were all it took to master swordsmanship, I would have become such a person 5 years after picking up a sword. Hearing this, Malik asked indignantly, Don't you think you're being too arrogant? Bratia didn't think so. She felt she was speaking very accurately, and then continued to explain to him. It's the heart. Malik looked at her blankly. He didn't understand what she was saying at all. His expression was reflected in Bratia's eyes, and she smiled slyly. A little cute. As she continued to remain silent and say nothing, Malik urged her impatiently. Bratia pouted slightly and scolded, You're so impatient. After that, she explained again. A master of swordsmanship can absorb the will of any sword, and a master can do what others cannot. To become a master of swordsmanship, your heart must not tolerate or rely on anyone else. However, Malik was preoccupied with something. Bratia pointed her sword at his neck, forcing him to tell her what it was. However, Malik kept his mouth shut and didn't speak. He couldn't say that his disciple as a healing priest relied on Our Lady of Blazing Corruption. Moreover, every time Malik returned from death, his dependence on that divine power grew stronger. Bratia looked at this scene and laughed in anger. She realized that he understood very well what she was talking about. He didn't hide it and nodded. Seeing Malik still being stubborn, Bratia couldn't help but sigh. She knew he understood what she was saying. Malik hesitated for a long time, then continued to admit it. Soon after, Bratia slowly spoke her mind. Actually, I was really happy to find you and take you as my disciple. But now my heart has grown cold as I spar with you. Malik looked at her suspiciously. He thought it was because he was still far from becoming a master of swordsmanship, but she shook her head, denying it. Bratia thought it was because of a mother's heart. It felt as if she had raised her son with all her heart, only to watch some damned woman take him away. It made her extremely uncomfortable. As long as Malik relied on that creature, Bratia would only earn his resentment every time she tried to separate him from it. She didn't want that to happen, so she didn't force Malik. However, Bratia couldn't bear for him to be in danger, so she handed him a white ring. Malik frowned as he looked at it. Bratia explained, This is an ancient artifact I obtained from the Flame Order. There are 2 of these rings, and if you wear one, you'll know where the other person is. Malik, not wanting to disappoint her, didn't hesitate to wear it, and then opened his mouth. May I ask one more question? Bratia nodded, saying it was fine. Malik quickly spoke his curiosity. Why are you still a nun even though you've mastered swordsmanship to this extent? Bratia was a little surprised. He didn't expect him to ask such a question. After a long hesitation, Bratia replied, Not everyone becomes a nun because of faith. No, I became a nun because God gave me that authority. Even masters of swordsmanship and priests consider God their faith, but they are not blindly emotional about things related to God. Just as I still consider you my disciple even if you use the evil God's holy power. That is why you must become a master of swordsmanship, so that your emotions don't depend on anyone or any faith. If you can do that, you'll be able to distinguish what emotions God has implanted. They arrived. It was then that Malik knew this opponent had realized he was an evil God worshipper, and that the being he relied on was Our Lady of Blazing Corruption. Bratia shrugged indifferently. She wasn't a fool either. Malik spoke again. I have one more question. Bratia allowed him to continue without pressing. Malik thought for a moment and asked again, Why did you take me as your disciple? What about other people who are more talented than me? At this question, Bratia froze the moment she heard it. She hesitated for a long time before finally asking such a foolish question. Bratia had been raised to be the sword of the Holy Fire Order. She was lonely and without joy. When she met Malik, the joy of the 3 years they spent together was greater than all the joy of her entire life before. The sense of loss after losing him grew increasingly profound. She couldn't go back to how she was without him. It was then that Bratia realized she needed Malik. He was very important to her because she was very happy when she was with him. On the other hand, the Dragon Prince's retainer was inexplicably killed, and he cursed impatiently, "You idiots, you've thrown headquarters into chaos because of you. The plan to kidnap the princess was ruined, so why are you blaming me?" However, the black-clad individuals blamed him, saying he was the traitor. Both sides refused to yield and began to fight again. Unable to fend off the black-clad group alone, he had no choice but to flee, continuously shouting for help. He even said he would kiss their asses if anyone saved him. At this critical moment, a large explosion suddenly occurred, and as smoke and fire spread everywhere, he turned his head in surprise. As the sea of fire slowly dissipated, a shadow with beastly arms appeared. It was the third prince of the Dragon Clan. As soon as he saw this person, he immediately rejoiced and rushed to the prince, asking, "You've come to save me, haven't you?" Hearing this, the prince snorted and cursed contemptuously. "If I didn't come to save you, do you think I'm here for leisure? Don't talk nonsense. Do I look like such a carefree person?" After speaking, the prince immediately ordered him to follow. "If you dawdle, I'll leave you here." The retainer immediately followed, but recalling what he had inadvertently said earlier, he was speechless. At this moment, the Dragon Prince also remembered what he had just said, turned his head and warned, "If you even think about kissing my ass, I'll kill you." On the other hand, Malik and Dakia followed the key's coordinates to the ruins. 5 days later, they finally arrived at a camp beside a cliff, where guards were strictly stationed outside. Dakia observed for a moment and asked with slight suspicion, "Are those bandits?" Malik calmly replied, "Perhaps, but I'm not certain." Immediately after, the two calculated a way to infiltrate discreetly from one side. Dakia suggested using fire, but Malik was concerned about a wildfire. After a long discussion, they finally decided to talk to the guards. Dakia was slightly surprised by this daring decision, but he still instructed her to prepare magic just in case. As soon as he finished speaking, Malik immediately approached the guards, but before he could get close, he was discovered by them. They aimed their swords at him and coldly asked, "Stop, who are you?" Malik quickly halted. He introduced himself with a friendly smile. "I am a priest serving the guardian goddess. I've been instructed to visit the bandits in this area." Hearing this, the guards demanded he hand over all his weapons before entering. However, Malik hesitated and said, "I can't do that. I still don't know if you are bandits or not." Just as he thought he would bargain further, he was immediately sent back, leaving Malik dumbfounded. Malik observed him for a moment, then suddenly uttered an incomprehensible phrase, leaving the man stunned. He was a mage, and in the blink of an eye the guard was speechless with surprise and fear. Seeing his expression, Malik smiled faintly and suggested, "Please call someone who can speak more respectfully." As soon as these words were out, the guard immediately became enraged. He gnashed his teeth and asked, "Are you looking down on me?" As soon as he finished speaking, the guard rushed forward to attack him. Unfortunately, just as he was about to get close, he was lightly struck on the back of the head, immediately lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Malik contemptuously curled his lips and said, "Don't judge others so carelessly." At the same time, Dakia, who had been watching all this from outside, suddenly shouted, "Priest Malik!" He looked up in surprise, and suddenly the sky darkened and rain began to fall without warning. "Dakia's doing," she triumphantly shouted. "The moment I detect an enemy, I'll save you with this lightning magic." At these words, Malik was bewildered. "What are you talking about? You just knocked that man down." It was then that Dakia realized the problem. She shouted in surprise, "You knocked him down?" she asked. "Weren't you going to fight everyone?" Malik awkwardly shook his head. There seemed to have been a misunderstanding. At the same time, a woman suddenly appeared at the door, and then she shouted with extreme excitement, "Wonderful, it's raining. Quick, collect the rainwater. No need to fetch water from the mountain today." However, when she looked again, 2 unfamiliar people had appeared at the bandit camp's gate. The woman asked them suspiciously who they were. Malik calmly replied, "I am Malik, a priest serving the guardian goddess." He introduced Dakia, even stating that she was the Lord's daughter. Hearing this, she genuinely believed him and enthusiastically introduced herself to the two. "I am Polina, leader of the Royal Archaeology team. It's an honor to meet both of you." Polina smiled very happily and said, "Our mages aren't skilled in water magic, so this place has been suffering from water shortage for a long time. Thank you both so much for bringing water." Hearing this, Dakia also happily replied, "I'm glad to be of help to everyone." At this moment, Polina noticed the guard lying on the ground. She apologized and said, "I apologize to both of you on behalf of this bastard. If he weren't a mage, I would have chased him away long ago. I also have a lot of complaints about him." After saying this, Polina looked at Malik again and asked, "How did both of you find this place? The excavation of the ancient ruins is always top secret." Malik thought for a moment and slowly explained, "Actually, we found this place by following the coordinates on a key." Hearing this, Polina frowned. "Are you referring to the key that leads to the ancient ruins?" Her eyes instantly lit up and she asked hesitantly, "May I go with you?" However, Malik immediately refused. "Probably not." Polina hastily waved her hands and explained, "I don't mean to go in with you from the start. Just take me inside after you've obtained what you need." She kept pleading from the side, fearing Malik wouldn't agree, but Malik still hesitated. Polina finally couldn't bear it and pulled out what she knew to entice him. "Priest, what do you know about the ancient imperial ruins?" Malik shook his head and replied, "I'm the same as everyone else." Hearing this, Polina smiled and said, "Ancient imperial ruins are usually divided into 2 parts. One part is a sealed, independent space that can only be entered with a key, and the other part is buried underground. The Royal Archaeology team's goal is to excavate the latter. Malik was surprised to hear her words. He asked curiously, "Are you saying you're excavating the ruins buried underground here?" Polina smiled and praised. "You're smart." She said she was only curious about the connection between the two ruins and had no interest in any artifacts within. Hearing their purpose, Malik agreed to her coming along. As soon as he spoke, Polina immediately rejoiced and thanked him. At this moment Malik hesitated and asked, "Can you provide accommodation for us? By the time we return later, we'll probably be exhausted to death." Hearing this, Polina agreed without hesitation. Of course, having resolved this issue, Malik suddenly asked curiously, "Are there people from headquarters or guilds here?" Polina shook her head slightly and said, "All of them are members of the Royal Archaeology team, no outsiders." Hearing this, Malik couldn't help but laugh and said, "Your team seems a bit small." Polina awkwardly scratched her head and explained, "We're not a very profitable organization. The condition of the artifacts buried underground is very poor, and sometimes we don't even find any artifacts, so we don't have the luxury of hiring many people." Malik nodded clearly after hearing this. "I see, then it's fine for many people to come along." An hour later, Dakia had already opened the door with the key she possessed. After infusing it with magic, she inserted it into the door and they entered an underground cave. In the blink of an eye, a passage appeared here. Polina's eyes lit up with joy. Malik ignored the others and slowly stepped into the door, and the surrounding scenery changed in an instant. He entered a castle and Malik successfully began his artifact collection work. Just then a scream suddenly echoed, startling him. It was Dakia. She was exclaiming, "This place is so beautiful." Malik nodded and smiled. "Yes, the scenery is indeed beautiful, but we have work to do first." Immediately after, Malik took out an earring containing holy power and muttered, "Mother, I need a new power." Our Lady of Blazing Corruption immediately responded to his words, and a stream of holy power enveloped Malik's body. The holy power surrounding the earring grew denser, and the holy power in Malik's hand continuously diminished, finally revealing a black sword before him. As soon as he saw it, he rejoiced. He had finally obtained a powerful offensive ability. Thinking this, Malik gripped the sword's hilt. This was the sword of blazing corruption which devoured everything it touched. However, the moment he grasped the sword's tip, a black light suddenly began to corrode his arm. Startled by this unexpected change, Malik threw the sword to the ground. He snorted unpleasantly. "If it corrodes even me, how am I supposed to use it?" In the blink of an eye, Malik's arm was already corroded to the point of mutation. Seeing Malik's hand corroded beyond recognition, Dakia asked worriedly if he was okay. Malik shook his head slightly and said, "I'm fine, it'll heal soon." Just then, a stream of holy power suddenly burst from his chest. Our Lady of Blazing Corruption, worried about Malik, transformed into a child and sprang out. As soon as she appeared, she immediately leapt into Malik's embrace. Malik rejoiced upon seeing her current appearance. Mother has grown much bigger than before. However, 2 streams of tears were flowing down Our Lady of Blazing Corruption's face. Malik knew she was worried about him, so he stroked her head and comforted her. "I'm fine." At this moment, Dakia, who was next to him, suddenly suggested, "I think she should carry that sword. She's quite nimble and besides her hand might not be affected by the sword's curse." Malik hesitated upon hearing this. But what if Mother got hurt? However, Our Lady of Blazing Corruption nodded with extreme determination. Due to her determination, Malik finally nodded and agreed. He warned worriedly, "If it hurts, just throw it away." Our Lady of Blazing Corruption indicated that she understood. After that, Malik retrieved the sword with holy power and handed it to her. Our Lady of Blazing Corruption's eyes shone with determination. "I will definitely do it." She immediately grabbed the sword Malik handed her. However, Our Lady of Blazing Corruption's situation was similar to Malik's. The moment she grasped the sword's hilt, a stream of dark power began to corrode her hand. Our Lady of Blazing Corruption screamed in pain and hastily threw the sword to the ground. Her complexion was slightly unwell, and she continued to cry loudly. Seeing this, Malik immediately rushed over. He asked worriedly, "Mother, are you okay?" Our Lady of Blazing Corruption looked up at him, tears still flowing. Malik hastily comforted her. "Mother, don't blame yourself, I'll protect you." At this moment, Dakia spoke again. "Isn't something a bit strange?" Malik looked at her in confusion and asked, "What do you mean?" Dakia laughed awkwardly and voiced her doubt. "Why is Our Lady of Blazing Corruption getting hurt by her own power?" As soon as these words were out, Our Lady of Blazing Corruption immediately became enraged, pointed her finger at Dakia and cursed, frightening Dakia. Malik understood what she was saying and hastily explained that Mother hadn't fully recovered her holy power yet. However, he was truly happy that she could speak new words, and he was so overwhelmed with emotion that he was speechless. Our Lady of Blazing Corruption no longer looked angry at this point and smiled at him, adding 2 difficult-to-understand words, "I killed." Malik gently stroked her head and comforted her. "Don't worry about that. Our Lady of Blazing Corruption's existence alone will be a source of strength for you." Seeing the 2 being affectionate in front of them, Dakia didn't want to disturb them, but they still had work to do. She couldn't help but clear her throat and ask, "Are both your hands okay?" Malik glanced at her, then nodded slightly to indicate that he was fine, and after that, Dakia suggested they go inside. Malik thought so too, but the black sword in front of them still needed someone to carry it. He thought for a moment and then spoke, "Mother, I need your help," Our Lady of Blazing Corruption nodded, then began to summon holy power. A giant appeared before everyone. As his colossal foot stomped the ground shattered. Malik smiled faintly and greeted him. "Long time no see, how have you been? I hope you can do it." The giant tilted his head back and roared again as if greeting Malik. He nodded slightly, then asked if he could hold this for a moment. Malik pointed to the blue glowing sword on the ground and smiled. The giant reached out towards the sword and grabbed it without hesitation. Unfortunately, the moment he grasped the sword's hilt, the monster couldn't bear the pain and gnashed its teeth. His arm was also corroded like Malik's earlier. In the end he couldn't bear it and let out a loud scream, then immediately cut off the corroded arm. Seeing the giant's arm being cut off just now, Malik sighed. Even the mutated giant can't hold that sword. At this moment, a displeased expression appeared on the giant's face. Malik apologized and said, "I'm sorry, you had to suffer so much because of me." With no other options, Malik's group decided to enter the ruins. At this moment, the giant's roar suddenly echoed from the side, startling everyone. Dakia looked at Malik nervously and asked worriedly, "What should we do now?" Malik said more calmly, "Let's wait here. Anyway, none of them will discover the trap inside, so it's a good idea for the giant to open the way." However, at this moment, a sound suddenly came from over there, startling Malik. And the giant was no exception. He turned his head and saw that a stone golem had suddenly appeared in front of the ruin's entrance. Dakia glanced at Malik and suggested, "Should I use magic?" However, he shook his head and refused. "Let's see what happens." Since the giant was immune to magic, he wasn't worried about him. At the same time, the giant was fighting fiercely with his opponent at this moment, but suddenly felt something was wrong. The eyes of the stone golem in front of the giant suddenly lit up, and in the blink of an eye 3 other stone golems appeared in front of the giant, surrounding and attacking him. This angered the giant, and he roared fiercely, then continuously slashed at his opponents with the sword in his hand. The sword in his hand struck the stone golem's body, and in the blink of an eye sparks flew. However, the stone golem also did not yield. A blue light was fired from its eyes towards the giant. Outside, Our Lady of Blazing Corruption was very excited and cheered him on, as if she were a passerby watching a fight. Malik was slightly embarrassed to see this, but still followed Our Lady of Blazing Corruption to entertain her a bit. However, Our Lady of Blazing Corruption didn't cheer for long and ran to Malik's side, startling him, then took a blue gem from his pocket, clutched it in her hand and began to mutter something. At this moment, a blue light began to envelop the entire gem, and a powerful holy power consequently emanated from it. Malik's eyes widened in surprise as he stared at her. Was she praying? Indeed, not long after, the gem suddenly split into 2. Malik's divine power also increased accordingly. He rejoiced, embracing her. And now Mother could be considered a goddess. Malik lifted her into the air, exclaiming with delight. Mother gathered all the chaotic divine power into one. "It's truly amazing." Thus the two happily danced while the giant fought. Dakia, a little jealous, exclaimed, "You two make quite a pair." Malik chuckled lightly and nodded, thinking the same. At this moment, Dakia suddenly asked, "Could we also make such a good pair?" He looked at her, slightly surprised. He already thought they made a good pair, didn't he? Could it be that he was the only one who felt that way? As soon as these words were out, Dakia's face suddenly flushed. She was thinking in terms of romance, but Malik merely thought they had good chemistry in battle, but no one explained the misunderstanding. At the same time, the giant fought almost to the final stage. One punch from him sent his opponent crashing to the ground, immobilizing it. The giant raised his fist high, signifying his victory in this battle. Malik watched this scene, frowning slightly as he thought, "Considering the situation, I will use 10,000 divine power to enhance my and the giant's abilities." Powers that were difficult to control, like the Sword of Blazing Corruption, had to be prevented from being used in urgent situations. As soon as he thought this, Malik immediately suggested, "All right, let's go. Mother, return to your arm form." Mother glanced at him, then nodded in agreement. Thus the giant led the way, and Malik's group followed closely behind, entering the ruins. However, they hadn't gone far when the giant suddenly sensed danger ahead and stopped. He looked up at the black darkness ahead in surprise, and a dark figure appeared from within, sometimes emitting a faint yellow light. As soon as it appeared, it attacked the giant directly. The giant was caught off guard and attacked, but he didn't stop and furiously attacked again. Malik sensed the danger and quickly pulled Dakia close to protect her. Almost simultaneously, an explosion suddenly erupted in front, sending dirt and stones flying everywhere. A look of horror flashed in Malik's eyes. What on earth is happening? As the smoke cleared, the sight before him astonished Malik. The dark figure still stood firm, holding a black gun in its hand. The giant had sustained considerable injuries. Malik realized that the monster was difficult to deal with and bit his lip fiercely, cursing. Having thought this far, he already gripped the sword in his hand tightly, and began to use the power of the Word of Corruption. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was covered in strange patterns. The strength of his body also gradually increased. Malik reminded Dakia, who was in his arms, "Princess, hold on to me tightly. I'm preparing to run at full speed to avoid the monster ahead." These words flustered Dakia, but before she could fully comprehend, Malik took off running forward. The two quickly fled, leaving only the giant and the monster confronting each other. The two monstrous bodies clashed and the giant did not yield, gripping the sword in his hand tightly and fiercely attacking his opponent. Dakia, fleeing in Malik's arms, asked worriedly, "Is it all right like this, leaving him behind like that?" Malik said calmly, not very worried. "He'll probably be fine. We'll be back after we finish our task." Immediately after, Malik continued to run forward. He had something he needed to accomplish first. A moment later, the two finally stopped before a door. This was the place they needed to find. Even Our Lady of Blazing Corruption in her arm form confirmed that what they were looking for was here. Malik's group didn't hesitate to open the door and enter. As soon as they entered, they saw a group of strange machine-armored suits neatly arranged on one side. Their eyes glowed red, making them look a little eerie, and they held sharp weapons as if ready to attack at any moment. Indeed, as Malik's group observed, they suddenly moved and attacked the two. Without a moment's rest, they had to desperately flee and fight this group of machine-armored suits. Malik quickly suggested, "Dakia, you take the right and I'll take the left." Dakia nodded without hesitation and followed. With their skills, it didn't take long for the two to defeat them. Malik saw the last machine-armored suit break down and leaned against the wall, frowning slightly in thought. At this moment, Dakia, who was behind him, suddenly asked hesitantly, "Did I do well?" She truly wanted to hear Malik's praise. He was startled, turned to look at her, then nodded and said, "You did very well. You used a lot of magic, so it would be good to rest for a while." Receiving his praise, Dakia was truly delighted and shook her head, saying she was fine. But at this moment, footsteps suddenly came from that direction, startling the two. When they looked again, they saw that the black machine-armored monster had pursued them all the way here. As soon as he arrived, he directly aimed his gun at the two. Without another word, he fired. Seeing the gun barrel aimed at him, Malik was momentarily horrified. He quickly grabbed Dakia and fled. The two quickly hid behind a nearby wall, blocking the monster's line of sight. In the blink of an eye, bullets continued to be fired, and the wall began to crack as bullets struck it. Malik bit his lip fiercely. This thing's destructive power was too great. If this continued, this place would collapse. The two of them would also be buried here. At this moment, the gunfire suddenly stopped, but in front of them rocks were already piled up, struck by his bullets. Malik guessed he had run out of bullets, taking advantage of this opportunity. He emerged from behind the wall and quickly rushed past the monster, carrying Dakia as he ran forward. But at this moment something unexpected suddenly happened, startling Malik, who was running and making him stop. The bullets scattered on the ground suddenly floated into the air and, as if drawn by some force, flew straight back to the machine-armored monster behind them. Malik continued to be astonished by this strange change. He's collecting his bullets back. He even has this ability. In this situation, fleeing was useless. Dakia asked worriedly, "What should we do now?" Malik frowned and asked, "Can you attack his gun with magic?" The gun in his hand would easily explode if hit by magic. Dakia nodded upon hearing this and prepared to act. However, Malik interrupted her again. "No, wait until that guy is ready to fire." Dakia didn't object to his words, and a resolute will shone in her eyes. "I'll try my best to hit the gun." At this moment, the machine-armored monster finally collected all its bullets. Seeing this, Malik immediately shouted loudly, "Now?" Following his shout, Dakia immediately created a fireball. Without hesitation, she threw it towards the monster's hand. In the blink of an eye, huge flame directly struck the gun in the machine-armored monster's hand, causing it to explode instantly. Malik looked up at the ceiling and saw that Dakia's flames had cracked it. He then nodded and praised her. "Very well done." Dakia smiled triumphantly, and a resolute will shone in her eyes. "I'll handle that guy. These robots won't be able to do anything to me." Malik didn't pay much attention and took a step back, taking his stance. Immediately after, he put Dakia on his shoulder and fled. She continued to use fire magic to limit the attacks of the robot monster ahead, buying him time. The robot monster was completely engulfed in flames at this moment. However, not long after, Dakia's flames gradually weakened and her face also turned pale. Malik frowned slightly. He knew her mana was almost depleted and ran forward at full speed. However, he hadn't gone far when his eyes suddenly widened. They were blocked by a door, and Malik didn't hesitate to try and break it with divine power, but it was useless. The door didn't budge at all. He bit his lip fiercely, cursing. "They've reached a dead end." He quickly put Dakia down and said, "This seems to be the exit. Please keep watch while I investigate." But Malik knew time was running out. The monster would soon catch up to them. As soon as he thought this, Malik immediately drew his saw-toothed sword and continuously struck at the door. Unfortunately, it was all useless, leaving only a few shallow marks. However, what surprised Malik even more was that a few seconds later, it reverted to being an ordinary door. Seeing this, he bit his lip fiercely, thinking to himself, "Could it be that this door will only open if I defeat that guy?" While he was still thinking, the giant had pursued them all the way here. Malik gritted his teeth and ordered, "Dakia, do as I say. That's the last monster." As soon as he finished speaking, he began to channel the divine power within his body. They only needed to make a little more effort. Dakia, though exhausted, nodded slightly in agreement. At this moment, the giant monster again raised the gun in its hand and aimed it at the two. Malik flinched slightly. Was that guy reloading his gun again? He quickly threw something towards it. His action disrupted the monster's reloading. Malik shouted loudly, urging Dakia to attack quickly. Dakia again used magic to create a powerful fireball and without hesitation threw it towards the giant. In the blink of an eye, a series of explosions echoed, and hot flames soared into the air as if to engulf the opponent. However, this attack drained all of Dakia's strength. Immediately after completing it, she collapsed. Malik bit his lip fiercely. This was the last magic she could cast. He knew it was time to act now. Immediately, Malik pulled out the sword of blazing corruption, infused it with divine power, and charged towards the monster, causing it to halt momentarily. He didn't hesitate to plunge the sword straight into the giant monster's head. It stood frozen in astonishment, helplessly watching the sword pierce its body. However, Malik's body didn't last long, and his arm gradually began to be corroded by it. He bit his lip fiercely. The sword's erosion was too fast. His body was almost melting away before he could finish off the giant. Malik's body could no longer endure. Half of his arm had already vanished. The monster still stood firm, showing no signs of collapsing. At this moment, a blue light suddenly erupted. Our Lady of Blazing Corruption also appeared and, taking his place, tightly gripped the sword of blazing corruption embedded in the giant's head. She shouted fiercely once, beginning to infuse divine power. Malik looked up at the one who had just appeared, and a look of relief flashed in his eyes. Our Lady of Blazing Corruption shouted fiercely once and gripped the sword in her hand firmly. In a single instant, an ear-splitting explosion ripped through the sky. The monster's head exploded. Dakia was lying on the ground at this moment. She raised her head, watched this scene, and let out a sigh of relief. The monster was finally eliminated, and Malik, his two arms completely corroded by the sword of blazing corruption, was almost at death's door. In the blink of an eye, Malik was ready to disappear, and Our Lady of Blazing Corruption discarded the sword and rushed towards him. Malik faintly opened his eyes and saw the one rushing towards him, his face filled with relief. Whenever he was in danger, Our Lady of Blazing Corruption always appeared in the nick of time. A moment later, Malik woke from his coma, continuously calling for Mother. He hastily jumped up from the ground and, seeing Our Lady of Blazing Corruption still safely sitting beside him, only then let out a sigh of relief. Mother is all right, thankfully. As soon as he spoke, Malik rose from the ground and asked suspiciously, "Mother, did you bring Dakia and me here?" Mother replied once, and he looked at her happily, admiring her. "I can't live without Mother." Mother was also happy to hear this and spoke twice in a row, and Malik agreed with her. The two thus continued to cheer in the dark space. If it weren't for Our Lady of Blazing Corruption, they wouldn't have been able to defeat that robot, and it was truly fortunate. Just then, Dakia also woke up and faintly called Malik's name. He was startled and turned to look at her. Dakia was still lying on the ground, muttering blankly, "I'm not dead, am I, right?" Malik shook his head and said, "Not yet." He then helped her up, asking worriedly, "Can you move?" Dakia nodded and replied, "I feel a bit better after resting." "Where are we?" Malik replied calmly. "We've reached our destination." Just then, a very difficult-to-understand question suddenly came from the door. "What is eternally cute?" Dakia frowned slightly. She didn't understand what it meant at all, but Malik, as if knowing what it was, gave a reluctant smile. "Mother and child." Dakia looked at him in confusion and asked, "Is this a riddle?" Malik didn't answer. He muttered Elise's name. He knew that the person behind all this design was Elise's daughter. Indeed, the door before him actually opened under Dakia's astonished gaze. Before the three could even enter, the afterimage of a girl appeared before them. She even introduced herself excitedly. "I am Shirin, the Empire's best blacksmith." However, Shirin's body at this moment was merely a 3D hologram. Malik was a little awkward. First machine guns, now holograms. It's impossible to tell what kind of ancient kingdom this is. At this moment, Shirin's hologram continued to repeat what she had just said. Dakia looked at Shirin in surprise. "What kind of game is this?" Malik sighed and explained. "It seems the hologram keeps repeating because we're still standing here. Let's go inside." After that, the three moved their steps and went inside. At this moment, Shirin's hologram changed its words. "Everyone has passed through the guards I made. That's truly amazing." At this moment, Dakia asked suspiciously, "How did you know the answer?" Malik slowly said, "You mean the riddle?" That was, however, before he could finish speaking, another voice interrupted him. "Are you referring to my mother's name?" Shirin said cheerfully. "And why did I ask? It's simple. They entered this place with the key her mother left for her. But if they didn't know her mother's name, she would never forgive them." As soon as these words were out, Shirin's demeanor also changed instantly. Malik chuckled awkwardly and said jokingly, "It would have been a really big problem if we had answered that question incorrectly just now." Shirin cleared her throat at this moment and said, "Anyway, you must be tired from coming all this way, so rest here." As soon as she spoke, she led everyone to a large mansion, startling Malik's group, but they also didn't refuse and went inside to wash and change their clothes. After washing, Malik also took care of Our Lady of Blazing Corruption. While he was working intently, a voice suddenly interrupted him. "You washed really quickly." Malik was startled and turned around to see Dakia, who had just finished showering and was drying her wet hair. She continued to praise, "The bathroom here is truly wonderful. It feels like tons of fatigue have been lifted." Malik sat on a chair, nodding in agreement. He thought so too. "Do you like it too, Princess?" Dakia said without hesitation that she really liked it. She had never seen such strange equipment before, but it was explained in great detail in an ancient language. Even their clothes were washed while they showered. This halved her negative feelings toward Shirin. A moment later, Shirin appeared again. She smiled enthusiastically and asked, "Have you rested enough? I've come to bring you the item you left behind on your way here." As soon as he saw it, Malik's eyes widened in astonishment. It was the ring Bratia had left for him. She had even fixed the broken part. Malik thought his hand had rotted when he grabbed the sword, causing him to drop it. Perhaps he could avoid being scolded by her. He quickly put the ring on his hand. At this moment, Shirin signaled again, "Follow me. I'll give you the item you're looking for." Not long after, Shirin led Malik's group to a gigantic hall, and Dakia's eyes widened in astonishment. They hadn't imagined that the underground space here would be so vast. Shirin happily looked at the two and asked who would take the first piece. But at this moment the Our Lady of Blazing Corruption suddenly appeared and said something. Shirin was startled to see her. After that she didn't mind and continued to ask, "So which of the three of you will take it?" Malik smiled faintly and said, "It's me." Shirin also nodded without hesitation, but then looked at Dakia and said with a serene smile, "I can't let the two of you return empty-handed. I'll make whatever you want." Saying this she duplicated into 3. Leading 3 Maliks she went inside. After a while in a small room there was a table and on it lay a peculiar bracelet. This was the last piece Shirin had made. Shirin suggested that he try wearing it on his main arm. Malik quickly complied and to his surprise it automatically adjusted to the size of his wrist. Seeing this he couldn't help but smile slightly in admiration. It automatically adjusts to the user's size. However, what surprised Malik even more was what came next. Several lines of peculiar blue text suddenly appeared on the bracelet. Shirin smiled slightly and reassured him, "Don't be alarmed, it's just registering the user." After that she suggested again, "Now just press the activation button and shout." Malik couldn't help but be startled by these words. Do I really have to shout? But there was no other way. To obtain it he had to do so. Thinking this he shouted loudly as Shirin instructed and pressed the activation button. In the blink of an eye under Malik's suspicious gaze his arm suddenly began to be covered in peculiar black mechanical armor, and before long it transformed into a robot arm. He exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" But at this moment Shirin's laughter suddenly reached Malik's ears. She grinned and asked, "Did you really shout? Actually you only had to press the button." At this moment Malik finally realized he had been tricked and angrily denied, "I didn't shout." Shirin smiled slightly and explained the bracelet's function to him. As soon as her words ended, white smoke suddenly billowed around them. The surrounding scenery also changed, surprising Malik slightly. At this moment Shirin suggested, "Now extend your right fist. The second bracelet will react to Malik's brainwaves after that. Just let it read your mind. Just imagine you have a small cannon on your arm." Malik immediately followed her words and began to imagine a cannon. Immediately, blue light burst from his arm. In the blink of an eye it rushed towards the wall. With a bang a large explosion occurred here and smoke and fire billowed everywhere. Malik was startled to see this, and Shirin smiled in satisfaction and asked, "How do you like the special magic cannon I made? It has no physical ammunition, so it's not very effective in long-range combat, but it's incredibly powerful at close range. The energy used by the magic cannon is mana from the air which will automatically recharge." Malik was startled to hear this and his eyes widened. Shirin continued to explain, "You can charge 3 shots at once and each charge will take 20 minutes. This means you really need to aim carefully and accurately each time you shoot, but you also have to maintain it." At this moment Shirin happily winked and said, "If you have other Shirin pieces, try combining them with the bracelet. Something interesting will happen." Malik frowned, thought for a moment, then pulled out his sword. As soon as the sword appeared his mechanical arm also emitted blue light, and in the blink of an eye black smoke enveloped the sword. Very quickly the sword disappeared and 2 new peculiar weapons appeared on Malik's arm. Shirin exclaimed happily from the side, "You really had another piece? That's amazing." Malik frowned and looked at the data. The first looked like a sword and he couldn't recognize what the second was. While he was bewildered a sharp dagger suddenly appeared on the iron arm, startling Malik. Shirin, who was next to him, seemed to have expected it and smiled slightly, explaining, "Isn't that cool? The first is the essence of the combination of divine power and mana." Hearing this Malik praised, "That's truly amazing." Upon hearing the praise Shirin almost swelled with pride. She laughed excitedly and said, "I know I'm amazing. That's right, it's completely immortal, so it's very durable. But don't worry, it will automatically repair itself if it breaks." Malik was startled and repeated what he had just heard. Immortal and self-repairing? Right at this moment, something suddenly came to his mind. Thinking this, he pulled out the corrupted sword. Malik tightly gripped the sword's hilt with his mechanical arm. As soon as the sword appeared, his iron arm was enveloped in black light. Malik's eyes widened in surprise. The erosion speed of the mechanical arm was very slow. Didn't this mean he could use it? At this moment an alert sound suddenly rang out. "Cannot recover after 70 seconds." Malik was delighted to see this. To think it could last for 70 seconds. Thinking back to when he fought the monster, he would have had enough time to defeat the giant monster. Malik looked at his mechanical arm. With this he would be able to use the corrupted sword. While he was thinking, Dakia's voice suddenly reached him, startling him. He looked back and saw 2 Dakias approaching. Dakia happily asked, "Did you find anything?" Malik nodded slightly and said, "A bracelet that can transform into armor. What about you, princess?" Dakia raised an eyebrow and triumphantly replied, "Guess." However, as soon as he saw the peculiar object on her neck he recognized it. Dakia, seeing that he had recognized it, exclaimed excitedly, "That's right." After that she proudly said, "It can control magic like the ring I had before, but it doesn't limit the amount of mana. This is much better than that ring. I'm really happy to have obtained this." Saying this, another mask appeared on Dakia's face. She raised an eyebrow and triumphantly asked Malik what he thought. He nodded slightly and replied, "As long as you like it." At this moment, Our Lady of Blazing Corruption suddenly tugged at Malik's clothes. He was startled and looked down at her. Seeing her displeased expression, Malik hesitated and asked, "Mother, are you not happy with your reward?" Our Lady of Blazing Corruption looked up at him and only spoke one word, but she was telling him to give her his left hand. Malik was slightly puzzled. What did she want to do with his hand? However, he still honestly extended his hand and saw that Our Lady of Blazing Corruption had a ring identical to his own. Malik exclaimed in delight, Does this mean we can track each other's location with this ring, and if necessary it can protect us with a shield once a day? Seeing Our Lady of Blazing Corruption's expression, he couldn't help but laugh. She was jealous of the ring Bratia had given him. She was truly cute. Immediately after, Malik picked Our Lady of Blazing Corruption up again. The two laughed together once more. Just then, Shirin, who was behind them, suddenly reminded, "Everyone has received their rewards. What will you do now?" Malik glanced at her, then heard her continue, "You can leave or stay longer." Malik walked up to Dakia and asked, "What should we do?" She replied calmly, "We decided to leave. All my fatigue has been washed away." Hearing this, Malik immediately told Shirin, "Then we will leave." Shirin also quickly agreed, but before sending them off, she suggested, "Give me the key you used to enter here. I want to take it back." Hearing her request, Dakia was startled and asked, "What should we do?" Malik thought for a moment, then spoke, "I promised the archaeology team leader, but considering that we're talking to Shirin, it's probably best to give it to her." "Well then," Dakia no longer hesitated. She took the key and inserted it into the robot in front of her. Shirin, having obtained what she wanted, laughed happily and said, "Thank you. Then see you next time." However, the surrounding scenery was not as beautiful as her smile. A giant arm suddenly descended upon the three. Malik struggled to block it with his sword, muttering through gritted teeth, "What on earth is this?" At this moment, Shirin's voice was heard again, "If you collect all 10 of my numbered pieces, something interesting will happen. So work hard." Malik was extremely bewildered by what she was saying. However, no matter what he thought, the arm simply threw them outside. Malik stood up from the ground. He hadn't expected her to throw them out like that. Dakia observed the surrounding scenery for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise, "She just created a way out of the dungeon." However, as soon as she finished speaking, she trembled in surprise. She glanced at Malik, then hesitated and said, "Priest, this is the smell of blood, isn't it?" Malik gave a murderous smile. "I plan to give them a warm welcome under the name of murderer." On the other hand, Polina's group was desperately fleeing the dungeon. They didn't know what they had disturbed, but they were relentlessly chased by a swarm of bats, and the end of the road was a dead end. Polina thought as she fled, "There are far more than usual. This is clearly an ambush, but why?" While Polina was thinking, her comrade was attacked by a bat. Fortunately, she arrived in time. She eliminated the bat with her axe. This blow from Polina seemed to startle the bat swarm, and they scattered and flew away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Polina plunged her axe into the ground and exclaimed, "Where is that damned Ivan?" Her comrade immediately replied, "He's up ahead." Polina immediately ordered him, "If you want to live, you have to dig even faster." Hearing this, the person next to her hesitated to say something, but before he could finish, Polina interrupted him, "Shut up and deliver my words to that damned fellow." The people next to her immediately ran off. At this moment, Polina looked at the bat swarm again. She roared fiercely, "I'm going to smash all you damned bastards here and complete my mission." As soon as her words ended, she gripped her weapon tightly and waited for an opportunity to attack. In the blink of an eye, 2 bats approached her, and Polina fiercely slammed her hammer into their heads and they exploded instantly. She didn't stop and continued to charge, shouting loudly. Explosions continued to be heard here, and the number of bats also greatly decreased. On the other hand, in a nearby clearing, a huge bat corpse lay on the ground, and next to it were 2 men. At this moment, the man in black clothes suddenly exclaimed in admiration, "As expected, a unicorn." The other man was not as calm and urged fiercely, "Let's leave here quickly before all my bats die." However, before they could leave, a gloomy sound suddenly came from behind and a weapon fiercely plunged into the ground. "Who gave you permission to leave, you fools?" However, as soon as that voice ended, another voice was heard. "I don't need your permission." Polina was startled to hear this. She hastily turned around and attacked with her axe, but it was blocked by her opponent. The opponent was no different from a giant, but his face was human. She coldly scoffed with just a hammer. "You almost hurt me. How violent." Polina fiercely bit her lip. "Do you think you can block my hammer so easily? Die." Immediately after, she pulled her hammer out of her opponent's hand with all her strength and slammed it down fiercely again. But at this moment, one of the men next to her suddenly flicked his finger. Immediately, Polina's body was enveloped in black magic tendrils. Her limbs were tightly bound by them, and it began to wrap around her neck and tighten. Polina struggled to break free from the bindings, but it was utterly useless. At this moment, the giant woman behind them sneered, "Lady, don't act like that." The bald man looked at Polina and asked, "Where is the foreign object?" She fiercely exclaimed, "I don't know." But at this moment a sudden change occurred, startling them. A black shadow had appeared here at some point and silently killed the pilot. Although the opponent was wearing a mask, it was clearly Malik. At this moment his appearance was extremely terrifying. The other 2 were slightly startled to see him, but the bald man quickly regained his composure. He coldly scoffed nonsense. As soon as his words ended, he flicked his finger and Malik's body was bound by black magic. Unfortunately, it couldn't hold him for long, because the magic was destroyed by his holy power. The giant woman hidden in the stone was extremely terrified to see this, and Malik at this moment took his sword and rushed towards Polina, who was trapped. The giant woman tightly bound Polina. Polina's eyes widened in surprise to see the holy power around Malik, and before she could do anything, she was cut into 100 pieces by his sword. Polina was also released accordingly. The bald man's expression hardened to see this. Malik, having dealt with one person here, put his sword away again. He narrowed his eyes, looked at the man in black clothes and coldly interrogated, "How many of you are there?" At first, the bald man was really surprised, but at this moment he regained his composure. He chanted a spell with his hand preparing to attack Malik. Immediately, a huge explosion occurred in front of him and sand and dust flew everywhere. Waiting for the smoke to clear, only a huge rock appeared in front. Seeing this, the bald man immediately showed a satisfied smile. Unfortunately, he couldn't rejoice for long and his eyes widened in surprise, because a saw-toothed sword suddenly appeared from somewhere in front of him and instantly cut the rock in front. With just one slash, disgusting black slime poured out everywhere from inside the rock. At this moment, the bald man's face was filled with fear. He opened his eyes wide, looked at the person in front of him, and fiercely exclaimed, "What on earth are you?" Then 4 stars descended from the heavenly realm and a holy war broke out. Yes, a holy war. Those who obey God's will, annihilate the corrupted gods. We will lead you. This is God's will. The 4 stars gathered the warriors to carry out God's will on earth and named it the Race Extermination Holy War. Malik, of course, did not know these facts. He was still in the dungeon. He narrowed his eyes, looked at the bald man and asked again, "How many of you are there?" However, the man still stubbornly refused to speak and tried to attack him with magic again. Unfortunately, this time it didn't go as he wished. Before he could cast his magic, Malik directly grabbed his neck with his hand. He coldly asked, "How many?" The bald man was in pain but still not afraid and tried to resist without answering. Of course, Malik was not a benevolent person either. When he wouldn't listen, he acted directly, striking the man with a holy power-infused fist, startling him. Malik withdrew his hand and waited for the bald man's answer. There was a hint of fear on his face and he hurriedly confessed, "There's another team besides us. If you let me go, I'll..." However, before he could finish, Malik lifted him up again. He choked the bald man to death on the spot, but at this moment he detected movement from behind. It was the giant woman. Displeased with her continued existence, she said, "I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget." However, before she could do anything, her eyes widened in surprise. A sword appeared before her and in the blink of an eye it corroded the giant woman into dust. Malik's eyes gleamed with an evil smile and his arms spread wide in satisfaction. It was truly a perfect slaughter. Immediately after, Malik glanced at Polina, who was kneeling beside him, and asked coldly, "Hey, where's my next target?" Polina was slightly startled and then suggested, "I'll tell you once you help me up." Malik didn't hesitate to reach out his hand and help her up. Polina inwardly admired that this person was better than she thought. Although he seemed a bit strange, he was fine. With Malik's support, Polina carefully asked, "I don't know who you are, but can you help my team?" Malik pouted and said, "I'm a murderer." But Polina didn't mind much, giving a shy smile. "All right." Then she proposed a condition. "If you help my team." However, before she could finish speaking, Polina's cheeks flushed red at the sight of Malik's muscular abs. After a long while, she shyly continued in a low voice, "I'll do anything you want." Malik was startled to hear this. What was even more surprising was that he realized Polina was touching his abs. He asked displeased, "What are you doing?" As soon as she was caught, she immediately jumped back and apologized. "I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional." However, her hand did not retract. Feeling toyed with, Malik immediately warned, "If you don't want to die, guide me to where there are bodies to kill." Hearing this, Polina immediately rejoiced and thanked him, but Malik sternly admonished, "Shut up, I'm not doing this for you. I just need new targets to slaughter." At this moment, Malik suddenly remembered something. He suddenly reached out his hand towards the 2 corpses behind him and powerful holy power burst forth, causing them to explode. Polina was speechless at this sight. Malik didn't pay attention to her. He was thinking about one problem: the corrupted sword seemed not to absorb corpses. He had to restrict its use given its corrupting effect on his hands. As he thought, Malik suddenly sat on the ground, startling Polina. He said slowly, "Now I'm going to escape from here as fast as possible. If you don't want to die, guide me properly." Polina, quick on the uptake, jumped onto his back and happily replied, "All right, I'll leave it to you." However, her lecherous hands continued to fondle Malik's abs. Malik, extremely angry, admonished, "I'm not doing this for you." It was very annoying that he had to explain once again that he just needed new targets to slaughter. Somehow, Malik slightly regretted saving her. He should have just left her to die here. She was really bothersome. There was no other way. Malik was unfamiliar with this place and needed someone to guide him. Polina was the best choice. He had no choice but to carry her on his back and quickly ran forward. At the same time, Dakia, hidden on a distant cliff, was slightly displeased at this sight. She felt an indescribable displeasure inwardly, but immediately after, she quickly chased after Malik. Meanwhile, on the other side of the dungeon, magical light continuously burst forth, and shouts of urgency echoed in the darkness. This was Ran's group, Polina's team, trying to break down a door and get out. Ran, who was struggling to break down the door with magic, grew slightly annoyed by the urging shouts and couldn't help but scold, "Do you think this is child's play? If it won't break, shut up." However, at this moment, their complexions instantly turned grim, because they heard a horrifying sound drawing closer and closer to them. Indeed, a swarm of bats had almost reached this place. Ran fiercely bit his lip, not letting go of the spell in his hand. He shouted with all his might, and the magic orb in his hand grew larger and larger, rushing towards the wall in front. With a bang, a hole was breached in the wall in front. Ran immediately commanded, "Dig quickly. We're going inside." At the same time, the bat swarm drew closer and closer to them, and Ran's group also crawled through to the other side of the wall. Immediately after, Ran quickly cast a spell with his hand. Magical light reappeared in his hand. Fierce bats continuously rushed forward at this moment. Fortunately at the last moment Rand barely managed to close the hole in front. One bat hit its head against the wall and died on the spot. Its body was embedded in the wall, and its blood-stained head fell to the ground. Having finished everything, Rand collapsed to the ground exhausted. Seeing the unfamiliar scenery before him, he loudly called for help. "Someone help me." Unfortunately, no answer came. Rand fiercely bit his lip and cursed. Damn it, they survived thanks to Polina's sacrifice. However, while they were grieving for her, their team leader was now comfortably sitting on Malik's back, rushing into the battlefield. Outside the wall, a shadow suddenly appeared and continuously scoffed at them. To think they could escape like that. Looking at the cracks in the wall, the person couldn't help but marvel at how difficult they were to catch. The other man beside him also nodded in agreement. Indeed, that archaeology team is stronger than we thought. These two were Zhang and Zello, who stood beside him. Just then, a sudden sneering sound came from outside. "Are you sure the archaeology team has the holy relic?" Zhang nodded without hesitation. "Absolutely. The higher-ups can track the holy relic's location." The woman who had just appeared with blonde hair tied to one side was also a comrade of the two men in front, and her name was Jamal. As she mentioned the holy relic, Zello couldn't help but shout loudly. "The problem is that the location is unclear." Jamal also hesitated slightly and said, "We can't just go around vaguely searching for the holy relic like this. Rumor has it that others have already used a holy relic to create a perfect incarnation." Zhang frowned and looked at Zello. He didn't understand her words. However, before he could even reply, Zello fiercely interrogated, "If you're the leader, you should know, shouldn't you? We can do that too." Zhang was slightly annoyed by the two women continuously nagging next to his ear and sighed helplessly. "All right, but for now we must continue to pursue the archaeology team." Saying this, he glanced at Jamal and commanded, "Open the door." She hastily nodded and went towards the wall. Immediately after, a spell began to form in Jamal's hand and a white orb appeared accordingly. She continuously chanted an incantation with her mouth. "Great stones unite and open a path through these rocks." In the blink of an eye, lightning shot straight from Jamal's hand towards the wall. With a bang, another hole was breached in the wall. The three quickly passed through it. But at this moment, bats suddenly let out fierce roars in the air. Moreover, they continuously flapped their wings as if signaling something, startling Jamal's group. Jamal suspected what was happening. Zhang also guessed that something might have happened to the other team. They hesitated whether to go save their comrades or continue pursuing the archaeology team. Zhang thought for a moment, and Zello again said with a fearful expression, "Everyone in that team is strange, so I really don't want to go." Hearing this, he nodded. "Our mission is to retrieve the holy relic, so let's focus on that." Hearing Yang's words, the two women also didn't resist and passed through the hole in the wall together. Meanwhile, Malik was fleeing with Polina on his back. However, her hands couldn't stay still and continuously fondled his muscles. Malik, angry, admonished, "What are you doing now?" Polina didn't answer and made another sound asking, "Are you interested in archaeology?" Malik ignored her, growling a warning, "Answer my question first before I take 4 of your lives." Polina still didn't answer. She introduced herself as the leader of the Royal Archaeology team and even said she could immediately give him a job. Polina was lecherous, so she felt his body was excellent. Would Malik need such a job from her? Angry, he slapped away her arm that was groping his chest and warned coldly, "Touch me again and I'll kill you." She was truly bothersome. Hearing his warning, Polina finally calmed down a bit. After that, Malik asked suspiciously again, "Your comrades are in danger, so why aren't you worried?" Polina replied nonchalantly, "I don't even know if they're dead, so there's no reason to be sad." Just then, Polina's eyes suddenly lit up. She happily pointed forward. "My comrades probably went that way." Malik looked suspiciously in the direction she was pointing. He only saw a white castle. Polina slowly explained that place is a ruin. "It's where Princess Shirin died." Malik was startled to hear this name. "Shirin, how did that person become a princess?" Polina continued to explain. "This place was Shirin's laboratory and fortress. During the era of the ancient kingdom, there were no problems between Shirin's mother and Emperor Yongle. However, when it was time to choose a successor, Shirin's daughter refused the throne. Therefore, a close branch of the imperial family inherited the throne. Of course, there was no problem at first because Shirin abdicated the throne, until she created something that shouldn't exist in this world. It was the Immortarium, an immortal being coveted by all." Malik frowned in wonder upon hearing this. Polina, seeing his expression, hastily said, "What I'm about to say is just a hypothesis, so please don't take it as fact. The ancient kingdom, established after the era of the corrupted mages, had no rival capable of contending with them. However, thanks to the Immortarium, Shirin's reputation soared to the heavens. The emperor expanded his army to strengthen his power. However, the problem was that these actions actually threatened his authority. A revolutionary force formed, seeking to enthrone Shirin as empress. Shirin still had no intention of inheriting the throne, but this only made the revolutionary forces even more determined to enthrone her. The emperor, interested only in power, eventually initiated a civil war between the revolutionary army and the imperial army. Both sides tried to draw Shirin to their side because only she could create the Immortarium. The emperor was confident that his sister would side with him. The revolutionary army also believed that Shirin would not turn her back on the bleeding populace. However, Shirin declared neutrality. Polina believed she had simply acted according to her own beliefs. However, both sides eventually regarded her as an enemy. Shirin became not someone they needed to persuade, but an entity they needed to seize and exploit for their own interests. And they made a bold decision. They went to her laboratory, but Shirin's soldiers were too powerful and repelled them. Malik secretly nodded upon hearing this. Those armored giants were truly powerful. Polina didn't know he had encountered them. She continued her story. They couldn't breach her defenses and made a foolish choice. They took the lives of innocent citizens to threaten her. Shirin was extremely enraged by this act and decided to end the civil war. She wanted to eliminate both sides because they were the root of all problems. History records that cold, armored armies continuously poured forth. This was Shirin's robot army. Faced with Shirin's overwhelming army, the Emperor and the revolutionary forces decided to join hands. After that, they deployed forces that only they could use, the terrifying masters of combat. A team of seasoned warriors infiltrated the laboratory area. Ultimately, they succeeded in assassinating Shirin. However, Polina said that history records no one ever returned after that. Malik, hearing this, asked her the reason in wonder. Polina shook her head, saying no one knew and there were no records. Shirin's laboratory became a forbidden sanctuary, so no one could enter after that. Malik frowned in wonder. What happened to the ancient kingdom after that incident? Polina replied calmly. The Emperor and the revolutionary forces continued their civil war, and eventually the ancient kingdom perished. Malik was speechless upon hearing this ending. After a moment he asked again, "Do you know anything about the numbered artifacts Shirin left behind?" Polina seemed never to have heard of such things, but Malik thought Shirin had created them since he possessed one. Malik felt there was nothing more to ask and fell silent. He probably understood that in that fierce battle when Shirin and the Master of Combat were severely wounded, he thought he had chosen the wrong side, and after that, he was killed by the giant serpent. The demoness helped her feign death, and after that she created the numbered artifacts. Thinking this far, Malik suddenly realized something strange. If Polina's words were true, they shouldn't have been able to enter these ruins, should they? But they had already entered, hadn't they? Malik asked, "You just brought your subordinates here, didn't you?" Polina just said nonchalantly. "That was a long time ago. Everything must have been erased over time." However, as she said this much, Polina suddenly gave a mysterious smile. She was sure that everything would still be here except for the Immortarium creation guidelines. Just then a vibrating sound suddenly came from afar, startling the two. Polina hastily said, "It must be my comrades, shouldn't it? Please put me down, we need to hurry." At the same time, in another area of the ruins, Polina's guess was not wrong. It was her comrades. However, they were in a dilemma, and several had already fallen. Opposite them, a huge giant held a very sharp sword in its hand. The last survivor shouted in fear, holding a hammer in his hand, "Get away from me." However, as soon as he swung the hammer, it shattered. His complexion immediately turned pale at this sight. At this moment the giant fiercely swung its sword, attacking him. The man without a weapon in his hand had no choice but to face death. However, at this moment a loud explosion suddenly occurred in front, and dirt and dust flew everywhere. Waiting for the smoke to clear, the giant lay powerlessly on the ground. This sight extremely startled the man. What on earth was happening behind him? A black gun barrel had appeared at some point. Of course the attacker was Malik. His arm had already transformed into a gun at this moment. Moreover, its power made Polina, who was beside him, open her eyes wide in disbelief. Malik quickly retracted the gun, squinting his eyes as he looked at the giant in front. After that he looked at the fallen people around and fell into thought. 6 people. All of them had lost their lives because of the holy relic he had taken. At this moment Polina ran to the man and asked what had happened. As soon as he saw her, he immediately rejoiced. "Thank goodness you're alive." However, Polina didn't want to hear his nonsense. She wanted to know the whole situation. "Where are the others?" The man suddenly let out a gloomy sigh. "When the walls suddenly moved, we scattered. They didn't touch anything. Perhaps those who were chasing them did something." Just then, the man's complexion suddenly turned grim. The fallen giant rose from the ground again. It wasn't dead yet. Malik immediately rushed forward at this sight. The gun in his hand also transformed into a saw-toothed sword. He fiercely slashed the giant with his sword, but the giant blocked it with its arm and wasn't even injured. Malik's eyes widened in astonishment. There was something strange about this giant. Its entire body was made of immortarium. Malik continued to think while fighting the giant. He squinted his eyes, looking at the giant rushing towards him. A glint of contempt flashed in his eyes. It was because it was inferior compared to the previous ones. At that moment his saw-toothed sword swung once more, cutting its body, and immediately a part of the giant's body fell to the ground. Malik didn't hesitate. Leaping high and striking its head directly with his knee, he slashed once more, and the giant quickly fell to the ground. The giant could no longer resist, helplessly buried under a pile of rubble. Once it fell, Polina finally approached, stomped on it, and cursed. "You foolish brute." Then she commanded again, "Don't just stand there and watch, come and help. Are you going to leave everything to him?" Hearing this, the person hastily ran over to help. At that moment, Our Lady of Blazing Corruption suddenly said something. If both were immortarium, they would surely only consume immortarium. However, what Malik possessed was no ordinary thing. He slowly approached the giant's head and fiercely plunged his sword into it. His saw blade could regenerate itself. Malik twisted the blade slightly, quickly splitting the head into 2 pieces, and a strange black object appeared within. He didn't hesitate to destroy it. At that moment, Polina finally breathed a sigh of relief. "We're alive." Our Lady of Blazing Corruption suddenly acted strangely, continuously repeating 2 words. Malik also nodded slightly in agreement, as she said if they could sell this much immortarium, they would be rolling in money. However, at that moment dense smoke suddenly billowed from the giant's body, startling Malik. The archaeology team members screamed in fear. Could it be poison? But it wasn't. According to Our Lady of Blazing Corruption, it was the immortarium melting away. In that case it was useless. Malik was sure Sheeran must have anticipated this, and he could only pass by it. Thinking this, Malik suddenly spoke. "I will destroy all these metals, therefore anyone who cannot follow will be left behind." As soon as he finished speaking, he set off running forward, leaving them with the words, "If you don't want to die, try to follow." However, it was uncertain if they could keep up as Malik was too fast, but he didn't care, continuing to run towards another area of the ruins. Passing by a castle, he suddenly detected movement. Without thinking deeply, Malik hastily ran in that direction. Inside, someone was fighting Sheeran's army. He glared at it and didn't hesitate to charge. Malik rushed straight inside. He would eliminate them all anyway. However, as soon as he stepped inside, he couldn't help but be surprised. At that moment, the archaeology team members were cheering for Jamal. "Well done, Jamal. Keep it up, Jamal." But Jamal's face was covered in tears as she fought the giant, complaining continuously, "I've reached my limit. If this keeps up, she'll be finished." She also pleaded for someone to save her. Malik stared blankly at this scene, unable to comprehend what was happening. Why was an evil spirit worshipper like Jamal here? Moreover, her protecting the archaeology team was truly hard to believe. Jamal cried loudly and helplessly a few times, then looked at the archaeology team members again and commanded, "Hey, you guys, don't just stand there, come and help me." The archaeology team members immediately adopted a subservient attitude, pouting their lips and saying, "We'd like to, but we don't have any weapons." Malik, watching this scene from outside, was somewhat speechless. Our Lady of Blazing Corruption helped Jamal after she died, but he thought this was an opportunity to get more information about the Liberation Front. At that moment, one of the archaeology team members suddenly felt a pang of conscience and suggested, "We must help her. If anything happens to her, we won't be safe either." Hearing this, the archaeology team members also thought it made sense. They really had to do something. They quickly tried to run and save Jamal, but after a few steps they were stopped by Malik's voice. He warned them, "That is my target. Anyone who dares to touch it, I will take their life." As soon as he finished speaking, Malik's demeanor instantly changed. He was no different from a monster. The team members recoiled in fear at this sight, some even regarding him as a new monster, but others recognized that he was human. Malik didn't care what they said about him, immediately drew his sword and charged forward. People watched carefully. Only then did they realize he was indeed a person, but he had taken off his shirt and was wearing a strange mask. While they were still marveling, Malik had already plunged his saw-toothed sword into the giant's head. With just one attack it quickly fell to the ground, powerless to resist. Jamal, who was beside him, was astonished by this sight but quickly rejoiced. She was finally alive. Of course Malik didn't know what she was thinking and continuously struck down with the saw-toothed sword in his hand. With a single slash he was able to crush the giant's head. However, at that moment the sword in his hand suddenly disappeared and a gun appeared instead. The giant was slightly surprised by this action. Without time to ponder what it was, Malik had already pulled the trigger and fired, and it shattered into pieces in the blink of an eye. At that moment another giant suddenly tried to attack Malik. Jamal hastily reminded him, "Be careful, it's dangerous." Malik frowned slightly. He realized there was another one behind him. Seeing the urgent situation, Jamal hastily used magic to combine stones. Immediately, large boulders flew towards the giant behind Malik. Caught off guard by this unexpected attack, the giant was sent flying far away without time to defend itself. Malik seized this opportunity to swing his sword towards the giant once more. Jamal outside was also very happy that she had succeeded. Not long after, Malik successfully took down the giant. Jamal tried to combine stones to attack again. However, at that moment, strange smoke suddenly billowed around the giant, and then it muttered unknown words with its mouth. A moment later, it suddenly made a sound, activating a high-grade artifact. Malik looked at it with slightly suspicious eyes. "What is this?" Under his suspicious gaze, the giant disappeared. At that moment, Polina's joyful voice suddenly came from behind. "You fools, you're still alive." Hearing her words, they looked back and saw Polina running, bringing the survivors with her. At the same time, Malik was secretly channeling holy power here. Jamal noticed his change and paid attention. She suddenly realized what it was and her expression was slightly unwell. Malik didn't care. He was using holy power to sense the surrounding environment step by step. The high-grade artifact seemed not to have gone in the direction they had entered. A moment later he spoke, "Take them out of here. When I fight, you'll only be in my way." Polina hesitated slightly and said, "There are still over 20 people left." She knew she shouldn't ask this question, but she wanted to ask him. If he met them, would he save them? Polina was a little rude, but he actually agreed. Perhaps he would. Hearing this, she finally commanded her team members with satisfaction, "Everyone, we must leave this place first." Immediately the team members cheered joyfully. Who wouldn't be happy when they were about to escape the brink of death anyway? Even Jamal followed them outside. However, before she had gone 2 steps, a cold blade was pressed against her neck and her face turned pale with fear. Malik appeared from behind and said in a cold voice, "Follow me." Jamal wailed bitterly, "No, I want to leave this place. I have something to ask them." Malik scoffed coldly, "I won't say it twice. If you say no again, I will kill you." Jamal sobbed in fear, but he wasn't the type to spare beautiful women. Leaving her to continue crying, he looked back at the archaeology team members' retreating figures. They had already left, so they would be fine. With that, Malik shouted loudly towards a corner of the wall, "You can come out now." Hearing his words, Dakia walked out of the darkness and asked, "Are you sure?" He nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, I told the archaeology team to go." Jamal, standing nearby, was slightly startled to hear Malik's change in tone and hastily moved away. "I didn't see or hear anything." "Hello?" Malik glanced at her, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. Before Jamal could chant a spell, he had already firmly covered her mouth. He warned in a cold voice, "If you try to use magic, I will kill you immediately. We still have time, so take your time answering my questions." Although Jamal struggled, it was useless. Malik asked in a gloomy voice, "How many are in the Liberation Front?" As he spoke, he released her mouth so she could answer. But all he heard were 3 words, "I don't know." She said they were divided into small groups, so she didn't know how many there were. Hearing this, Malik frowned and continued to ask, "How did the Liberation Front find the ruins?" Under his threatening gaze, Jamal hastily said, "A map. We have a holy relic with a map." Malik scoffed coldly and ordered her to bring it, but she shook her head and said, "I don't have it. Only the higher-ups possess it." Malik believed her words and asked again, "How many holy relics has the Liberation Front collected so far?" Jamal answered very honestly, 4. But Malik didn't believe her because he had heard that before. He said in a cold voice, "The evil spirit worshipper I interrogated before also said 4. Jamal hastily explained, "I don't know when you heard it, but previously the map was damaged due to a civil war. Now the map will show multiple locations simultaneously." Hearing this, Malik frowned. "Another civil war?" Jamal continued to reveal what she knew. "Pastras is trying to overthrow the gods and Pesio is trying to summon them into this world. They are hostile to each other. Each faction possesses 2 holy relics," and Jamal said, "I recently heard that Cruz defeated a god." Malik frowned in disbelief and asked again, "Really, defeated a god?" Jamal, seeing Malik's arm still firmly gripping her, continued, "I don't belong to either side, so I don't know the details." At that moment the front door suddenly exploded. Immediately after, a black figure appeared in the 3 people's line of sight. It was a robot hidden within a black cloak. Its target was Malik's group. It immediately tried to kill all 3. Dakia, seeing this scene, was startled and screamed, "Can I use magic now? I truly won't betray you." Malik frowned slightly, lost in thought. The safest way was to kill her, but something still bothered him. Jamal had protected the archaeology team members and hadn't even tried to attack him. Moreover, if San had been here, he would have told Malik to spare her. Recalling San's smiling face, Malik couldn't help but curse and eventually threw her to the ground. He warned in a cold voice, "I will trust you only once." Jamal breathed a sigh of relief and didn't hesitate to begin chanting a spell, "Great rocks unite and aid evil." The robot was slightly surprised to see the ground continuously shaking, and before it could comprehend what was happening, Malik rushed over from a distance. He didn't hesitate to strike down with his sword, and dirt and stones flew everywhere. Jamal and Dakia, who were outside, were also affected by it and had to step back. Waiting for the smoke to clear, Malik stood firm there. The sword in his hand had already struck the robot's head, but it inflicted no deep wound. Malik's expression immediately darkened at this sight. However, the robot before him suddenly knelt on the ground and said, "I have finally found the successor, Third Knight. I pay my respects." Malik frowned as he looked at the robot before him. "What does that mean?" At that moment T continued, "If you wish, I will guide you to this laboratory's caretaker." Dakia, outside, asked with a suspicious expression, "What's happening?" Malik slowly said, "According to Polina, this is Shirin's laboratory." Dakia stood blankly upon hearing this. Could things get any better? Malik didn't care much and looked at T again, asking, "You won't ambush us on the way there, will you?" T said resolutely, "I swear on my name that will not happen." Hearing this, Malik finally nodded in relief. "Then please lead the way." T rose from the ground and said politely, "It is an honor for me to serve you." With that, Malik and Dakia followed T inside. Jamal, looking at Malik's retreating back as he walked ahead, asked very cautiously, "What will happen to me now?" Malik sighed upon hearing this. He really didn't want to kill her, but keeping her alive was another matter. While he was still hesitating, Our Lady of Blazing Corruption spoke a single word, "How about thinking after killing him?" Dakia, as if understanding Malik's dilemma, glanced at Jamal behind them, smiled and then spoke, "Do you want to go back to your friends?" Jamal nodded without hesitation. Dakia, hearing this, was not surprised and said calmly, "If you wish, you can go." However, Jamal was flustered by Dakia's overly intimidating tone. She hastily said, "I've already forgotten them." Dakia smiled slightly upon hearing this and asked, "But they'll be sad, won't they?" Jamal cried and said, "I'm sure they'll understand." She continuously explained to Dakia that she had no other intentions, and Dakia couldn't help but laugh. Then she went to Malik's side and said in a low voice, "I think she fell for it." He nodded slightly and replied, "I can't let her go, but I don't want to kill her either. It seems she'll have to come with us for now." Malik said he could make her do some odd jobs. Besides, he also wanted to ask her a few questions. Dakia was slightly surprised to hear this. She asked suspiciously. Malik said, "Then if she continues to accompany us, it's all right to tell her my name, isn't it?" Malik thought it made sense and immediately took off his mask. As his face was revealed, Jamal shrieked in astonishment. "Priest Malik," he was surprised that she knew him, and while getting dressed asked, "Do you know me?" Jamal replied flustered, "Of course, you've destroyed our organization multiple times and your picture is plastered all over the Liberation Front. It would be harder not to know you." She suddenly recalled his bloodthirsty reputation and hastily covered her head, wailing, "After you get the answers you want from me, will you kill me too?" Malik was slightly embarrassed to see her crying so bitterly and shook his head, saying, "Not necessarily." Jamal, even more terrified, rushed over, grabbed his leg and pleaded, "I can do better, please don't kill me." Malik sighed in embarrassment. "All right, I might let you go after enough time has passed." Only then did Jamal breathe a sigh of relief and hastily swore, "As long as you don't kill me, I will pledge my loyalty to you." Malik nodded awkwardly and stood up. A moment later, T, who was leading the way, finally stopped in front of a huge iron door. Immediately after, he called out loudly, "Caretaker, I have brought the successor." The moment the door opened, a machine-armored suit appeared. A mechanical voice echoed again, "Is the successor here?" T hastily nodded and said, "He is standing next to me." The machine-armored suit indifferently said, "Oh," then explained that its visual sensors were broken and it couldn't see. After that, it extended its hand forward and said, "If you are truly here, could you bring the proof of the successor close to my hand?" Malik also extended his hand towards it, and a reaction appeared in the blink of an eye. The machine-armored suit immediately rejoiced and shouted, "Mother has not abandoned us." At that moment, Malik suddenly spoke, "There's something I'd like to confirm. Has anyone entered and left this place?" The machine armor checked for a moment and then replied that there were currently a total of 24 people here. One group of 2 and another group of 22. They were all resisting fiercely, so it would take some time to deal with them using only incomplete warriors. T, the only knight remaining out of 4, was about to say more, but Malik interrupted him. "Understood." He looked up at the machine armor and suggested, "Don't kill anyone in the group of 22, let them leave." The machine armor agreed without hesitation. "All right, and we will use all our forces to deal with the group of 2. As soon as Jamal heard this, she knew who the 2 people were. Her comrades Zell and Jan. She hastily asked, "Can't we just let them go?" Jamal promised she would try harder if Malik didn't kill them. At this moment, Our Lady of Blazing Corruption in Malik's pocket suddenly became enraged, and he hastily soothed her. "Mother, calm down." In fact, he thought Jamal was much better than the evil spirit worshippers. She cared about her friends even in this situation. Thinking this, Malik looked at the machine armor and suggested, "Let the 2 people go as well, but make sure the 2 groups' paths don't overlap." The caretaker machine armor didn't mind and immediately agreed. "Then we will return the archaeologists to their comrades and guide the group of 2 along a different path." Having said this much, the machine armor suddenly called out to the successor, and Malik was slightly surprised. At this moment, the machine armor handed him something and said, "Take this." It said it was something Sheeran had left a very long time ago. As the holy power disappeared, only the lower half of a machine armor appeared before Malik. His eyes lit up at this item. It was similar to the iron arm he had obtained from Sheeran. Immediately after, he hastily raised his arm, and a stream of holy power surged accordingly. The arm began to absorb the object before him, and, accordingly, a new weapon was created for Malik. This was an amplifier attached to the leg. He checked it for a moment, then nodded and expressed his thanks. The caretaker machine armor said nonchalantly, "There's no need to thank us. We merely handed it to you according to Mother Sheeran's instructions." Malik was secretly delighted. He hadn't expected such good fortune. Thinking this, Malik asked, "But everyone seems to be in poor condition. Why is that?" The caretaker machine armor immediately told him the reason. It said that they were in this state because of those who had ambushed this place to kill Sheeran after fighting a team of seasoned warriors. All the knights except T were destroyed, and consequently, they lost 99 of their forces, and the remaining knights were also in poor condition. Malik heard this and asked curiously, "But everyone being here means you defeated that seasoned team, right?" The caretaker machine armor replied nonchalantly, "One could say that. We survived, but we didn't actually win that battle. They used the advantage of being living beings to trap and starve that team to death using all available resources." Malik couldn't help but admire this. It was truly amazing that they had managed to do that. At this moment, the caretaker machine armor suddenly called out to Malik, and he responded once, waiting for its next words. It turned out it had a request for him. Malik asked, slightly surprised, "What is it?" The caretaker machine armor slowly said, "Please allow us to rebuild our army, including ancient warriors." Malik heard this and was astonished, speechless. At this moment, the caretaker machine armor spoke again. "Mother did not agree to this, but the important thing is who uses the warriors." Malik was silent for a moment, hesitating. It was a long time before he finally spoke. "No matter what, will you listen to me?" The caretaker machine armor immediately nodded. "Of course, if you wish, we will dedicate this entire world to you." Malik fell into thought again. This entire world could turn its back on him at any time, so it would be better to have a trustworthy army. Thinking this far, he nodded in agreement. The caretaker machine armor immediately rejoiced and expressed its gratitude. But Malik asked again suspiciously, "How long will it take?" The caretaker machine armor thought for a moment and then replied, "It will take 100 years to rebuild the entire army." Malik heard this and was slightly speechless. After a moment he hesitated and asked, To rebuild the entire army, can't we reduce the number and do it faster? The caretaker machine armor thought for a moment, then asked again, how much do we have? Is it enough to sweep away 1/8 of the empire? Malik told him that the empire had already fallen, so there was no need to be so fixated. Indeed, upon hearing this, he was very happy, and immediately reduced the number of guns and set the time to 50 years. But Malik still couldn't endure such a long time. He chuckled and asked him, is 1 year too short? Upon hearing this, the caretaker machine armor was slightly surprised, and it was a long time before it finally spoke. If possible, I would like to give you an army right now. However, due to damaged facilities and lack of resources, it would take at least 20 years to rebuild the army. At this moment, the caretaker machine armor suddenly had a problem. It apologized to Malik and began to repair something on its body. After a moment, the caretaker machine armor's visual sensors recovered. It looked around the surrounding scenery, and then at Malik and his 3 companions, then exclaimed very happily, it's been so long since I've seen this room. It asked Malik if he was in such a hurry because he had an urgent matter. He nodded without hesitation, admitting it. It was because the Liberation Front was trying to capture him. Upon hearing this, the caretaker machine armor was immediately surprised. It asked worriedly, do you have enemies? Then you must be busy. Although the number is small, I will try to rebuild the army within 1 year. The caretaker machine armor told him he could rest in the laboratory for 1 year. But Malik immediately refused. No, I won't be here. I have a lot to do. Upon hearing this, the caretaker machine armor's vision sensors immediately turned red. It said worriedly, but you are in danger, and outside is very dangerous. It said it would do its best to make him comfortable. If 1 year was too long, then 11 months would also be fine, as long as he didn't abandon them. Malik's corrupted mother suddenly cried out. He knew what she was saying. 11 months wasn't bad either. However, the new mission was the problem, so Malik hesitated, refusing Bati's teaching. 2 machine armor's hearts thumped, waiting for an answer. Malik still didn't move. He was thinking about one thing. The Liberation Front had overthrown a god. He simply couldn't sit by. At the same time, in a dark place, a naked middle-aged man was tied up on one side, continuously calling for help. In front of him stood 3 black-robed figures observing, but no matter how much he called for help, it was useless. Horrific monsters crawled onto his body and attacked him. Pitiful screams suddenly echoed, reverberating throughout the dark basement. He didn't want to die here. Unfortunately, his cries for help were useless, and his body was consumed very quickly, turning to dust and disappearing into infinite darkness. At this moment, one of the black-robed figures suddenly smiled wickedly and said, isn't it truly enjoyable? What was inside was once a god. Even true gods are not everything. Upon hearing this, the person next to him immediately became angry and scolded, blasphemy. But he didn't yield and retorted, true blasphemy is our act of dragging God down from heaven. The other person coldly scoffed and reminded him, it's still a god. Don't you feel the holy power? Upon hearing that, the person opposite him immediately nodded. Of course I feel it. It may have holy power, but is it truly a god? If it's a god, it should have dignity like the one I serve. In his eyes, that being was not a god. At this moment, the person asked again, I heard that the churches are recruiting soldiers. What's going on? His words surprised the 2 people next to him, and he continued, you probably haven't heard the news because you've been busy dealing with this. What he was talking about was the holy war of extermination. That made them busy. But never mind them. They don't even know how to use relics. They just need to keep doing what they're doing, find the holy artifacts and overthrow the gods. At this moment, pitiful screams suddenly echoed again, startling them. The other person smiled wickedly and said, it seems it will be over soon. Then you will need experimental subjects. Saying this, he left. The other person said, we have already determined the location. The person asked in surprise, where is it? He smiled mysteriously again. The place they chose was the Northern Kingdom, over here. Malik, after hearing the 2 machines' story, spoke, I have something to do, so I have to go first. These words made T and the other machine slightly flustered. Fortunately, he immediately added another sentence which reassured them much more. But they couldn't give up such a good succession. I won't abandon you all. The machine seemed on the verge of shedding tears of emotion. He raised his hand and swore very firmly, Successor, I believe in you. Don't hesitate about anything. He said that while Malik was busy, he would create a powerful army and dedicate the entire continent, no, this entire dimension, to him. Before Malik could process all of this, another unexpected thing happened. T suddenly knelt on the ground and respectfully said, Successor, please accept me. He guaranteed that he could help him and asked for the honor of accompanying him. Upon hearing this, Malik hesitated for a moment. It was a long time before he finally said awkwardly, but your current size is too conspicuous. T immediately replied, don't worry, I can shrink. As if to prove the truth of his words, he immediately transformed into a mini-robot and then continued, you can carry me in your pocket and when needed I can grow back to full size. Before Malik could answer, his corrupted mother complained, suggesting he kill it. Hearing this angry voice, Malik chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, whether it was there or not, the pocket was mother's. Thinking this, he looked at T and suggested, can you shrink to human size? T was slightly surprised. But he reacted very quickly, nodded, and replied, of course. After that, he immediately changed his size to that of a human. Seeing this satisfactory size, Malik finally nodded. Alright then, come with me. Upon obtaining his consent, T immediately rejoiced and laughed. It is a great honor, however. At this moment the other machine's hand suddenly shot out, startling T. Before he could even prepare himself, he was lifted into the air. The machine said nonchalantly, I will repair T immediately. It will take about 3 hours, so please wait a moment, Malik. He also said that he had collected all the soldiers Malik had destroyed. Upon hearing this, Malik couldn't help but look at the robots lying on the ground. Now he was truly rich. Thinking this, Malik glanced at the other machine and chuckled, asking, Can I take those? The soldiers, he asked back in surprise. He said nonchalantly, I want to sell the Immortarium. A feeling of disdain immediately swept through the machine's body. It hesitated and asked, Are you that poor successor? Malik scratched his head in embarrassment. In fact, he currently had some money, so he could say he was doing pretty well. He had also earned money in the arena. Even after hearing this, he still couldn't hide his disapproval. He said sarcastically, Just pretty well. I am very concerned about your financial situation. But he suggested that Immortarium was a rare resource, so it was better to keep it than to sell it. When Malik didn't answer, he thought he didn't agree and said, Then how about this? When we mine additional resources, we will also mine gold and diamonds. If you wait a little, I can give you a lot of gold and jewels buried underground on the continent. Malik heard this and frowned, asking, The continent's gold and jewels? Then can you move this laboratory? The machine nodded slightly and replied, This laboratory can move freely on land, water, and even in the air. Most of its functions are still unavailable and it currently requires extensive repairs. Malik chuckled lightly and pursed his lips. No, it's incredible. Then I'll leave everything to you. The machine chuckled humbly and said, Thank you for the compliment, please rest for a while. Saying this, he immediately led him to a room to rest and said that he would now go and repair T and report back to him when he was finished. So while a fierce battle was raging outside, Malik was resting. Dakia, who was beside him, smiled happily and said, I don't know what's going on, but congratulations. A few hours later, the other machine finally returned. He quickly informed Malik that T was almost at the level of emergency first aid. However, T would be able to defeat anyone except experts. If there was enough time and resources, he would help T fight experts, and the machine had installed a communication device inside T. Malik could contact him at any time. Moreover, he said that he would surely be busy, but he should take a moment to contact him. Malik nodded without hesitation. Of course. Upon hearing this, the machine immediately rejoiced and exclaimed, Really? Thank you. I will make this world kneel before you, successor. Malik replied nonchalantly, I'm really looking forward to it. After that, he led the people away. The next day, in a small house, Malik returned and treated Cam and Saw's injuries. The two quickly jumped out of bed, healthy as oxen. Thank you, Malik, he nodded nonchalantly. I just did what needed to be done, but Cam, who was next to him, didn't think so. She pursed her lips and said, You've been through a lot? Cam chuckled lightly, then spoke, So are you going to introduce new people to us now? The people he was talking about were Jamal and T. Malik nodded slightly, then looked at the two and said, Come here. T slowly approached everyone. He opened his mouth to introduce himself. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am T, the third knight, serving the successor. Kamen heard this and exclaimed in surprise, Is that you? Malik shook his head slightly and slowly explained, No, simply put, it's an artifact from the old empire. Immediately after, the two shook hands and greeted each other. Right at this moment, Saw, who was behind them, suddenly spoke, startling Cam and T. He looked at T and suggested, If you have time, let's fight sometime. T didn't answer immediately and looked at Malik, asking for permission. I can only do it if the successor allows it. Chuckling lightly, Malik nodded nonchalantly. Do as you wish. Upon hearing this, T immediately replied, Since he allowed it, any time is fine. Saw heard this and laughed joyfully. Right at this moment, Jamal suddenly knelt on the ground. She looked very sincere. She introduced herself loudly. I am Joe. I will work like an ox. Cam was astonished and flustered by this sight. He glanced at Malik and hesitated, asking, Did she do something bad to you? He didn't know how to explain. As he was awkward, Jamal bowed her head again and explained, What do you mean? I was just moved by Priest Malik's mountain of gold. But as she said this much, she suddenly changed her words. I mean his generosity. I would do anything for money. Malik was slightly speechless. So she was a demon obsessed with money. He hastily nodded. Understood. On the other hand, in a place unknown to Malik's group, flames were burning in the human world. A person in a white cloak with a long spear in his hand shouted majestically, Everyone listen, I will command this first expedition. He said that they would go to the northern kingdom and kill the evil gods there. Having said this much, he raised his spear to the sky and shouted loudly, My holy knights, the holy war awaits us. Upon hearing his words, the holy knights below began to cheer. Over here, Malik's group went to a restaurant and began to talk. At this moment, the general spoke in a low voice. That's suspicious. Malik also nodded in agreement. I'm sure there's something to it. Dakia thought for a moment, then spoke again. It's only been a week since we left the capital, and I've heard dozens of rumors of disappearances around the bus. I don't even know what my brother is doing. Malik knew she was worried and reassured her. It'll take 2 or 3 weeks to walk to Bati, so we can investigate from there. Besides, the Lord is also in Bursa. However, upon hearing this, Dakia was more worried than relieved. She hesitated for a long time, then opened her mouth. Anyway, everything will be revealed once we get there. Now I'll tell everyone one thing. She said that her father, Lord Kanto Irimal, was currently not in his right mind. After saying this, Dakia couldn't help but sigh. These words also brought the atmosphere to silence. Everyone stared at her blankly. After a moment, Cam broke the silence and spoke. He asked suspiciously, "What? Since when?" Dakia slowly replied, "For about 3 years now." Malik frowned slightly and continued to ask, "Then who is ruling in his place? The princess's brother?" She shook her head again, denying it. "No, Lord Douglas." Hearing this, Malik became even more suspicious. It wasn't someone from the Irimal family, but an outsider. Perhaps sensing his thoughts, Dakia slowly explained, "Lord Martin is my father's close aide, a very upright man. Lord Kanto always praised him, but Malik didn't think so. He said in a low voice, but everything is still strange. He couldn't have appointed him in an unsound state of mind." Dakia continued to explain. "There's a document stating that if anything happens to him, Lord Martin will take his place and rule for 5 years. At first, everyone was suspicious, but Martin swore he would only assume Lord Kanto's responsibilities for that period. So far, he's done his job very well, so everyone has stopped suspecting." Jamal, who was nearby, guessed after listening, "Then maybe someone else is targeting the Lord?" Dakia nodded slightly and replied, "We considered that possibility too, but it definitely wasn't." After speaking, she placed her empty glass on the table and fell into thought. Just then, the waiter brought the food and placed it on the table. The conversation thus stopped. In the blink of an eye, a feast filled their table. Malik's eyes immediately lit up and he suggested, "Let's eat first and talk later," barely cutting a piece of meat. Before he could put it in his mouth, he noticed a sound coming from the counter. A man approached the owner and asked, "Have you seen any suspicious people lurking around here recently? Perhaps people in hooded cloaks?" The owner quickly replied, "Basically, most travelers who come here dress that way. I can already see 3 people in hooded cloaks over there." The man followed the owner's gaze, then as if understanding, handed the owner a coin and said in a low voice, "Thank you, we'll be staying here tonight. If anything happens, we'll help." Saying so, he came this way with his companions. Seeing the man, Jamal's face turned pale with fear and she hastily lowered her head, trying to reduce her presence. She said in a low voice, "What do we do? He recognizes me, I'll die." Malik also nodded and replied, "If he recognizes me, I'll die too." While they were flustered, the man approached their table and introduced himself in a low voice. "Hello, I'm Michel. We are from the Divine Purification Squad." Saying so, he pointed to the person behind him and laughed. "This is Tatiana, please understand, but we cannot say the name of the god we serve." Malik also politely stood up and conversed. "May everyone be filled with happiness every day. I am Malik." He said he served the guardian goddess who oversaw the daily lives of humans. Hearing this name, Michel nodded and laughed. "Priest Malik, I apologize for interrupting your meal." But at this moment, holy power suddenly surged from Malik's body and the corrupted mother ordered him to kill this person in front of him. Malik glanced at them, starting to guess what they had done. Demons usually don't become priests. Could the Divine Purification Squad have done something? While he was thinking, Michel spoke, "Then we'll be going." Malik's thoughts were immediately cut short. He hastily spoke, "Wait, I've heard a lot about the Divine Purification Squad. What brings you here?" Michel paused slightly, then glanced at him and replied with a sneer, "Ah, Priest Malik, it's fine to tell you. We are looking for followers of evil gods." Hearing this, Jamal immediately flinched, almost revealing her identity. Dakia, who was next to her, hastily patted her back to reassure her. Michel continued, "Those followers of evil gods must be the main culprits of this evil act." Hearing this, Malik also cursed with an angry expression. "Followers of evil gods deserve to be torn into 100 pieces." Jamal cried without tears. Hastily hugging Dakia for comfort, Malik paid no heed and continued, "But how do you two distinguish who is a follower of an evil god?" Michel slowly explained, "Perhaps you haven't heard because you were on a pilgrimage. The gods have sent us envoys." Hearing this, Malik was shocked and frowned. Michel didn't notice and tilted his head towards the sky. Only after seeing their reaction did Michel return to his usual self and laughingly said, "My, you were so touched just now, weren't you?" The corrupted mother in Malik's pocket spoke to him upon hearing this. He frowned and fell into thought. 4 incarnations of violence have descended. Michel spoke again. "We will fight alongside angels in the holy war. Isn't that glorious? Glorious, my foot." Malik gnashed his teeth in anger at this moment. His main mission had finally begun. That evening at the inn where Malik's group was staying, Dakia knocked on Malik's door. He was giving the corrupted mother a massage at the time and stopped upon hearing the sound. He said in a low voice, "Come in." Upon receiving permission, Dakia opened the door and entered. She whispered, "I want to discuss the future plan." At the same time, outside, someone saw Dakia entering Malik's room. It was Jamal. She stared blankly. A man and a woman alone so intimately. She even thought Malik was trying to take over the Irimal family. Thinking this far, Jamal's eyes immediately lit up. "I told you he'll be my gold mine." However, the scene inside the room was different from what Jamal had imagined. Malik was comforting the corrupted mother. He massaged her shoulders and whispered in her ear, comforting her. "Let her discuss the plan alone. Don't be so selfish. After all, she's been with us all this time." As Malik massaged the corrupted mother's mood also improved. Malik again glanced at Dakia and asked, "What exactly do you want to talk about?" Dakia sat on the bed, hesitated for a long time, then spoke. "Actually, ever since I was little, I wanted to become the head of the family to get revenge on those who hated me. Because she was a mage, everyone always hated her." Dakia said she wanted to become the head of the family to prove everyone wrong. She used to work hard and even learned swordsmanship. She couldn't help but say that she wanted her father and brother to recognize her, especially her brother. Although her brother was in the same situation as her, he had enough reason to hate her. Hearing this, Malik asked somewhat suspiciously, "Why?" Dakia placed her hands on her knees, instantly clenching her fists. She hesitated for a long time as if lost in thought, then spoke. "My mother died giving birth to me. At that time when she had to choose between herself and Dakia, my mother chose me and passed away, so my brother always called me a monster, saying I killed our mother." Hearing this, Malik said somewhat helplessly, "What kind of illogical reasoning is that?" He sighed and comforted her. "It's not the princess's fault. The princess didn't choose to be born a mage, nor did her mother choose to die to give birth to her." Hearing this, Dakia shook her head and said sadly, "I used to think my brother would say that. Anyway, after our father fell ill, my brother carried out his duties. He said that no matter what, I wouldn't be able to regain power. Her brother had always been like that since she was little. Dakia's engagement was also one of her brother's plans to prevent her from regaining power. Most of the Iramal family members also agreed to that engagement. So Dakia decided to leave home until the engagement was called off." After saying this, she sighed again. "Even if I go back now, there's not much I can do." Malik looked at her and asked cautiously, "Do you perhaps think your brother is behind the kidnapping?" Dakia shook her head slightly. "Whoever it is, I'm sure that person just wants me to get married to resolve the family's discord." She felt guilty saying this, but she didn't want to marry someone she had never met. Malik again asked suspiciously, "If there's nothing you can do even if you go back, why did you ask us for help?" Dakia sighed helplessly upon hearing this. "I can't defeat my brother, but kidnapping the Lord's daughter is a serious crime." She thought she could use that to call off the engagement. The more Malik heard, the more difficult he found it to understand, and he asked, "Then what are you worried about?" Dakia hesitated for a moment, then spoke. "I don't know if becoming the family head and proving everyone wrong is what I truly want." She also didn't think she was fit to lead everyone, and she didn't mind traveling with Malik. After saying this, Dakia again glanced at him and asked, "How can I feel happy? Should I fight my brother or give up everything and be with Malik?" Malik couldn't help but laugh. If there was someone with innate leadership qualities, everyone in the world would be a leader. The princess becoming a leader would probably cause many problems. However, before he could finish speaking, Dakia hastily asked, "But what should I do?" Malik squinted at her and slowly spoke. "I'm sure if the princess tries, she can become a great leader. The Dakia the princess knows isn't someone who would just sit and accept her fate, is she?" Dakia was slightly surprised that he said that, and hastily waved her hands to deny it. "You're exaggerating too much, I'm not that great," with a sudden smile. Malik pursed his lips and said, "I just thought so, and I don't intend to answer the princess's question." He thought this was something she had to conclude herself. If she chose it herself, she would have far fewer regrets in the future, and of course Malik wasn't wise enough to answer someone else's question either. Hearing this, Dakia sighed somewhat helplessly. "Then I'll have to find the answer myself." Malik smiled nonchalantly and said, "You're smart." Dakia, not getting an answer, didn't force it either. She stood up and prepared to leave. "Then I'll be going, both of you good night." Malik nodded slightly in return. "Good night." Dakia waved goodbye to him, then headed for the door. But as her hand touched the doorknob, she suddenly paused. For a long time she chuckled in a low voice, "Oh, by the way, if you really need me, just tell me anytime." These words were a bit ambiguous. Malik didn't know how to react after hearing them. Before he could answer, Dakia continued, "I'll consider your opinion." Saying so, she quickly opened the door and left, leaving Malik sitting blankly in his spot. At this moment, the corrupted mother urged him, and he barely came to his senses. He smiled apologetically, "I'm sorry I stopped just now." After that, Malik started massaging her again. The corrupted mother's comfortable sounds reached Jamal's ears, who was sleeping nearby. She recalled what she had overheard earlier. What Dakia had said before leaving made her face blush. My goodness, Dakia said something like that. She would never have dreamed that such words would come from Dakia's elegant mouth. But what Jamal cared about was that Malik was maintaining a good relationship with Dakia, so he was her source of money. So she hugged her pillow and fell into a very deep sleep. 10 days later, Malik's group came on a pilgrimage to a snow-covered land. Having walked for too long, Dakia was already exhausted. She cautiously asked Priest Malik, "Are we almost there?" Malik nodded and replied, "I see a village ahead." Hearing this, Dakia immediately rejoiced. "Really? Thank the gods." Even Cam, who was walking beside them, smiled and said, "I'm glad to hear that. We haven't had food for 3 days." With a sudden smile, Malik comforted her. "Don't be too sad, let's hunt to replenish." Immediately after, they continued deeper into the village. Looking at the people around, TT couldn't help but exclaim, "It's been 10 days since I've seen civilization, everyone should rest a bit." Malik thought so too. He nodded and suggested, "Let's find an inn first." They walked down the road passing by the villagers. But at this moment the corrupted mother suddenly said something, and Malik was slightly surprised. She kept repeating to kill, and Malik was a little flustered. He frowned and asked in a low voice, "Mother can't see the number of fingers on those people. The foolish people in this village definitely have a problem." Cam, who was behind them, looked at his back and asked somewhat suspiciously, "Why did you suddenly stop?" Malik hesitated for a moment, then glanced back and reminded, "I think we shouldn't let our guard down. This is definitely not an ordinary village. The atmosphere is frighteningly gloomy." However, they didn't leave and looked for an inn to rest. Cam, hearing Malik's suspicions, asked with a serious expression, "Then does that mean this village might be connected to followers of evil gods?" Malik nodded slightly in affirmation. "That's right. Not everyone in this village can be a demon or part of the divine purification squad." Just then, Dakia again suggested, "How about we split up and investigate until dusk?" "All right," Cam thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "If this place is really related to followers of evil gods, we can't just let it go." This village was quite large, so they decided to split into 3 teams. 2 people per team. Dakia eagerly suggested, "Then I'll—" Before she could finish speaking, Malik coldly cut her off. "I suggest we divide the teams like this, Jamal and I, TT and Dakia, and the remaining Cam and Saw." Cam nodded in agreement without objection. "I think this division is quite balanced," even Jamal thought so. Only Dakia was slightly dissatisfied, but having no other choice she merely sighed sadly. "Then I agree too." Soon after they left the inn to gather information. But when only 2 people, Malik and Dakia, were left in the room, Dakia suddenly spoke, "You still don't trust me, so you teamed up with her, right?" Malik glanced at her, then immediately stopped his footsteps. He nodded and replied, "That's right." Dakia squinted at him for a long time. She seemed to hesitate about something. After a moment she slowly spoke, "Actually, I don't think you need to worry too much." Malik smiled and pursed his lips after hearing this. "That's right, honestly I thought so too, if only I could stop caring about that matter." Dakia was a little surprised by his words, but still calmly replied, "I understand what you mean." She finished speaking and suddenly linked her arm through his. She smiled happily and asked, "You'll team up with me next time, won't you?" A moment later, on a small village path, Malik's group questioned the villagers. Surprisingly, they all gave the same answer. Many villagers had gone missing. Everyone was afraid they would be the next victim and couldn't sleep. Malik fell into thought after hearing the people's answers. Jamal, who was beside him, said in a low voice, "Everyone answers the same." Malik thought for a moment about what the villagers had said earlier, then spoke after a long pause. It didn't seem like they were lying. Jamal nodded lightly, agreeing. "I think so too." Malik glanced at her, then asked suspiciously, "If you have something to say, say it." Jamal seemed a little surprised, hesitated for a long time, then opened her mouth. "Why do you think this village is connected to evil god worshippers?" Malik slowly explained. "The god I serve found something suspicious in this village." Hearing this, she immediately exclaimed in surprise, "You can directly contact the god you serve." He merely nodded indifferently in acknowledgement, but upon gaining this confirmation, Jamal became even more excited. It was truly astonishing. The things she usually heard were very fragmentary and difficult to understand, but before she could even finish speaking, Malik's finger touched her lips. He warned in a low voice, "Watch your words, you never know who might be listening." Jamal shrewdly closed her mouth and changed her tone. She said in a low voice, "If someone hears me, they'll eliminate me to keep the secret." But before she could finish speaking, she was hit on the head. Malik warned in a cold voice, "You can only kill someone with my permission." She looked a little wronged, but still nodded and replied, "Understood." Malik was very satisfied that she was so obedient. He smiled and suggested, "Dusk is approaching, let's go to the bakery before it gets dark." Jamal looked at him a little puzzled. Sensing what she was thinking, Malik slowly explained, "Those who mainly bake bread are taxpayers, so they might know things ordinary villagers don't." A moment later at the bakery, when Malik asked about the missing people, a man nodded lightly and replied, "Many, right? Many people have mysteriously disappeared from this village recently." Malik listened silently to the man's words, lost in thought. He spoke exactly like the others, as if the entire village was programmed. Just then a deafening sound suddenly came from afar, startling all 3 who turned around. The worker looked in the direction of the sound, then frowned and muttered, "It's the mayor's house." But as soon as he finished speaking, his head suddenly exploded, splattering disgusting slime everywhere. Malik, seeing this, was startled and asked, "Are you all right?" Unfortunately, the man didn't answer, because his head had been completely devoured by a tentacle. Without a moment's hesitation, Malik's hand instantly transformed into a mechanical arm. He enveloped his palm in holy power, gritted his teeth, and charged. On the other side, the man had completely transformed into a tentacle monster. Malik ran as fast as the wind and threw a punch. With a bang, the monster's entire body was sent flying. Its tentacles were also severed. Its body crashed hard onto the floor and remained motionless. Malik approached to examine it, frowning. Everyone talked about the disappearances, but no one specifically mentioned who had gone missing. Could it be because of this monster that he couldn't check the villagers' fingers? Thinking this far, Malik suddenly muttered, "A parasitic monster." Jamal heard this, broke into a cold sweat in fear, and asked, "Parasitic?" Malik nodded indifferently. Malik calmly said, "Yes. It seems all these villagers have disappeared and are trapped." Everyone walking the streets that day was very suspicious. While he was thinking, magical energy suddenly burst forth from afar. Malik was instantly startled. He realized this was Dakia's magic. What on earth was she going through that she had to use a spell of this magnitude at the same time? Elsewhere, Dakia was now in a somewhat serious situation, because there was a monster in front of her too. It was a man who had just finished transforming. He looked very frightening with only a torso. Malik, harboring suspicions, moved forward and encountered a horde of charging tentacle monsters. He showed no fear at all, calmly summoning holy power to his mechanical arm. Immediately after, he threw a punch directly, and with a sound as if space itself were tearing, the monsters before him instantly went to the underworld. Malik glanced back, then shouted, urging, We need to go quickly, follow me. Jamal was a little flustered but didn't refuse, nodding and replying, understood. Thus the two ran forward frantically. On the other hand, waves of magic continuously burst forth and a figure staggered forward. It was Dakia. However, her expression was not good right now. The monster in front of her was not dead yet, and there were thousands of other monsters besides. The torso-only monster floated in the air and said in a very arrogant voice, "It's no use, Princess Dakia. He said he was chosen by a god. Someone like you won't be able to kill him." Hearing this, Dakia gritted her teeth in anger and glared at him, but he didn't care and continued to sneer. "Those eyes, your beautiful golden eyes, make my heart race. It's truly fortunate they haven't been corrupted." Saying this much, he licked his lips with a long tongue. It felt like a terrible Bluebeard. Dakia was disgusted to death and coldly asked, "What do you want? Where did you get that power?" He calmly replied, "I told you. But I obtained this power from a god descended on earth." The only thing he wanted was to take Dakia into his arms. But as soon as he finished speaking, his head was hit by magic. Dakia scoffed coldly. "How disgusting!" But a moment later, other tentacles appeared from his head. His disgusting voice was heard again. "Is this what you did before? I've always wanted to hold a blonde, silver-haired woman in my arms." As if at the same time his head returned to normal again. As soon as he finished speaking, his body mutated again. Dakia and T stared blankly and silently. A moment later, his body became gigantic. Strange objects like butterfly larvae scattered from his body and fell to the ground. He looked at the two Dakias and laughed loudly, saying, "Let me reintroduce myself. I am Koros, the fourth apostle of God." Contempt. In the air was a monster that resembled a spider, but it had two wings on its back and two human-like arms. Just then, T stepped forward. Koros, seeing this scene, warned him to stay still, but T didn't care. He glanced at Princess Dakia, then opened his mouth. "Princess Dakia, the enemy is faster than me." Hearing this, Dakia immediately spoke, "Then I can slow him down." But before she could even finish speaking, T picked her up and ran. He said in a somber voice, "I'll block that monster, while I buy time, find the successor." Dakia frowned and asked worriedly, "Are you sure?" T nodded lightly and replied, "My body is made of immortal substance and I am a sword that kills enemies, not one that flees." Dakia hesitated for a moment, then nodded and replied, "Understood, I'll find Priest Malik as quickly as possible." At the same time, Koros chased after them. He reached out to grab the two. He laughed triumphantly and said, "Got you." But just then, T suddenly turned around and confronted Koros. He swung his sword and cut off one of Koros's legs. Koros didn't care much and laughed loudly. He said coldly, "Where are you going, princess? This is my territory. Do you think you can escape?" Saying this, he chased Dakia. The eyes on his body continuously spun. As long as he had eyes, he could keep up with Dakia's speed. Dakia ran a little further, then was exhausted and gasped for breath. She put her hands on her knees, caught her breath, then angrily pointed and cursed. "When Priest Malik comes, you'll die." Koros really wanted to chase but was stopped by T. T pointed his sword at him and warned uncompromisingly, "Don't even think about moving forward anymore." Koros glanced at him and said contemptuously, "Are you the knight protecting the princess? Do you think you can stop me?" T's eyes suddenly emitted a strange red light at this moment, and he said in a cold voice, "I won't stop you, I'll just kill you here." Hearing this, Koros was instantly enraged. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Insolent bastard." As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out to grab forward, but this time T blocked with his sword. Unfortunately, it didn't last long, and he felt something clinging to his body. T's sword was caught by Koros. Larva-like objects began to cling to his sword. He pouted and said, "Do you think you can use the same trick twice? Koros will show you what an apostle's power is." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged, and a blade cut his arm. But T's arm holding the sword trembled continuously. Immediately after, a dazzling light enveloped T's body. A sudden mutation occurred and Koros's arm was severed by the sword. This caused Koros no small amount of astonishment. T said coldly, "As long as I am T, you will not advance further." Immediately after, a gun appeared on his body, and a dazzling light burst forth from it. Without a moment's hesitation, he fired at Koros. The two began to fight fiercely. One was on the ground, one in the air, but neither yielded. Koros was enraged at this moment, gritted his teeth and charged. "Aren't you just like a corpse?" But as soon as he finished speaking, a whirlwind-like light suddenly flew from behind and pierced Koros's body at an incredibly fast speed. T said coldly, "No matter how many times I die, I will kill you." This caused Koros's body to fall to the ground like a severed kite, and he, spitting out an unpleasant sound in anger, looked at T and shouted, "Do you think you're strong just because I was playing around? Look at yourself." Hearing this, T was a little puzzled. He looked down at his body and immediately discovered larvae crawling into the gaps of his body. T exclaimed in disbelief, "Since when?" Koros laughed triumphantly and said, "Don't forget the power of an apostle." But before he could even finish speaking, a sharp sword was plunged into his body. The person who attacked with the sword's abundant holy power was, of course, Malik. Koros was enraged by the sudden attack and shouted, "Damn it, what?" Just then a gloomy and triumphant voice was heard. "I told you, when Priest Malik comes, you'll die." The one who spoke was Dakia. She had returned, carrying a trump card to send the troublesome Koros to hell. At the same time, Malik still held the sword tightly. He thought to himself, the erosion speed is too slow. If this protective gauntlet continues like this, it will break. I need to be more careful now. Thinking this, he immediately spoke, "Don't look for Jamal." Dakia and Jamal immediately nodded without objection. Understood. At this moment, Malik seemed to remember something again and spoke again. "Can you bring tea first?" Jamal nodded lightly. Understood. After that, she left. Dakia looked up at him and asked, "Is there anything I can help with?" Malik lightly shook his head, refusing. No, I'm fine, thank you. Time passed and the mechanical arm in Malik's hand had already begun to weaken. Koros could also move again but couldn't escape Malik's restraint. Just then T approached and spoke. Priest Malik, I'm here. After that she placed T next to Malik. He nodded lightly and suggested, Jamal, you and the princess go first. I'll follow behind. Jamal replied, understood. She didn't resist at all and very obediently carried Dekio away. Malik looked at her retreating figure. She got further and further away. When he felt they were far enough, he immediately shouted, corruption. In an instant the sky darkened. The joints in T's body also began to move. The larvae in his body were also sucked out as if drawn by something. Before long they all disappeared. T could now move his entire body. He hurriedly bowed to Malik and said politely, thank you, priest. I am very ashamed of that matter. Malik dismissed his sentiment. Don't be like that, you did well. Get up, the fight isn't over yet. As soon as he finished speaking, Koros rose again and confronted the two. His eyes were filled with rage. He opened his large mouth and screamed pain. After that he glared at Malik and asked, what did you do to my body, you damn bastard? Where did you come from? Malik scoffed coldly. I don't need to answer your question, you'll die here. As soon as he finished speaking, the saw blade in his hand began to activate. He raised his eyebrows, smiled and said, I have no intention of pitying you, so humbly accept your death. Hearing this, Koros immediately scoffed contemptuously. If I kill you, this kingdom will surely fall. Malik didn't have time to pay attention to him, merely muttering, Mother, Our Lady of Blazing Corruption, spoke a single word, kill. He immediately chuckled coldly and the atmosphere was filled with tension. Just then Koros suddenly shouted, die. As soon as he finished speaking he charged. But before he could even reach Malik, something grabbed his fist. Koros was extremely flustered and before he could react he was hit with a punch. He was sent flying and crashed hard onto the ground. Just then that monster looked at T again. It made some sound and the air was instantly filled with silence. At the same time Koros rose from the rubble. He shouted in anger, you damn bastard. That monster didn't care and charged forward with its sword. Koros remained calm. The moment the monster charged, he shouted loudly again, do you think you can be defeated so easily? As soon as Koros finished speaking, tentacles shot out from his body and pierced the monster's body. But the monster scoffed and, immediately after, its sword pierced Koros's body. Disgusting black slime instantly poured out like rain. He staggered and fell, his body trembling continuously. He tried to stop the flowing slime with his hand, but it was useless. That monster gave Koros no chance to breathe. It growled once more at this moment, but before it could do anything, root-like tentacles flew from afar. With a bang, the monster's body was sent flying far away, crashing hard onto the ground, and dirt and dust flew everywhere. Malik was slightly surprised by this scene. Koros rose in pain. He furiously shouted, you damn bastard. I will show you the true power of an apostle. Malik glanced at him, then said in a cold voice, that won't happen. His words made Koros a little flustered. Malik didn't have time to pay attention to him, merely muttering, Mother, I request. Immediately, Our Lady of Blazing Corruption responded to his request and thick holy power instantly enveloped the air. A sword appeared in Malik's hand. 20 seconds. The spell casting time became shorter as he grew stronger. It wasn't satisfactory yet, but this was enough. Without a moment's hesitation, Malik grabbed the corrupted sword and charged. Koros didn't detect any danger. He still smiled confidently and said, do you think I'd let you attack me again with that foolish sword? Malik stared at him coldly, pouting his lips and said, you haven't really fought, have you? This time I'm not going to show you any mercy. Koros was even more bewildered. What was he talking about? He couldn't understand a single word. By the time he realized the danger, it was already too late. The holy power emanating from the sword soared into the sky. As Malik's sword cut through the air, Koros's body was split in two by the blade. He was also corroded by the holy power, quickly turning to ash. Seeing this scene, Malik finally let out a sigh of relief. However, the Lady of Blazing Corruption did not seem very pleased, continuously uttering cries of kill, kill. Malik understood what she wanted and hastily reassured her. Mother, calm down. I know it's a pity we didn't get the holy power of that fanatical apostle, but your son has something else in mind. On the other side of the village, the knights finally appeared. When they arrived and saw bodies strewn across the ground, the one in the lead immediately ordered, ugly monster, everyone take up your weapons, let's eliminate that disgusting creature. Hearing this, the monster in front immediately laughed loudly. Eliminate me? I am Adora, one of the 4 apostles of the gods. As soon as it finished speaking, it spread its wings and soared into the sky. From above it looked like a god. Adora pouted its lips and said contemptuously, what do you think you can do to me, to the revered Adora? When Michel just rushed over and saw it, his face was slightly unwell. It's good that we found a fake apostle, but why this one of all things? Adora continued to laugh and said, where's your courage from earlier? You wanted to kill me, didn't you? Go cry and beg your gods. As soon as these words ended, a gloomy sound suddenly echoed. How dare you mock the gods? Immediately after, a shadow in a black cloak appeared with 2 large wings on its back. Adora, seeing this, was immediately startled and exclaimed, who are you? But before it could finish speaking, the person coldly interrupted, I will reduce you to ashes. As soon as the words ended, a long spear appeared in the person's hand. Adora, standing below, looked foolish, its eyes shining as it said, the 4 stars have come to protect us, what a beautiful sight. Hearing him mention the 4 stars, Adora became even angrier and shouted, what did the gods in heaven do when I was in despair? They are perverts who like to peek. Shut up, the person shouted in anger, and immediately a stream of holy power poured out before Adora's eyes. The long spear fiercely brushed past it. Adora couldn't help but tremble in fear. He's much stronger. As it thought this, the person rushed over from a distance. The long spear in his hand was raised once more and thrown without the slightest hesitation. Adora hastily raised its wings to block. If it had hit, I would have lost my life. Thinking this far, it immediately split its body in two. The long spear pierced its body in that manner. However, Adora did not die at all, because at that very moment, Adora's main body escaped from the monster's body. Knowing that she couldn't fight, she wanted to get out of here, of course. The Holy Knight was not going to give her a chance. Coldly scoffing, he said, "Don't even dream of it." Immediately, the person's wings grew larger, blocking Adora's path. Adora, seeing this, said with a slight hint of displeasure, "My life has just become comfortable, I can't die here." As soon as she finished speaking, she broke through the encirclement and rushed out. Despite the pain of being hit by holy power, Adora simply gritted her teeth and endured. The soldiers below, seeing the monster's body fall to the ground, immediately rejoiced and cheered. "Long live 4 stars, avenge our fallen comrades." But at this moment a sound suddenly came from behind. Adora's and Michelle's ears twitched slightly. He glanced behind him and the sound was like hoofbeats. Adora also heard this and pouted, sneering. Someone is indeed rushing over from behind. Her upper body was human, but her rear was clearly that of a horse. She successfully saved Adora. The 4 stars, seeing this scene, immediately shouted in anger, "I won't let you escape." But the woman didn't care at all and rushed forward, successfully dodging the Holy Knight's holy power attack. The 2 escaped further and further, enraging the Holy Knight. He shouted in anger, "Stop there, unfortunately." Would she stay and wait for death upon hearing his words? Adora, on the woman's back, turned around and said provocatively, "Wait for me, I'll be back for revenge." The Holy Knight could not catch up to the 2's speed and froze on the spot, his face turning pale with rage. A moment later, 2 Adoras hid themselves in a rock crevice. The woman put Adora down and sighed, "Koros is dead." Adora was slightly surprised and asked suspiciously, "That damn old man is dead?" As if remembering something, she continued to ask, "Then what about the holy relic fragment he had?" Hearing this, the woman's face immediately darkened. She sighed and said, "It's gone. Someone seems to have taken it." Who else but Malik could have taken it? He was very happy at this moment. "Oh my goodness, they really did a good job with Mother's holy relic, right, Mother?" After eliminating Koros, he paid attention to this item, and he took the opportunity to pick it up as it turned to ash. A few days after the 4th Apostle's attack, Malik's group set off again. Malik thought as he walked, "Fortunately, I found Mother's holy relic of blazing corruption, but there's one thing I still don't understand. Why does her holy relic contain the holy power of another god?" Malik speculated that they had either stolen a part of the Lady of Blazing Corruption or they could absorb her holy power. If that were true, there would have been no need to divide and seal the Lady of Blazing Corruption's power. At this moment, the Lady of Blazing Corruption gave Malik an order. He understood her meaning and nodded. "I'll leave it as is for now. I'll know when other similar holy powers are near. I couldn't catch Koros, but I've recovered a bit of holy power." As the 2 talked, Dakia looked at Malik, who was deep in thought, and asked suspiciously, "What are you thinking about?" His thoughts were immediately cut short. He smiled and opened his mouth. "I was thinking about the incident a few days ago." Hearing this, a look of sadness immediately appeared on Dakia's face. She sighed and murmured, "The massacre of the villagers." Seeing her reaction, Malik knew well what she was thinking. The massacre of the village had occurred under the jurisdiction of the Immortal family, so Dakia must have felt some responsibility. Just then, Dakia bravely spoke again. "I must ask my brother why this territory is like this." Malik was slightly surprised and asked suspiciously, "Shouldn't you ask Lord Martin?" Dakia shook her head slightly and replied, "No, Lord Martin has definitely done his best. It's very suspicious that my brother is doing nothing. He usually takes every opportunity to expand his influence." Just then, Jamal suddenly saw something and exclaimed in haste, "Found it, it's Beatus." Before them was a sturdy city wall, which was precisely the territory of Beatus. Kamen glanced at everyone and said, "We arrived earlier than expected, so how about a drink tonight? It's on me." Jamal did not hesitate to agree. "Great, let's drink all night." Kamen was slightly surprised by her excessive enthusiasm. He hastily waved his hands and said, "Not that much." Malik glanced at Dakia and asked, "How about you, princess?" Dakia coughed twice, then opened her mouth. "It's too late, I can talk about it tomorrow. Anyway, since Kamen's paying, I should drink my fill." Hearing this, Malik also nodded and replied, "All right, let's empty Kamen's wallet tonight." At the same time, in a pub inside Beatus Castle, someone was also drinking very happily. Opposite him was another person, but he didn't look very happy. He pushed his glass towards that person and suggested, "Have a drink." That person again coldly scoffed, "Shut up, I'm not in the mood." Suddenly being yelled at, that person turned his face away and said sadly, "All right." Batiste then spoke again in a cold voice, "When will that damn fellow arrive here?" On this side, Malik's group entered the castle. Kamen glanced at Dakia and asked, "Do you have any pubs you recommend?" "I only came here for work, I've never been to a pub." Dakia thought for a moment, then opened her mouth. "I don't know either. You haven't been here either, so there's no place to recommend." Hearing this, Kamen didn't mind and smiled nonchalantly. "Haha, it's fine, with so many people around we can just ask." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately ran to a random villager and asked, "Excuse me, may I ask you something?" Dakia, seeing him running around asking people from afar, exclaimed, "Kamen is really enviable. He's always full of energy." Malik didn't think so and shook his head, "Not necessarily." The reason he said that was because he had seen Kamen's other emotional side. In that dark night he had revealed emotions hidden deep within his heart, more or less. Everyone has a dark side within them. Dakia stared intently at Malik and asked suspiciously, "Do you know something about him that I don't?" Malik shrugged indifferently and shook his head, replying, "I can't tell you unless he allows it." Dakia immediately clucked her tongue and pouted upon hearing this. "You're so mean." Just then Kamen waved to the two of them, saying, "Come here." Dakia then forgot about what had just happened, took Malik's hand and ran over. A moment later, in a pub, they ordered a lavish meal and drinks. They quickly toasted. "Long live Priest Malik, long live." Malik silently watched them. Toasting was fine, but he didn't know why they were cheering his name. Jamal continued to drink on this side, emptying her glass in one gulp. She looked up at the sky and cheered excitedly. "My investment is really a huge success. I'm going to be incredibly rich." As soon as she finished speaking, the glass in her hand fell to the ground. Kamen then collapsed onto the table. Kamen couldn't help but speak when he saw it. "She drank all the wine I gave her and now she's passed out." He said that, but he didn't care much and continued to toast with Saw. "We still have a long way to drink, let's keep drinking." Malik didn't pay attention to the two of them and glanced at the person next to him, opening his mouth. "Princess, we just..." As soon as he looked at Dakia he couldn't help but sigh. "Her drinking capacity is much higher than I thought." Dakia's cheeks were flushed red at this moment, whether from the alcohol or some other reason he couldn't tell. She rested her chin on her hand and looked at Malik. Just one moment later her forehead was covered in cold sweat. She said in a trembling voice, "Priest Malik, I feel like throwing up." Hearing this, Malik hastily supported her and helped her up from the table. Before leaving, he left a message for Kamen. "I'll be back in a moment." After that, he supported the drunken woman and left, continuously reminding her, "Hold on a little longer, I'll take you to a place where I can deal with it. Tell me if you can't hold it anymore." Dakia couldn't speak at all. The urge to vomit was at her throat, and if she spoke it would all come out immediately. Malik saw her complexion getting worse and worse and hastily brought her a basin. On their way back a person appeared and blocked Malik's path, calling out his name. Malik's footsteps immediately halted and he squinted at the person. He didn't recognize the person, but how did he know his name? The person who blocked Malik's path was the two men from the pub earlier. In the quiet atmosphere a sudden sound of vomiting broke the silence. Dakia held onto the basin and continued to throw up. Malik helplessly patted her back and sighed. "Oh my, are you alright?" The two people, seeing this scene, were speechless. When Dakia finished throwing up, Malik hastily helped her up. She said sadly, "I'll never touch alcohol again." Even after throwing up, she was still so drunk that she swayed. Dakia then fell straight into Malik's arms. Her face was red with embarrassment, and she said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, Priest Malik." He was being taken advantage of, but he didn't mind. He shook his head and replied, "It's alright." However, on the contrary, someone was not happy at all. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Dakia ignored him and happily said to Malik, "I'm so tired, can you take me to my room?" Just like last time, these words made Bati even angrier, and a vein throbbed on his forehead. He immediately rushed forward to attack, but the person next to him grabbed him. "Oh my, your highness, calm down." Seeing his reaction, Malik asked somewhat suspiciously, "Do you have a complaint against me?" Baptiste motioned to him and then scolded displeased, "You damn believer, how dare you try to seduce the princess?" Knowing that he had misunderstood, Malik hastily waved his hands and explained, "You've misunderstood, we don't have that kind of relationship. Don't talk nonsense." But his anger had already reached its peak. Baptiste, after scolding in anger, pushed his servant away. He gritted his teeth and said, "You must have seduced her with your foolish smile." The servant hastily got up, grabbed his feet and stopped him. "Prince Baptiste, it's not good to make a scene in a public place." Malik, seeing the master and servant arguing, took this opportunity to leave. On this side, Baptiste, in a rage, pushed his servant's face to the ground and scolded displeased, "Shut up, let go, I'm going to kill that damn fellow." At this moment, Malik had already fled, holding Dakia, leaving the two master and servant behind. The two quickly escaped far away from them. But in Malik's mind, thoughts of the Dragon Prince still lingered. The Dragon Kingdom was a kingdom of beastmen located in the eastern part of the continent. The royal family of the kingdom was the Dragonkin. If a player played as a Dragonkin royal, they would get many stat bonuses and a respected noble social status. For the Dragonkin prince to treat Malik in such a way, they had to leave Beatus as soon as possible. He didn't know if Dakia would abandon her status to follow him, or perhaps the gods had realized the existence of the corrupted mother and would send angels to subdue him. As he walked, Malik went to the counter, placed a coin and said in a low voice, "1 towel and a glass of cold water, please." The owner immediately turned and brought it to him. Malik again fell into deep thought. The Dragon Prince, the Divine Purification Squad, and the angels. Perhaps he is leading this world down the path of destruction. Malik was deep in thought and didn't notice someone calling him. The owner came back with the items. He placed them on the table and Malik snapped out of his thoughts and thanked him. After that he took the cold water to where Dakia was lying. Dakia was slumped on the table, not even bothering to lift her head. She said in a low voice, "I want to sleep a little longer." Malik, seeing her flushed face, sighed and opened his mouth. Princess, at least drink some water. Just then, someone approached from behind. Malik heard the sound and immediately turned his head, his eyes instantly contracting. He saw a young man with white hair walk in, his face about 70 similar to Dakia's. Malik was surprised and thought to himself, why is he here? Malik recognized that person as Daniel, but Daniel walked straight inside. Malik nodded and understood. Ah, I see, he came here to meet the Dragon Kingdom Prince. As he thought, Daniel's gaze suddenly fell upon this place. After that he walked towards where Malik was. His footsteps did not stop and he brushed past Malik, not even looking back, but still said something irritating. She still hasn't changed. Malik knew who he was talking about when he heard this. Daniel finished speaking and immediately went upstairs, never looking back again. He was like a cold CEO in a short Chinese drama. Thus the night passed and a new day began. Malik's group, drunk all night, woke up for breakfast, but everyone looked tired, their eyes glued together. Kamen held his forehead, still feeling the lingering pain. Grumbled, Sagita, you damn monster, you are a beast. My tolerance isn't bad, but you drink like it's water. Malik glanced at Sagita upon hearing this. He seemed perfectly fine, resting his chin in his hand, but in just 1 second his hand could no longer support him. He finally collapsed onto the table right there. Malik, dumbfounded, said, You said you were fine? Seeing this, Cam immediately laughed joyfully. So I win, you won't be smiling for more than 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, he met the same fate as Sagita, hitting his head hard on the table with a thump. The sound was loud enough to be heard far away. Malik sighed helplessly, looking at these drinkers. They must have had a lot to drink. Dakia took a sip of water and nodded. Indeed. Priest Malik, are you busy today? Malik shook his head and chuckled. No, I don't have any plans today. Even if I did, I couldn't go. These heavy drinkers need to rest. Dakia heard this and said happily. Then priest, perhaps. Before she could finish, Jamal next to them yawned and cut her off. She pinched her nose and said with disgust, Ah, the smell of alcohol. How much did these people drink? Malik slowly explained. They started drinking as soon as they got home. Malik nodded. Jamal stood up without hesitation. I'm going back to sleep. Malik had no strong opinion, calmly replying, All right, it's a day off today after all. Finally, only Malik and Dakia remained. Dakia sniffed herself, stammering, Do I smell of alcohol? You do, Malik replied honestly. Dakia's face immediately turned pale. She quickly said, Then please come with me to the bank this afternoon, Malik asked, slightly puzzled. Why there? She calmly replied, I'll repay the money I promised. That afternoon, Dakia indeed went to the bank with Malik, but she received bad news. The manager said her vault was registered under the Immortal family name and access was currently prohibited. Dakia heard this and complained, Wait a minute, this isn't our family vault, it's mine. Who prohibited it? The manager checked the documents for a moment before replying, Lord Gladman. Dakia gritted her teeth. Damn it, it was him. She glanced at Malik and suggested, Priest Malik, I think we need to go meet Lord Martin. Malik nodded slightly. All right, I'll follow you. As soon as he spoke, the two headed for the castle and a servant led them to Lord Martin's office. As Malik walked, he thought, Dakia said Lord Martin handled everything when the Lord lost his mind. What's going on? Soon after, the servant led them in. Dakia entered the room first. As soon as he saw her, the man in the room said, Long time no see, Princess Dakia. I'm glad to see you're doing well. This man was Lord Martin. He raised his head and looked at her, saying solemnly, I trust you've been well during your time away, Princess. That reassures me. Dakia bowed her head and sighed. Long time no see. Lord Martin narrowed his eyes at her and said calmly, There's no need to be so formal. You can call me Lord Martin as before. Do as you please. Dakia conceded not an inch, her attitude slightly displeased. Lord Martin heard her dissatisfied tone and chuckled lightly. It seems you have some grievances against me, Princess. Snorting, Dakia said coldly. Me, if you think so, then perhaps you are feeling guilty about something, Lord. Malik's corrupted mother saw this scene and couldn't help but chime in with several kill cries. Malik pied helplessly. Good thing Mother can't speak in this situation. Just then, Lord Martin had already grasped the issue. He said indifferently, Are you perhaps here because I confiscated the princess's vault? Gritting her teeth, Dakia complained, Why did you do that? It's simple, Lord Martin replied, pursing his lips. If I hadn't, you wouldn't have returned to the domain, Princess. Having said this, he looked at Malik, who stood behind her, raising an eyebrow. Are you Priest Malik, perhaps? Malik replied with a polite smile. Yes, I am Malik, serving the guardian goddess. But Lord Martin asked coldly, Is that all? Dakia heard this and looked at him worriedly. Malik paid little mind and calmly awaited his next words. Lord Martin continued to state the information he knew. The demon killer, the evil spirits of Canton's path, and the savior of Eriko. Priest, you are quite renowned. Malik chuckled lightly, replying calmly, Those are merely rumors. Rumors tend to become exaggerated the more they are spoken of. What I've done is far less than what the rumors claim. Hearing this, Lord Martin stood up. He approached him, chuckling lightly. Haha, Priest, you are too humble. Even small achievements are still achievements. He said he knew that everything he did was for a good purpose. Having said this, Lord Martin again narrowed his eyes at Malik, and it was a long moment before he finally spoke. Lord Immortal wishes to meet you, Priest. Dakia didn't know how to react when her father was mentioned. She sat helplessly in a chair. Malik was a little surprised. What did the Lord want to meet him for? Meanwhile, at an inn, Bati's servant was leisurely sipping tea, his demeanor very calm and unconcerned with worldly affairs. But the other person in the room was not. With the sound of a pillow hitting the wall, Bati's fierce scolding was heard. Damn it, that bastard, I should have torn him into 100 pieces right there. He thrashed and kicked on the bed, his face filled with fury. Yes, I should have done that then. Why did you stop me? Han heard this and replied calmly. If you had done that then, you wouldn't have achieved the desired outcome. All Baptiste wanted from the start was the princess's current state. If rumors about Dakia and Malik's relationship spread now, Baptiste would have to break off the engagement for the sake of his image. Hearing this, Baptiste's face turned pale with anger. He couldn't contain his fury and shouted loudly, I know, but it drives me mad to see my fiancé in someone else's hands." After his outburst, he sighed and said, "Alright, let's go kill that damn priest, secretly, so no one notices." Han shook his head slightly, replying, "You shouldn't do that. As the old saying goes, haste makes waste." He admitted Baptiste was very strong, but said that given what had happened in the East, one should not underestimate someone like Malik. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted their conversation. Baptiste asked discontentedly, "What is it?" The person outside immediately entered and reported, "Your Highness, I've come to report as you requested earlier. Princess Dakia has returned to the domain." Hearing this, Baptiste leapt out of bed and shouted excitedly, "What? She's back? Where is she?" The servant immediately reported, "She's heading to Lord Martin's office." Haydn frowned, seeing Baptiste getting dressed, and asked, "What are you doing?" Baptiste chuckled lightly, replying calmly, "What do you think? Of course I'm going to meet my fiancée. Last time I couldn't even talk to her properly. It's truly pathetic." Haydn couldn't help but sigh. "If you go to meet the princess, you won't get what you want." Baptiste heard this and asked discontentedly, "Why not?" Haydn didn't answer. He looked at the servant and asked, "Hey, is the princess alone?" The other person replied calmly, "She came with a priest." He called himself Malik. Hearing this name, Baptiste gnashed his teeth like a mad dog and cursed, "That damned fellow again?" Han calmly took a sip of tea and said, "See?" Baptiste looked as if he was about to hit someone in his rage, raising his head and shouting loudly at the sky, "That damned bastard, why is he always with my fiancée, huh?" On this side, Malik was led to a room. The servant politely said, "Lord Immortal is waiting inside. I cannot enter, so priest, you must go in without me." Malik nodded indifferently. He had no particular objection and pushed the door open with his hand, entering. He still had doubts. Why would the head of the family want to meet an outsider like him directly? Lord Martin hadn't told him anything. Hadn't Lord Immortal lost his mind? With these questions, Malik entered, and before he could even see anyone, he heard a voice. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Malik turned his gaze to the source of the voice and saw a man sitting in a chair. It was a silver-haired old man whose eyes were clearly lucid. He glanced at him and said, "I don't think I need to introduce myself." This, of course, was Kanto Immortal. He politely said, "I heard that your lordship is currently not in good health." Kanto replied calmly, "I've only recently managed to regain my senses. Please sit. We have things to discuss." Malik sat down as he was told, and once he was seated, Kanto began to speak. "I previously used Martin's authority to investigate you, a little priest. People say you are a hero fallen from the sky." Malik shook his head and chuckled, "I merely did what needed to be done." Hearing this, Kanto fell into thought for a moment. After a long while he finally spoke, "I heard that you, priest, have quite a solid relationship with my daughter." Malik nearly choked. He quickly denied it. "That's just a misunderstanding. The princess and I have no such relationship." Kanto didn't believe him and continued to press, "I heard that Dakia goes to your room every night in comfortable clothes, priest." Malik couldn't help but cough. What kind of ridiculous misunderstanding is this? Dakia was clearly just going to play with the corrupted mother, but how does the Lord know everything? How can I explain this misunderstanding? Seeing his reaction, Kanto continued, "Hearing that, I thought that's better." Malik was thinking of a lie when he heard this. He asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" Kanto slowly opened his mouth, "Please take my daughter away from this place." Malik narrowed his eyes at him, asking in confusion, "I don't understand what you mean." He slowly explained, "I wish for you, priest, to live happily with my daughter. I will provide both of you with everything you need." However, he wished for the two of them to leave Beatus and for Dakia never to return. He said he would resolve the engagement issue between her and the Dragon Prince, so they needn't worry. Hearing this, Malik let out a chuckle, then shook his head, refusing. "There's no need, thank you, your lordship." Kanto's face immediately darkened. He frowned and asked, "No." Malik nodded indifferently. Malik replied calmly, "Your lordship's support alone is quite sufficient," Kanto said, somewhat difficult to understand. "My daughter is undoubtedly flawlessly beautiful. She inherits my bloodline, but why?" Malik calmly replied. "Because the princess is a mage, no one supports her. No one wants her to be the lord of this place." However, whenever Dakia expressed a desire to become lord, Malik encouraged her. So if she said she wanted to leave with him, he would happily accept. But Malik said he had no right to make such a choice and only she could choose for herself. Hearing this, Kanto narrowed his eyes at him. Malik also didn't back down, meeting his gaze and saying solemnly, "If your lordship truly wishes for the princess to leave this domain, then you must tell her yourself. Don't you think so?" The atmosphere instantly fell silent. Kanto said nothing. After a moment he sighed and said, "The reason I don't tell her directly is simple. Dakia is a child who bounces back stronger the more you try to push her down. If Kanto were to tell her to leave now, she would forcibly try to seize the family's power and that would tempt her. But that path's future would not be what Dakia truly desires." So Kanto wished for Malik to persuade Dakia. The position of lord was not that desirable to begin with. Malik, hearing this, did not answer and instead coldly retorted, "May I ask one thing? It might be a little rude." Kanto chuckled lightly and said calmly, "I think I've already been rude enough to you, priest, so please speak." Malik also didn't hesitate and calmly spoke, I heard that your lordship previously paid no attention to your daughter, so why are you suddenly making this offer? Snorting, Kanto replied calmly, must I have a reason? My mind simply changed. Having said this, his hand on the armrest of his chair clenched tightly. He said solemnly, and priest, please leave this place as soon as possible. The truth will be best for that child. You may go now. Malik, hearing him tell him to leave, did not delay further and turned to depart. Only after taking 2 steps did Kanto call him back. He frowned, looking at the man sitting in the chair. After a long moment of hesitation, he slowly spoke. Please don't tell others that I've regained my senses. Just say that you found it very difficult to converse with me and that my mind was not sound. Malik was a little surprised by this request, but he had no strong objection. He nodded, agreeing. All right, Kanto said gratefully. Thank you, priest. Finally, Kanto was left alone in the room and he closed his eyes as if asleep. The flames in front of the fireplace continued to burn. It was a long while before he opened his eyes again, but there was no spark of clarity in them. 2 more people appeared behind him. Adora and her companion, Ayat Isle. Ayat Isle glanced at him and asked, Are you ready? Kanto propped himself up and rose from the chair. His state had already begun to change. His entire body was enveloped in an ominous aura. He spoke coldly, It will be over soon, just wait a little longer. Just a little longer. On this side, Malik returned after finishing his conversation. Just as he stepped out, he heard Dakia's disgusted voice. I told you no. Batiste was pulling on her clothes and she angrily scolded him. I told you I didn't come here to meet you. As she spoke, she firmly shook off his hand and said coldly, I never intended to marry you in the first place. Malik was a little confused seeing this drawn-out scene. What on earth is happening? As he approached, Dakia saw him, and her tone immediately changed. Priest, is the meeting over? She then immediately rushed to him. Before leaving, she didn't forget to leave a message for Batiste. Prince Batiste, I apologize about the engagement. I must go now. Have a good day. Simultaneously, Batiste instantly flared with rage upon seeing Malik, and Haydn, who was behind him, broke into a cold sweat. Fury instantly surged to his head and he tried to charge again. Haydn quickly grabbed his leg, but Batiste eventually broke free. He fiercely warned, You again? Get away from my fiancé right now. However, before he could even reach Malik, Dakia blocked him and she said coldly, I won't marry you. Batiste narrowed his eyes at her and asked, very wronged, What am I lacking that makes you dislike me? Dakia shook her head slightly and explained, It's not that you're lacking anything. I simply don't want to get married. Hearing her words, Batiste immediately suggested happily, Don't be like that. Shall we have a meal together? Batiste reached out to grab her hand, but Dakia firmly refused. I have a schedule tomorrow. Batiste did not give up and kept asking, but the result was the same. Dakia was busy every day, and whenever he asked her to eat with him, she was busy. Dakia, having no desire to engage in trivial conversation with Batiste, made a vague excuse and left impatiently. I was incredibly busy. Malik hid on the side enjoying the show, and even Our Lady of Blazing Corruption couldn't help but interject a few times. Malik sighed, thinking she had truly abandoned him. Just then, Batiste was still pursuing her, calling out to her. Oh no, he pulled out a piece of paper with a drawing of a girl on it. The girl said cheerfully, I heard there's a theater troupe in Beatus and a famous singer is coming with them. You know her, don't you? Her name is Adora. Let's go see her together. The drawing on the paper was of Adora's true form who had just appeared in Kanto's room, but Dakia still refused. I've already met her. Batiste stared at her blankly and mumbled, But the first performance is in 3 days. Dakia shrugged indifferently, pouting her lips as she replied, All performances are the same. I'm not going to see any more new ones. Hearing this, Batiste immediately gritted his teeth in anger. He asked coldly, Are you refusing me because of that damned Malik? Dakia denied it without the slightest hesitation. No, it has nothing to do with him. Don't lie, Batiste shouted, and Dakia flinched slightly. Immediately after, he pointed a finger towards where Malik was hiding and accused, You go to that bastard's room every night. The atmosphere instantly fell silent. Malik thought this slander wasn't even worthy of his name. Our Lady of Blazing Corruption also continued to complain a few times. Malik couldn't help but sigh. Why are you like this? Mother was always with her every time she came. Thinking this, he went out to explain. Your Highness, there's a misunderstanding. We don't have that kind of relationship. But since anger had already surged to his head, Batiste wasn't listening at all. He fumed. Shut up, do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Malik was a little speechless. Batiste continued to relentlessly question him. You got even more excited knowing the princess hasn't fiancé, didn't you? You just wanted to defile a noble's honor, but he couldn't even finish his sentence. Dakia could no longer listen and cut him off. Shut up! Batiste was startled by her shout and recoiled, hitting his head against the wall. Dakia glared at him and said coldly, There's nothing between Reverend Malik and me, he's not that kind of person. She said Malik was a good person who lived for others and always helped those in need. Malik had also rescued Dakia from those who tried to kidnap her. She couldn't just stand by and watch Batiste slander the person who saved her. Hearing this, Batiste stood there blankly, unable to say a word. Dakia paid no mind to his reaction, and continued, Then I'll make myself clear. Dakia Irimal, in the name of the Irimal family, vows to break off the engagement with the Dragon Prince. This declaration is valid as long as the flower of Irimal does not wither. Hearing this, Batiste's expression immediately turned grim. He gritted his teeth and said, Ha, valid as long as the flower of Immortal does not wither, you'd only consider marriage if your entire family was destroyed. Ah, saying this much he looked into the distance and shouted, Doze, this isn't what we discussed. Hearing this name, Malik immediately turned his head to look, and indeed Doze was approaching from afar. He said coldly, You are always so impatient and rude. After that he looked at Dakia and said, You know you shouldn't easily make vows in the name of the Immortal family. Don't you know what position you hold in the family because you are a mage? Dakia squinted at the newcomer, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. Just then, Bati strode over, complaining and accusing, You promised me the princess's hand in marriage, didn't you? Doze shrugged indifferently and replied calmly, I merely said you could have her if you could get her. You failed, so why are you complaining to me? This made Bati's expression even worse. He asked in a trembling voice, What did you just say? Do you think you can just walk away from this? Doze glared at him and warned coldly, Baptiste Draco, if you shout at me one more time I will report all his actions to the Dragon King. Hearing that name, Baptiste couldn't help but click his tongue, then wisely shut up. He then went to Huden and kicked him. Stop sleeping, get up. After that, Baptiste walked past Doze, taking Huden with him. Just then, Dakia suddenly spoke. Wait, were you the one who proposed the kidnapping and the Dragon Prince? Doze squinted at her, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. A moment later he spoke. What kidnapping? I merely informed him to protect you. He said she just complained and thought only of herself. She never once considered what was beneficial for the family. If he had tried to kidnap her, did she think she would still be standing here? He said she should be grateful that they showed mercy to their bloodline. Dakia stared at him blankly. Doze paid no mind and continued, Then you should leave this place with that person. Do I need to explain in more detail? He wished for her to leave Beatus within 3 days. A moment later, Dakia and Malik left. Dakia threw her head back and complained, That damned bastard telling me to leave Beatus in 3 days, what ridiculous nonsense. Malik, walking ahead, heard this and was slightly bewildered. Just then she looked at him again and asked, Can I hit him with magic? Malik quickly stopped her. Your elder brothers and sisters will die, Dakia scoffed coldly, chiding. His insolent face will be fine. Just then Our Lady of Blazing Corruption suddenly spoke and Malik flinched slightly. He remembered what the 2 Immortal family members had said. It couldn't be a coincidence that both her father and brother told them to leave quickly. While he was thinking, Dakia suddenly spoke. Reverend Malik, is that Mel? Malik looked where she indicated and indeed saw Mel, but she was being escorted by soldiers. Malik frowned slightly and mumbled suspiciously, What is she doing? Just then, Teet asked Malik, What happened? Teet hastily replied, Someone exposed Jamal as an evil god worshipper. So immediately after, Dakia called the soldiers and asked what was going on, and after confirming, sent them back. In the dungeon only Malik, Dakia and Teet remained. Dakia said at this point, We heard that evil god worshippers have been causing trouble lately, but I didn't realize they were imprisoned everywhere like this. I also heard that Divine Purification Squad members are stationed nearby. She asked Malik what they should do now. Malik thought for a moment and then said, What do you think happens if an evil god worshipper is captured? Dakia pouted and replied, They'll probably be handed over to the Divine Purification Squad, tortured until they spill information about the Liberation Front, and then killed. Hearing this, Malik's expression immediately turned serious. To track evil god worshippers without holy power, they likely tracked the remaining holy power of the evil god in their bodies. If that was the case, he might have a way. Seeing Malik's expression, Dakia immediately asked happily, Do you have a way? Malik nodded indifferently and replied calmly, Yes, I think there's a way to save Jamal. It might be a bit difficult for me, but if Our Lady of Blazing Corruption helps, I think I can hide Jamal. Our Lady of Blazing Corruption, on the other hand, inside a rat-infested prison, Jamal was huddled in a corner recalling her past. She was lucky enough to become a nun, but she didn't need it because she wanted to be an evil god worshipper. Jamal was an orphan and they had taken her in. Was it a mistake to go with Malik? Should I have escaped instead? Wasn't he supposed to be her last hope? Jamal couldn't help but shed tears as she thought this, mumbling to herself, Stones unite, what should I do now? If I try to use my power in a place like this, I'll die before I can even escape. Just then a shadow appeared at the prison door, scaring the rats away. Jamal, who was crying, heard footsteps and looked up. Seeing the approaching figures, she immediately rejoiced. The people who arrived were Jizzle and Yan, Jamal's former comrades. She immediately rushed to the prison door and shouted excitedly, You two are alive, but both of their expressions were not very good. Jamal felt something was wrong, and her arms on the bars trembled. She hesitated and asked, Why is the atmosphere so strange? Did you two betray me? Yes. Jizzle hesitated, then admitted it, and even scolded fiercely. Traitor! Hearing this, Jamal pouted and said, You just called me a traitor? She scoffed coldly. Yes, you are a traitor. We are fighting for our lives and you lived a comfortable life with that damned priest. She said she worried about Jamal, but since she was separated from them, she didn't even need to worry. Jamal, feeling wronged by the misunderstanding, hastily explained, That's not true. I really tried hard to save you two. If I hadn't sought help from Reverend Malik, you two would have already died there. Hearing this, Jizzle scoffed greatly. She said contemptuously, How could that priest have helped? Are you saying he can really control ancient imperial weapons? Jamal nodded fiercely. Yes, he really can. I can explain it to you. Jizzle couldn't help but sigh. What could she explain? Jamal didn't hesitate and told them the previous story. After we split up, I found the excavation site we were looking for, but then silver soldiers attacked. She said she helped them because she had questions to ask them and couldn't let them die, but it was too much for her. Then Malik appeared like a god, and after that, she and Malik defeated the Silver Soldiers. Hearing this, Jizzle was slightly surprised and asked, "What? Wait, you said he could control them, so why did he fight them?" Jamal continued to explain. "That was before he gained that power. Just listen," she continued the story. After that, Jamal looked at Reverend Malik and knelt, saying, "Successor, he was actually a person from the ancient empire." The more Jizzle heard, the more unbelievable it became, and she squinted at Mel. After that, she waved her hand to cut her off. "Stop." Jamal flinched slightly and stopped. Jizzle spoke again. "Do you think we'll believe that lie, successor, ancient empire?" She said it was just Jamal's imagination. Jamal said angrily, "It's not a lie, it's all true." Shrugging indifferently, Jizzle pouted and said, "Anyway, then why didn't you join us after leaving the ruins?" She asked why she was with Malik. Hearing this, Jamal's expression flickered with hesitation. Her reaction made Jizzle even angrier. She gritted her teeth and said, "Do you think I called you a traitor without reason? I've been watching you since the day you brought her to Beatus." Malik did nothing to hold her captive, but she followed him like a dog instead of escaping. Jamal hastily explained, "He said he would kill me if I escaped, but it turns out he's a really good person." Saying this much, she immediately suggested, "That's right. Let's all come with us." Jamal said she believed Malik was hope, that he was a good person and that he would accept everyone. Jizzle's expression instantly turned grim. She shook her hand away and said coldly, "Are you hoping we'll become traitors like you?" Jamal was pushed to the ground by her and she couldn't help but shout, "Oh my butt." At this moment, Jizzle said, "I don't know about you, but Beatus has fallen into the hands of the Purification Army, and to be corrupted by a god." She couldn't even finish her sentence when Yan coldly cut her off. "Stop." Hearing this, Jizzle's voice immediately turned sharp. "I don't intend to say anything, don't order me around." Saying this, she pulled out a gun from her body. She said coldly, "I know we grew up together, but we cannot tolerate traitors. The Purification Army does not forgive traitors. Anyway, I'll finish you off quickly." Saying this, she aimed the gun at Jamal and continued, "Don't use your power, otherwise you'll be handed over to the Purification Army." Before she could even finish her sentence, a hand grabbed the gun. Yan coldly chided, "Stop if you don't want to." "I will." Jizzle couldn't help but sigh. Why does that idiot have to be like that? Yan didn't care about her thoughts and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Goodbye, traitor." After that, she tried to pull the trigger. Jamal, terrified, covered herself and said in a trembling voice, "I don't want to die." Just then, urgent footsteps suddenly echoed from inside the prison, and Yan's gun also fired, but the bullet was blocked by a newly arrived knight. Without the slightest hesitation, the knight leaped high and sliced the incoming bullet with his sword. With one strike, the bullet was split in two. After finishing everything, the knight finally stopped. Jamal was still tightly closing her eyes in her cell, not daring to open them. The knight slowly approached her, aimed his sword at the two, and said coldly, "Evil ones, how dare you lay a hand on the successor's friend?" It turned out this soldier was Teet, but at this time his size was a bit small, making the atmosphere slightly comical. The two Yans stood there blankly, not knowing what to do. Jizzle looked at the small robot and said amusedly, "What is this? This guy is the knight who said he was twice as big as Yan? Jamal, is there something wrong with your head?" Teet was slightly flustered to hear this. He was exaggerating too much. He hastily channeled holy power and a dazzling light immediately burst forth, forcing Jizzle and Yan to cover their eyes with their hands. Jizzle immediately said, "Shoot that stupid Jamal." But as soon as she finished speaking, she saw a giant Teet standing in front of her. Not to mention Jamal, even the iron bars behind her were invisible. Jizzle exclaimed in surprise, "Twice as big? This is 10 times. Teet didn't pay attention to them and glanced at Jamal, asking if she was hurt anywhere. Jamal finally opened her eyes at this moment, shook her head and said, "I'm fine, look ahead." "Understood." Teet said indifferently, "You will die here." Hearing this, Jamal immediately flustered and shouted, "There's no need to kill them." But Teet paid no mind and calmly replied, "That is the best solution. Anyone who harasses the successor's friend is a threat to the successor." As soon as he finished speaking, Teet drew his sword and rushed forward. Yan immediately screamed in fear, "Let's retreat." "Understood." Jizzle nodded slightly, then placed her hand on the ground and a strange black aura immediately appeared. Teet knew they were trying to escape and scoffed coldly, "I won't let you go." Immediately after, 2 engines appeared on his back. He charged forward quickly. Jizzle's expression turned even worse and she hastily increased the speed of the black aura's spread. Teet ignored them and scoffed contemptuously, "It's useless." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword and dirt and stones flew everywhere. Even inside the prison, the force affected them, and they hastily covered their faces with their hands. A moment later, the smoke and dust finally cleared and Teet's figure reappeared. Immediately after, he returned to his mini-robot state and rode away on a rat. Jamal was slightly bewildered by this sight. Was he riding away on a rat? But just then, she noticed something abnormal. When Jizzle used her power just now, she didn't feel any holy power at all. As soon as she thought this, Jamal's face instantly paled. She had to report this to Malik. A moment later, Malik finally arrived at the prison. Jamal shed tears of joy, continuously sobbing, "I knew you wouldn't abandon me." Malik chuckled lightly and said nonchalantly, "Is that so?" As he spoke, a bunch of keys suddenly appeared in his hand. Jamal exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, where did you find the keys?" Malik chuckled lightly, opening the door with the keys and explained, "The guards were all asleep, so I borrowed them." Jamal asked in surprise, "What about the princess?" Malik replied calmly, "She's distracting the guards at the entrance." Very quickly, Malik found the key to open the door. Now free, Jamal ran out weeping with joy to embrace Malik. However, before she could even touch a single hair on him, she was stopped by holy power. Her body was sent flying backward. Jamal fell to the ground, even getting grabbed by the neck by the corrupted mother. After throwing Jamal down, the corrupted mother paid no mind to Jamal, clutching her sore waist, and happily danced in front of Malik. Malik said apologetically, "I'm sorry." He must have been too excited about meeting for the first time. After that he pointed to the one beside him and introduced, "This is the corrupted mother I serve." Hearing this, Jamal exclaimed in surprise, "She's a god?" The corrupted mother smiled and said one word, "Kill." Although she didn't understand what she was saying, Jamal still greeted her very cordially. "Nice to meet you. Oh, you're so cool. I've never seen a god before. It's truly an honor. May I shake your hand?" She spoke as if mechanically. The corrupted mother was flustered and rushed to Malik. Her attitude also sharpened and she glared at Jamal. Malik immediately said, "She's reluctant to shake hands." "Mother, I don't need to tell you this, but it would be best to leave this place as soon as possible." Hearing this, the corrupted mother sighed and said a few words. Jamal stared blankly at the two and asked, "What about me?" The corrupted mother glanced at her, then signaled her to kneel. Jamal was slightly confused but knelt as if compelled by an invisible force. Whether she understood or not, the corrupted mother had already placed her hand on Jamal's head. In the blink of an eye, holy power appeared in the air, enveloping the entire space. Time passed, and a moment later, the holy power finally dissipated. Jamal appeared outwardly unchanged. At this moment, Malik asked again, "Are you finished?" The corrupted mother immediately nodded, then jumped into Malik's arms. He looked at her with loving eyes, then holy power enveloped her again, and she finally transformed into an arm. Malik said again, "Mother is a secretive person by nature, so don't tell anyone about this." Jamal nodded without hesitation and swore, "I won't tell anyone." Just then, she suddenly remembered something and said cautiously, "Oh right, I have something to tell you too." Malik frowned, looking at her, and asked suspiciously, "What?" Jamal hastily explained, "My friend Jizzle just attacked me." He nodded slightly and replied, "T told me." Jamal continued to inform him of her discovery. She seemed to know how to use power without divine power. Malik nodded slightly, then suggested again, "It would be better to discuss that after we get out of here." Jamal also stood up without objection and followed him. As she walked, she asked, "What was that just now?" Malik chuckled lightly and explained, "Mother removed the remaining holy power from your body. As long as you don't use your power, you won't be caught." Hearing this, Jamal immediately exclaimed joyfully, "Really? That's amazing." Malik nodded in agreement. "Mother is always amazing." The two thus emerged from the prison. As he walked, Malik said, "I'll have T protect you, is that all right?" T nodded without hesitation. "Leave it to me, successor." Malik smiled and said happily, "Then I'll go, be careful." After that he left the prison. A moment later at the inn where Malik's group was staying, Cam, still waking up from a drunken stupor, stared blankly at Jamal, who had just returned from prison, and asked suspiciously as if not understanding what was going on, "Where have you been?" Jamal, looking angry enough to strike, continuously hurled curses. "We were eating together, but when I got caught you guys were just sleeping." Malik watched this scene without interfering, enjoying others' misfortune. Just then, Dakia approached his side. She smiled and called out, "Priest, you'll come with me to the bank, won't you?" Malik frowned slightly, muttering suspiciously, "The bank?" As soon as he finished speaking, he remembered what it was and nodded clearly. "Ah, it was the reward for escorting the princess, the reward for protecting Dakia, Kanto Iramal's eldest daughter, on her journey to Beatus." Dakia nodded slightly, a hint of sadness in her eyes. Malik smiled, looking at her, and continued to ask, "Then is this our last journey together?" Dakia stared blankly at him, remaining silent for a long time. A moment later, at the central bank of Beatus, Malik was waiting for Dakia outside. Very quickly, she came out from inside and waved to him. After that, she handed him a few pieces of paper and explained, "Here, it's the reward for escorting me this far." She thought real gold would be too heavy, so she brought certificates that Malik could exchange for gold. She said he could exchange these certificates for gold at any bank in the Northern Kingdom, and if he didn't want the certificates, she would exchange them for gold for him. Malik shook his head slightly and replied, "This is enough, thank you." Now only Sagita and Cam are left. Hearing this far, Dakia seemed to be thinking about something. After a long while she took out a ticket, closed her eyes tightly and said, "Come with me to see it." Malik stared blankly at her, unsure how to react. Fearing he would refuse, Dakia hastily put it in his pocket and explained, "It's a play happening in 2 days." Hearing this, Malik couldn't help but chuckle lightly and tease, "I thought you didn't want to see any more plays." Dakia immediately stood blankly, remembering what she had said last night, and felt like burying herself in the ground. Seeing her reaction, Malik couldn't help but smile. He said joyfully, "This is my first time seeing a play. I'm really looking forward to it." Upon receiving his consent, Dakia became even more delighted and her cheeks flushed red with joy. A moment later, at a clothing store, the owner shed tears of joy upon seeing the person who had just entered. Malik had just put on new clothes and looked a bit awkward. He looked at Dakia and asked hesitantly, "Is this really necessary?" Dakia blinked and smiled, saying, "Of course, it's our first play." Malik frowned, looking at her, and asked, "We've already spent too much, haven't we? It's just a play." "It's nothing." Dakia waved her hand without hesitation. Fearing he would refuse, she quickly changed the subject. "Do you know about the Princess's Commercial Guild?" Malik nodded slightly and replied, "I've heard of it. They say it's the most famous commercial guild in the Northern Kingdom." Dakia smiled joyfully and said, "I have a lot of shares there. I invested all my money when they were still undeveloped." Malik was slightly surprised, and she continued, "Do you think I returned here without any plan?" Her plan was to use money to secure the position of family head. Of course her father and brother didn't know. This was because the princess's commercial guild operated in both the northern and southern kingdoms and it took time to convert goods into money. However, Dakia happily informed him, "But I have a lot of money, you don't need to worry." Hearing this far, Malik no longer worried either. He nodded and replied, "So you have a plan? Thank you." Dakia blinked, looking at him. "Now that we're dressed, shall we go see the play?" Just like that, the two walked arm in arm to see the play. The place they arrived at was a nearby theater hall where nobles gathered to watch plays. Dakia and Malik sat in the very back row. Just then, the stage curtain opened. A woman emerged from within, appearing as Adora, the star of the play. She looked down at the stage and gave a professional smile. A clear singing voice instantly resonated throughout the auditorium. Everyone below was delighted, and Dakia was no exception. She closed her eyes and smiled while Malik glanced at her. The corrupted mother noticed his actions and said something. Malik said to himself, "Does Malik like Dakia? Of course. Who wouldn't like a red and fragrant rose like her?" Hearing this far, the corrupted mother was surprised and after a long hesitation asked again, "Does he love her?" These words plunged Malik into deep thought and she startled him. Santu, who had saved him, his beloved family, he died because of Malik and his compassion tore him apart. Throughout this long journey, he had only one thought. He only wished for the resurrection of the corrupted mother in this world. Was this why Malik had to complete the mission of the corrupted priest? He was once confused, even if Malik had to destroy what was precious to him. However, since he was getting stronger every day, the tragedy he didn't want wouldn't happen. Malik never wanted to see a loved one disappear from this world again. He thought he would go mad if that day ever came. While he was thinking, he forgot he was listening to the play and didn't even notice the hand placed on his own. Only after Dakia kept calling did Malik come to his senses. He said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I was a bit distracted." However, at this moment he realized one problem. Dakia didn't look very well. She stared intently at him and said in a low voice, "Can you focus? The play is entering its final act now." At some point 2 streams of tears were flowing down her face. Malik couldn't help but be surprised. What on earth is going on? At the same time, Adora continued to sing on stage, and the corrupted mother also suddenly reminded him of something. Malik hugged Dakia without hesitation and she was startled. She didn't know why he was doing that, but the audience below was still listening. Just then a sudden anomaly occurred. Their bodies suddenly swelled and dazzling light continuously emanated within the dark room. In the blink of an eye, all their heads were severed. The one wielding the sword was Adora on stage. Only after finishing the ritual did she withdraw her hand. However, when she looked at the stage below, Adora's eyes narrowed. This was because she saw that Malik and Dakia were still alive. Adora said with a devilish smile, "Are there still living people among the audience?" On the other hand, the night sky of Beatus suddenly lit up at this moment. It was a light announcing a dark conspiracy within a nightmare. They stretched out long around the nearby tall castle, instantly turning into a large hole. It was as if a god was stepping into the human world. The light enveloped the entire castle, and Martin, standing by the window, saw everything. His face was slightly gloomy. Just then a knight suddenly entered. "Lord Martin, we have a problem." He said that the entirety of Beatus was enveloped. Martin replied in silence, "I'm watching." The person continued, "This must be the work of evil spirit worshippers. We must immediately request aid from the purification army." Martin didn't answer and calmly asked, "Where is the princess? I thought I ordered you to protect her." Hearing this far, the knight bowed his head and said in a low voice, "She went to see Adora's performance." He promised to accept punishment for neglecting his duty, but because the situation was too urgent. Before he could even finish speaking, Martin coldly cut him off. "John, do you think the evil spirit worshippers are truly to blame for this matter?" John replied resolutely, "Yes, my lord." Martin listened, then laughed coldly. "You're right." John, not knowing what was happening, felt a flash of light graze his neck. His head flew straight out the window. Martin said in a gloomy voice, "How unfortunate. A young man with a bright future, his life destroyed by an old man's hand." The knight died, becoming a headless ghost. Martin scoffed coldly and said if he hadn't abandoned his duty he could have lived longer. As he spoke, he went to the bookshelf and pulled a book from the top. Immediately a secret underground dungeon appeared before him. Martin slowly entered, one step at a time, as if something was waiting for him there. A moment later, Martin's footsteps stopped. He knelt before a strange object and respectfully reported, "The princess has not yet left." The object nodded slightly and replied, "Understood, there's nothing that can be done for now." Martin looked up, hesitant to speak, "But there's another problem, Kanto." That object was none other than Kanto Iramal, Lord of Beatus. Martin said in a low voice, "According to the plan, Adora should have gathered many materials, but nothing has happened yet." At this moment, Martin interrupted again. "I heard Princess Dakia went to see Adora's performance." Martin frowned and broke his silence. "Then Priest Malik must be there too. I suppose I'll have to go meet Adora. Is that all right, Kanto?" Kanto was currently transformed into a white statue with 2 large wings behind him. It was impossible to tell if it was an angel or a demon. He replied calmly, "Do so." Upon receiving permission, Martin said with an excited smile, "How exciting." On the other hand, at the theater hall, Adora was laughing wildly at this moment. Are there still living people among the audience? Although a contingency plan wasn't prepared, it was fine. She could handle it. She also collected all the corpses below. At this moment, Malik was still holding Dakia in his arms and asked in a cold voice, "Are you an evil spirit worshipper?" The corrupted mother also tugged at his clothes and spoke. He listened, then asked suspiciously, "She's only valued at 2 fingers, that can't be. How can someone who can do such things only be valued at 2 fingers? Surely there's a way." She's deceiving the corrupted mother. In any case, if a confrontation is unavoidable, Malik decided to strike first. Just then, Adora also shouted loudly, "Take a look." As soon as she finished speaking, magical light flashed past her body and slime splattered everywhere. The one wielding the sword was Dakia. She broke free from Malik's embrace. A sword appeared in her hand. She shouted furiously, "How dare you kill the innocent people of Beatus in front of me, Princess of Immortal?" Just then, Dakia seemed to lose control. She rushed forward frantically, wanting to tear Adora into 100 pieces. However, Adora was no ordinary opponent. Even as she burned with magic, she was fine. Her sneering voice still echoed, "What an unfair start to a battle. Why is this young lady so angry?" Just after that, the two engaged in battle. Dakia didn't yield an inch and immediately began to cast a spell. A magical orb flew from her hand. Not only that, Dakia also took this opportunity to strike with her sword. Simultaneously, Adora's body transformed into a disgusting puddle of slime. Dakia's sword thus missed. When Adora reappeared, she was already in front of Dakia. She shouted furiously, "Try to block this attack." In the urgent situation, a hand grabbed Dakia's shoulder. It was Malik. He successfully saved her, evading Adora's attack. He glanced at her and said admonishingly, "Calm down, you can't deal with her emotionally." Dakia frowned upon hearing this. After a long silence, she spoke, "Perhaps so. Adora has now turned into a monster. Only the lower half of her body is human-shaped." Dakia narrowed her eyes, looking at Adora, and said coldly, "But it's fine now. I'll make you pay the price for daring to attack Beatus in front of the Immortal family." Hearing this from a distance, Adora pouted her lips contemptuously. "Oh really? Are you sure? I'm going to tell on your father." But before she could finish speaking, her eyes involuntarily narrowed. 2 magic orbs suddenly appeared before her. With a bang, the place was once again covered in smoke. Malik and Dakia had simultaneously launched their attack. Without the slightest hesitation, Adora's body was engulfed in flames. However, her body quickly reformed. She shouted in rage, "You fools, when someone speaks, someone should listen." Adora had completely become a monster, no longer in human form. Dakia looked at her current appearance with contempt. As if she didn't deserve to be treated as a human, Dakia was overwhelmed with rage at this moment. She knew better than anyone where the rights and power held by the Immortal family came from the people of Beatus. Dakia couldn't protect them. So all that remained was revenge. Malik watched Dakia deep in thought. After a long silence, he opened his mouth to persuade her. "Princess, calm down." Upon hearing that, the madness in Dakia's eyes slowly faded. In the end, she nodded in agreement. "All right." At this moment, Adora regained her composure and looked forward, opening her mouth. "Both of you." But then she noticed that only Dakia remained before her eyes. She was startled and mumbled, "Where did the other one go? Where's Malik?" Malik suddenly appeared from midair and swung his sword without the slightest hesitation, but Adora quickly dodged. He glanced at her and said in a low voice, "For your size, your reactions are quite fast." Adora scoffed coldly. "Coward, did you think I'd fall for such an obvious trap?" But before she could even finish speaking, she noticed something strange. Adora's body was stuck to the ceiling at this moment. Malik smiled coldly and said, "Your intelligence is probably like an insect's. After transforming into a moth, how far could she have flown in this theater?" As he spoke, he once again picked up his sword and slowly approached Adora. His low voice continued to resonate. "I rate your singing ability quite highly, but I will show you mercy." Adora was extremely flustered at this moment, struggling to free herself from the rubble, but Malik approached her, his eyes filled with killing intent. He asked, "Shall I tear off your useless wings first or your useless head first?" Hearing these words, Adora's hand on the ground couldn't help but clench tightly. Adora shouted in rage, "You brat, I will tear you to shreds." As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her large mouth and revealed a long tongue. Seeing this sight, Malik was slightly startled. That tongue was madly rushing towards him. Malik hastily fled, and everywhere he passed was torn to shreds by that tongue. Stones shattered into fragments everywhere. Adora furiously shouted, "Say that again!" After that, before she could even finish her sentence, her head exploded and flames billowed like in a kitchen. Malik was puzzled to see this, and looking at her again, he found Dakia waving to him. "Malik, over here." Right at this moment, Adora gnashed her teeth in rage. She was extremely angry at the two of them, threw back her head and shouted at the sky, "Damn it, I will kill both of you wretched bastards." As soon as her words ended, a long rope-like tongue once again whipped through the air, and in the blink of an eye, the magnificent theater was reduced to ruins by Adora, and Malik and Dakia were hiding in a corner she couldn't see. The Our Lady of Blazing Corruption in Malik's pocket continuously mumbled something, and Malik nodded, muttering, "Mother is right, I need to finish this faster. The exit is behind the evil spirit worshipper. If I don't eliminate them first, I won't be able to get out of here. But what should I do? Should I use the corrupted sword or the corrupted giant?" After thinking, he decided neither was an option. Malik glanced at Dakia again and called out, "Princess." She was startled and looked at him. Malik slowly said, "I have a request." At the same time, Adora was madly fighting in midair, but she couldn't find Malik. She shouted furiously, "Where are you two hiding?" As soon as Adora finished speaking, a figure walked out of the darkness. She looked at him and saw Malik appear. She smiled coldly and said, "Well done, a wise choice. If you're going to die anyway, you might as well die together. Adora said she would tear the two of them to shreds and no one would ever find them. As soon as she finished speaking, her tongue attacked again. At the same time, Malik also picked up his sword and charged. He swept once, cutting off a piece of her tongue. But Adora didn't seem to care much. She laughed loudly and said contemptuously, resisting. After that, she once again whipped her tongue at the two of them. Malik stood in front of Dakia, protecting her from getting hurt. Holy power continuously emanated from his hand. At the same time, Dakia, who was behind him, was not idle either. A magic orb had already appeared in her hand. Her mouth also began to chant a spell, and in the blink of an eye the orb in her hand began to shatter, and the light within it immediately burst forth into the air. Going back to before, Dakia was slightly surprised to hear Malik's request. Malik slowly explained, "That's right, Princess is the only solution. My skills alone won't be enough to get out of here. As Dakia knows, the more ancient a language used in a spell, the stronger the magic's reaction to mana. But strong mana causes erosion to the user, so the user must exert a high degree of concentration." Malik said he would be her shield and she should attack the monster. So at this moment Malik and Dakia moved according to plan. One attacked and one cast a spell. Adora had no idea and was still madly fighting the two of them. Die, Malik gritted his teeth. He braced himself against the ground with his legs. He told himself he had to endure and hold on. Then she wouldn't be able to get close to Dakia. Malik would never again let the tragedy of Dakia lying in a pool of blood happen. He would not forgive the one who caused that tragedy. As Malik was thinking, Adora's long tongue attacked again, and he was hit, unable to dodge. At the same time, Dakia was still casting her spell. Adora, noticing she had hit Malik, laughed even more triumphantly. "It's over." Malik, hit by her, spat out a mouthful of blood, but very quickly he returned to normal. He ignored the wounds on his body, glared at Adora and said coldly, "Got you." Without the slightest hesitation he picked up his sword and stabbed her body and at the same time firmly grasped her tongue. Adora screamed in pain and Malik glared at her, not letting go. Right at this moment a powerful light suddenly burst forth from behind him. Dakia had completed her magic. Adora's face was filled with panic at this sight. She mumbled in fear, "Wait a minute." But Dakia naturally didn't give her that chance. She tightly gripped the lightning in her hand and shouted coldly, "Die!" Immediately after, she threw it at Adora. Her entire body was instantly enveloped in lightning. The lightning pierced through the roof and soared into the sky. Adora's body was impaled and she screamed in pain. Dakia glared at her, gritting her teeth and saying, "Die." Waiting for the smoke to clear, a large hole was pierced in the ceiling and Adora's body lay motionless on the ground. Malik saw this sight and slowly approached to examine her. He let out a sigh of relief and mumbled, "Mother was right, using holy power now would be perfect." But then Dakia suddenly collapsed from midair. He hastily supported her. Looking at the helpless Dakia in his arms, he fiercely bit his lip. "She used up all her mana," he asked worriedly. "Are you all right?" Dakia called out. "Priest," in a trembling voice. She pointed to a distant spot, stammering, unable to finish her words. "Over there, up there." Malik followed the direction she was pointing and found a figure standing, but as soon as he finished speaking, that figure appeared behind him. Malik was startled and looked back, and Adora, who was lying on the ground, also tried to open her eyes with a trembling body. The person who appeared was Ayat. She glanced at Adora on the ground and pouted her lips. "You should have listened to me when I offered to train you. At least you wouldn't have died." Malik looked at her with wary eyes and asked suspiciously, "What do you want?" Ayat calmly opened her mouth. "Let's fight one-on-one." Glaring at her, Malik retorted coldly, "Why should I agree?" Shrugging indifferently, Ayat said elegantly, "I've been very kind to you." She said that the person Malik was holding would have been a corpse if she had wanted. Hearing these words, Malik's face showed hesitation. Immediately after, he carried Dakia and moved back, propping her against the wall and asked worriedly, "Are you conscious?" Dakia nodded slightly, slowly opening her eyes. Although she had used up all her mana, she was recovering very quickly. Malik narrowed his eyes looking at her and said in a low voice, "Feigned unconsciousness for now. I'll buy time and if an opportunity arises, escape." While the two were talking, Ayat urged, opening her mouth, "You're wasting time. I won't attack her while we fight. Of course, if you lose, her head will be my trophy too." Right at this moment, Malik also picked up his sword and approached, and holy power appeared around the blade. He said coldly, "I don't need such cheap provocations and I have no intention of fleeing or avoiding a fight." Hearing these words, Ayat smiled in satisfaction. "I like that very much. If you put all your strength into this battle." As soon as her words ended, Malik rushed forward like lightning. The sound of two weapons clashing immediately resonated. Malik gritted his teeth and tried to press down with force. He couldn't use his divine power because of the risk of the Purification Army finding this place. Seeing him hesitate, Ayat once again mocked him. "Is this all you've got?" Malik was slightly startled and a hint of bewilderment flashed in his eyes. Right at this moment, Ayat pushed him away with force. Malik's body crashed hard onto the ground. Because of the pain, he gritted his teeth and mumbled discontentedly, "Why is this person so strong?" While he was puzzled, Ayat attacked again. Malik was immediately flustered and hastily dodged to the side. But what surprised him even more was that she was running on the wall. Under Ayat fierce momentum, Malik was on the defensive. She laughed even more triumphantly. "What's this? You're constantly being pushed back? As a priest, try using your divine power." Malik fiercely bit his lip. He still hadn't found a way to break through her attack. Right at this moment he carelessly exposed an opening. So Isekai seized this opportunity and swung her sword. Malik was hit, unable to dodge, and blood began to gush out. Isekai smiled in satisfaction, her eyes filled with triumph. Malik's body flew backward like a kite with a cut string. He fell to the ground, a large sword cut across his chest. Isekai raised an eyebrow and laughed. "Priest Malik, the rumors about you seem to be exaggerated," but before she could even finish speaking, she suddenly fell silent, because Malik got up from the ground and opened his mouth in a low voice. "Really, my clothes are all dirty. Perhaps you'll have to pay the price for that." At the same time, the large sword cut on his chest was also healed by holy power. Seeing this sight, Isekai couldn't help but be surprised, but very quickly she smiled excitedly. "You're not human," Malik scoffed coldly. "I could say the same about you." Isekai plunged her sword into the ground and said coldly, "All right, then let's fight to the end." As soon as she finished speaking, she madly rushed forward, pouting her lips and laughing. "Let's see how this honorable battle ends." At the same time, Malik also had no intention of backing down, and the sword in his hand began to swing again. Malik's footsteps were very firm at this moment, and so was Isetkai's. She stood firm on the ground, countering Malik's attack. The two swords clashed again, creating a grinding sound. The two glared at each other, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. Right at this moment a sudden change occurred. A mechanical arm suddenly appeared in Malik's hand and holy power also emanated from it. With a bang the holy power exploded, sending Isekai flying far away. Her body crashed hard against the wall and the wall became a pile of rubble. Isekai, hit by the attack, swore in rage, "You damned bastard!" But before she could even finish swearing, her eyes involuntarily narrowed, because Malik rushed forward and the sword in his hand plunged down without hesitation. With a bang the wall in front also exploded. Dirt and stones flew everywhere, and smoke instantly enveloped the auditorium. Waiting for the smoke to clear, no one was inside. Because Isekai had dodged the moment he stabbed, she was now facing Malik. She glared at him and said coldly, "Why aren't you using your power? I heard you were a priest." Malik didn't answer, merely saying calmly, "Then you're not just doing these kinds of things in the theater." Isekai seemed unaccustomed. He changed too quickly. He ignored her and continued, "It must also be related to this scene in the city." Shrugging indifferently, Isekai calmly replied, "I don't deny it, but that's not my plan. The only thing I'm interested in is an honorable battle." Hearing these words, Malik couldn't help but laugh coldly. He pouted his lips contemptuously. "You talk about honor after driving innocent people to their deaths. Your honor is really cheap." Isekai didn't care about his ridicule and replied calmly, "I don't care about the misfortune of the weak. I am a warrior, not a saint." To her, those people were just weak beings of no value. The weak only exist to be trampled by the strong. These words completely enraged Malik. He glared at her, silent for a long time. In the end he slowly opened his mouth. "You have no talent for martial arts at all." Isekai was instantly shocked, not understanding what he was saying. Malik smiled coldly and said, "I know because I know people with talent. The person you're talking about is Bradia. Isekai has no talent at all, not in movement, not in reflexes, not in judgment, nothing." Malik said that he had only been learning the sword for 3 years, but if not for her stamina she would have already died by his hand. Saying this much he gave a provocative smile. "So you became a priest? Did you try to become strong by cowardly means because you had no talent to become a master?" These words from Malik completely enraged Isekai. She gnashed her teeth and cursed, "You son of a bitch, I will kill you." At this moment, Isetkai's body was filled with killing intent. Why was she so angry? Going back to before, Isekai had once fought a junior, and she lost to that person. Since then, whispers about her continuously spread around her. Although she was indignant, Isekai put away her sword and accepted the result. That junior triumphantly shouted, "Sister, you fought really well." Isekai narrowed her eyes and slowly spoke, looking at him. "You were lucky today. Years of sweat, experience accumulated through hardship, and a desperate craving to win. All of it ultimately amounted to nothing now. She had been defeated by her junior." Isekai felt utterly incompetent, and eventually gave up the training she had never missed before. When her junior heard this news he was greatly flustered. The knights around Isekai were equally worried. Her junior even thought it was his fault. Isekai remained holed up in her room, listening to no one's pleas. Eventually they could no longer bear it, and broke down the door and entered. Seeing her sitting quietly in a chair, a knight couldn't help but speak. "Thank goodness you're back, we were really worried. You haven't shown up for training for weeks." Another knight approached her side and asked, "What do you mean you're retiring because you lost to that child?" They told Isekai that her junior was a genius who had defeated everyone, so she shouldn't worry about it. However, the more she heard, the angrier Isekai became. She gritted her teeth and cursed, "Get out!" The people around her were immediately flustered. She repeated her words once more. In the end they were driven out under Isetkai's rage. In that dark night, Isekai thought that no matter how hard she tried it would be useless. No matter how diligently she worked, her efforts would be trampled by geniuses. Isekai was not born to be trampled, so before others could do it, she slowly withered away. Life was gradually receding from her. Then one day an uninvited guest visited Isetkai's small house. He approached her bedside, and though Isekai was startled, she did not get up. His eerie voice then echoed, "Found you." He introduced himself as Desperation, one of the 6 prophets of the Liberation Front. Desperation, looking at her lying on the bed, Desperation couldn't help but sigh towards the sky. He let out a breath and said, "Is this truly so? Have my time and effort searching for you been in vain, to find someone nearly dead?" As Isekai still didn't answer, Desperation leaned closer to her face and asked in a low voice, "Hey, can you hear me?" At this, Isekai asked in a faint voice, "Who are you?" Desperation narrowed his eyes and muttered, looking at her. Isekai, 37 years old, began training to be a knight at 12 and has held a sword for over 20 years. However, Iseikai's body was already exhausted beyond recovery. Though she had already announced her retirement, it seemed she wouldn't last long. Hearing this preposterous talk, Isekai gritted her teeth again and asked, "I'm asking who you are," Desperation calmly said. "People always say hard work never betrays you, but reality will promptly strike down the incompetent and useless. The fruits of your efforts are nowhere to be found. You are merely a small adornment for geniuses." At this, Isekai shouted, filled with rage, "Who the hell are you?" Desperation pouted and asked, "What will you do if you know who I am?" "The important thing is that you have one chance, one last chance." Saying this, he placed a coin in Iseikai's hand and tears involuntarily streamed down her eyes. Desperation continued, "Only you can do it, to redeem the efforts you've poured your blood and sweat into." Having said this much, a round object reappeared in his hand with several eyes on it, making it slightly repulsive. He chuckled coldly and said, "If you eat this and survive, you will be rewarded with what you have always craved." Hearing this, Isekai was moved and the tears that had stopped flowed again. She closed her eyes tightly and opened her mouth without hesitation. Desperation put the repulsive object into her mouth. From that day on, Isekai returned. Everyone who saw her was surprised, wondering if she was truly Isekai. She had an extremely aggressive momentum upon her return. Everyone who fought her was defeated. The sword in Iseikai's hand grew increasingly ferocious. She was very satisfied with this. This was exactly what Isekai had always craved. However carelessly, she killed someone. The person opposite Isekai was beheaded and blood splattered everywhere, causing her no small amount of fluster. Isekai froze on the spot, not knowing what to do. Immediately, someone approached and interrogated, "How dare you do such a thing? Remember, this is just training." Isekai, who had originally won, had used a killing technique. At that person's interrogation, she was at a loss. After a long while, she heard a familiar voice echoing before her. "Cowardly rat, did you think we knew nothing? You who can never surpass the intermediate stage in your life are too confident in your power. That power you gained through deceit." Iseikai's complexion grew worse and worse and her forehead was covered in cold sweat, but the voice continued to echo. "But as you know, no matter how strong you become, you still reek of failure." Eventually, Isekai couldn't listen anymore and directly killed the person, and blood splattered everywhere. The person never in their wildest dreams thought they would die at the hands of their former comrade. The knights here were also flustered by this unexpected change. Everyone thought Isekai had gone mad. She was truly no longer in her right mind. People began to draw their swords and aim them at her. One person stepped forward and said, "Isekai, calm down. If we say this was an accident, you won't face a severe punishment." However, this plea sounded like ridicule to Isekai. It was no different from a coward refusing to admit their actions. Isekai gritted her teeth and her eyes flashed with murderous intent. She fiercely shouted, "Don't look at me with those disgusting eyes. Break free from the past." Isekai glared at Malik and said coldly, "Don't babble anymore. I've worked harder than anyone, so I deserve it." Malik involuntarily pouted and chuckled. "Then do you even know what a conscience is?" Isekai no longer wanted to waste words with him. She slowly approached, her eyes filled with murderous intent. She gritted her teeth and said, "I'll tear that talkative mouth of yours so you can't babble anymore." Malik, unafraid, continued to provoke. "It seems no one is left here because of what you've done. The Purification Army must be busy." Snorting, Isekai said coldly, "That's right, so you'd better not expect any reinforcements. You'll be buried alone here." Hearing this, Malik involuntarily burst into laughter. "You don't seem to understand what I'm saying." As soon as his words ended, holy power began to surge from his body. Iseikai's eyes involuntarily narrowed. She shouted in disbelief, "Wait a minute, are you an evil spirit worshipper?" It was too late to realize it now. Malik had already begun to transform, his body covered in strange tattoos. He coldly snorted, "You don't need to care about that." As soon as his words ended, Iseikai's sword shattered into pieces by the holy power. She couldn't help but be startled. Malik continued to laugh. "What you need to care about is that I can freely use my power." Isekai hadn't expected him to change so quickly, and her eyes were filled with fluster. She fiercely bit her lip and then attacked again. Malik let her hit him in the face and didn't dodge. He pouted and chuckled. "Since you've revealed your true filthy nature, the advantage is now mine." Isekai, seeing his empty arm, exclaimed in surprise. "Your sword." Malik chuckled coldly and no longer held the sword. He pouted and said, "Fair enough, shall we continue that honorable battle you craved so much?" Seeing Malik's fist flying towards her, Iseikai's eyes were filled with fluster. She gritted her teeth and muttered, "Damn it, his speed is too fast, there's no way to dodge." And so she was hit by his fist. Isekai spat out a mouthful of blood. Malik raised an eyebrow and asked coldly, looking at her, "How does it feel to be trampled?" Isekai fiercely bit her lip. She wanted to say something, but before she could finish, an overwhelming aura once again enveloped her. Holy power reappeared in Malik's hand. He coldly opened his mouth. "You barked about a true battle, but now it's not even a balanced fight." As soon as his words ended, he hit Isekai in the face, sending her flying far away to crash hard against the wall behind, and instantly dirt and dust obscured her vision. Isekai lay in the rubble, unable to move. One side of her face was swollen like a pig's head, and she wanted to say something but couldn't open her mouth at all. Malik glared at her and said coldly, "Is this all the price for contributing to the death of innocents?" Everything was already clear. Malik repeated to himself, "Isekai is not as talented as you think." At this, she was enraged to the extreme. She shouted. Along with Isetkai's scream, a dazzling light burst forth. Malik merely chuckled coldly at this sight. "You gained nothing. You can't even control your own power. Your honor is now nothing. That hideous appearance will only bring more scorn from others." Isekai had now transformed into a monster. She gritted her teeth and said, "Malik, I will surely kill you." Malik didn't care much. Clasped his hands to his chest and muttered, "Mother, I will receive more holy power." Seeing holy power surging around Malik's body, Isekai exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Malik ignored her reaction and began to activate slaughter mode. A deep holy power rift appeared immediately after. A giant foot stood before Malik. A corrupted giant with a massive body appeared. He looked up at it and smiled. "Long time no see." He told it that he had a difficult problem to solve and asked it to take care of it. The corrupted giant seemed to understand, saying nothing and merely smiling slightly. Then it opened its large mouth and a large tongue emerged from within, and inside the tongue was something even more surprising. An object holding a staff appeared, and holy power quickly enveloped the staff's head. Immediately after, the strange object raised the staff high. The light of the 10 directions enveloped the entire room, and in the blink of an eye the corrupted giant's massive armored body grew stronger. It threw back its head and shouted, and blue dots began to appear here. Within that light, black objects also began to rise. Withered skeletons slowly appeared here. Before long, a skeleton army stood before the corrupted giant. Seeing this sight, Isekai said contemptuously, "What can you do to me with such cheap tricks?" As she spoke, a skeleton grabbed her weapon and crawled up. A familiar voice also echoed accordingly. "Do you think it's that simple?" Isekai was startled. Looking at the skeleton, she very quickly recognized a familiar face. An interrogating voice began to echo in Isetkai's ears. Why did you do it? Why, Isekai?" She fiercely shook her head to erase the voice and shouted, filled with rage, "What trick are you trying to pull?" She looked at Malik and suggested, "Get rid of these and fight me one-on-one." Malik smiled and pouted. "If you're scared you can run, but only if you can." Saying this, he slowly walked away. He wished for Isetkai's to be buried and die here. Malik then paid no more attention to her and went to find Decapitated. He looked around and shouted, "Princess, where are you?" Decapitated, hearing his voice, ran from elsewhere and waved to him. "How's the fight?" Malik approached her and nodded, replying. The corrupted giant heard this, and Decapitated looked away, hearing a scream echo. Malik gave a wry smile. "This fight will be quite difficult." Decapitated didn't mind much and hesitated, saying, "I still have difficulty moving my body freely." So before she could even finish speaking, Malik understood and opened his mouth. "Don't worry, I'll help you." And so he gently lifted her into his arms and walked away. Decapitated rested comfortably in his arms and asked suspiciously, "Did we come back here because of the butterfly monster?" Malik nodded without hesitation, admitting it. She asked again, "Then what are you going to do?" He calmly replied, "I'm going to leave the rest to Mother, but before that I think I need to kill that one feigning death." Hearing this, Adora, who was feigning death, was immediately flustered and opened her eyes. She hastily pleaded, "No, please spare me, I was just following orders." Malik coldly snorted, "The same goes for the people you killed. And since you did that, there's no reason for me to save you." Adora hastily shook her head and explained, "I truly didn't kill them." Malik didn't care and said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter what you say. Are you done talking?" If so, before he could finish speaking, Adora fiercely shouted, "It's true, I'll tell you, please spare me. Daughter of the Immortal family, I'll tell you your father's purpose." The sword in Malik's hand immediately stopped, just a few millimeters from Adora's forehead. At this moment, Decapitated also approached from behind. She muttered suspiciously, "Father's purpose?" Adora hastily nodded, shouting without stopping her mouth. However, at this moment an explosion suddenly echoed. At the same time, a sword shot out from the smoke. Disgusting slime immediately poured down like rain, forcing Malik to dodge to the side. Adora fiercely bit her lip, swallowing the words she was about to say. Malik narrowed his eyes, looking forward. His face filled with vigilance. The sword that had just appeared did not stop, piercing the center of Adora's forehead. Only when she was completely motionless did it withdraw the sword. Malik looked at the person who had just arrived. Decapited's eyes involuntarily narrowed, and she had never expected that person to come. It was her brother Isle. He glared at her and opened his mouth. "I clearly told you to leave." Decapitated narrowed her eyes, looking at him, and solemnly asked, "What are you doing now? All you did was deliver the finishing blow to a monster Malik had nearly killed, and now you're saying we accomplished everything thanks to you? You didn't even kill it." Doze frowned, looking at her, and said in a low voice, "You still haven't changed at all. Stubbornness is a trait of all mages, or is it just your foolish true self?" He was better in every way. Decapitated also didn't yield an inch and retorted coldly. She said she would leave immediately, and nothing would change even if he begged her to stay. Doze stared intently at her, and an ambiguous light flashed in his eyes. However, she didn't care and continued, "I've wanted to tell you this for a long time but never had the chance. Now I will." Having said this much, Decapitated suddenly paused. She sighed and eventually fiercely lashed out, "That damned position of family head, you can have it, greedy bastard." She asked him if he knew how repulsive he was. "That's why you're old and still haven't married." All the women who saw your true nature left in disgust. Malik, watching her shout from the side, didn't know how to react. Doze, however, didn't seem to pay much attention to those words. He pouted and said, "You're leaving, good, you finally realized your place." Saying this, he again sneered contemptuously. "But I think the princess is misunderstanding something. The princess never even had a chance to become the head of this family in the first place." Hearing this, Dakia trembled. Doze ignored her and continued to sneer. "Princess, do you understand? No one in this family wants you." Biting her lip fiercely, Dakia complained, "Are you blaming me for everything you've done? How can you be so sure that everyone around you is a victim of my magic? You even blamed me for Mother's death. I didn't ask to be born a mage. Do you think I wanted to kill Mother?" Dakia poured out everything that had been simmering in her chest. Tears flowed ceaselessly. She gritted her teeth and continued, "The hatred you've shown me since childhood, I'm sick of it, you damn brother." Malik flinched, startled by her screams. Hearing her, Doze sounded slightly annoyed and said in a displeased tone, "You left and learned nothing good, only acquiring all sorts of bad habits." He threw something at Malik and said, "Stop crying and leave the village." Malik reached out and caught what was in his hand. He asked suspiciously, "What is this?" Doze slowly explained, "Place it on the Beatus magic barrier and you'll be able to leave this place. Use that to disappear from here." Malik narrowed his eyes at him and asked seriously, "What do you plan to do after that?" Doze turned his body to leave and scoffed coldly, "I don't think I need to answer that question. Get out of here and take that crying thing with you." Just then a sudden explosion echoed and dirt and stones flew everywhere. Isekai rushed in from outside, shouting loudly, "Adora, are you still alive?" But as soon as she finished speaking, she realized there was a problem. The corrupted giant was chasing her, and it certainly wasn't going to let Isekai escape like that. As soon as it ran in, it saw the three people, Malik, standing on the other side. But it didn't pay much mind. The two swords in its hands were raised and holy power burst from its eyes. Seeing this sight, Isekai became even angrier. She fiercely struck at once. With this single punch, the ground began to shake and dirt and stones poured down from the ceiling like rain. Seeing this sight, Doze was immediately startled. He hastily rushed forward and suggested in a gloomy voice, "Everyone get out of here. The building is about to collapse. Never come back." Hearing this, Dakia shouted even more displeased, "I'll do as I please, you fool." But Doze didn't care. He charged at the two gigantic monsters that were fighting each other. At the same time, skeletons also continuously attacked. The corrupted giant didn't let go of Isekai. It blocked Isekai to the very end. Here, Malik embraced Dakia, dodging the debris. He said in a gloomy voice, "I don't think we have much time. We need to get out of here." Just then, the corrupted mother in his pocket suddenly spoke. He hastily replied, "Don't worry, I can handle it." After that, Malik suggested in a gloomy voice that she hold on tight. He gripped the wall with his sword and climbed up. Seeing this sight, Isekai became even angrier. She shouted in rage, "You damned bastards. How dare you run away?" Malik didn't care, went to where Adora was and said coldly, "As you said, I'll take her head. I won't let you have your way." Isekai shouted loudly, then threw the weapon in her hand. Malik was startled in the blink of an eye. He didn't think he could dodge this attack. In a critical situation, a stream of holy power suddenly burst from his chest. Malik frowned slightly as if thinking of something. In the blink of an eye, a protective barrier appeared around him. The ring on his hand was also shining at this moment. It was the ring the corrupted mother had received from Shirin. It would allow Malik to activate a magic barrier once a day. Just then it saved his life. Thinking this, Malik again spoke in a gloomy voice, "Now you take this." As soon as his words ended, he struck down with his sword. He tried to cut off Adora's head, but it was firmly attached to her torso. It was fine, Malik just struck down. At this moment the corrupted giant suddenly shouted loudly, "I've bought you more time, everyone hurry." Malik nodded slightly and replied, "We're going." Seeing him carry Adora's head and run away, Isekai immediately became angry and shouted, "You damn bastards, stop, leave that head here right now." But she couldn't catch up at all. Malik took Adora's head and Dakia outside. Only then did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. "We won't be caught here." Seeing that no one was around, the corrupted mother also quickly transformed. Malik placed the head on the ground and spoke, "This is the head Mother wanted." Seeing it, the corrupted mother was very happy and ran to where the head was and sat down. She placed her hand on it and began to absorb the holy power. Not long after, the head became mushy like mud. Malik stared at the corrupted mother and asked, "So is it done now?" But the corrupted mother didn't answer, seeming a little uncomfortable. He asked suspiciously, "Mother, what are you trying to do?" But the corrupted mother didn't stop, and Malik's expression grew worse and worse. Time slowly passed, and Adora's head disappeared like smoke. Seeing this sight, the corrupted mother was displeased. She hastily reached out to grab it, but it was useless. Malik grabbed her hand, stopped her, and spoke to comfort her. "Mother, that's enough now." The corrupted mother was displeased and cried, burying her face in her pillow as if in pain. Malik hastily comforted her. "I know the holy power has been corrupted, but we don't know what they did with it." Malik didn't want her to touch it before knowing what it was. The corrupted mother heard this and raised her head to look at him. She had a very wronged expression. Smiling lightly, Malik said cheerfully, "That's right, there are other ways to gather holy power too." He told her that if she had touched it and they had gained information about her, the situation would have been much worse. Hearing this far, the corrupted mother stopped crying and hugged Malik. He didn't care and slowly said, "Alright, get some rest." As soon as his words ended, the corrupted mother bent her arm and went into Malik's pocket. At this moment, Dakia also came to her senses and approached his side. Malik glanced at her and asked, "Are you feeling better?" She nodded in reply, but her tone was extremely angry. "But I should have used magic to hit my damn brother a few times. I regret being lenient now." Seeing her like this, Malik couldn't help but laugh. He spoke to comfort her. "Then do it next time." Dakia raised her head to look at him and asked suspiciously, "You won't stop me? I thought you'd stop me." Malik slowly explained, "A few hits probably won't hurt him much. He seems quite strong." Hearing this far, Dakia sighed and said helplessly, "Yes, he's really shameless. I don't think he'd easily withstand my attacks. Damn it." Saying this much, she stretched and sighed. She felt much better after cursing her brother. Malik glanced at her and hesitated, speaking, "I noticed that the princess only calls him brother when he's not around." Hearing this, Dakia pouted her lips and scoffed coldly, "I can't call him that in front of him. Calling him that in front of him would be admitting that I'm beneath him." If she thought so, Malik smiled helplessly, but before he could even finish speaking, he sensed something. Seeing his reaction, Dakia asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Malik nodded and said in a gloomy voice, "Just a moment." So he narrowed his eyes and stared inside. He sensed that the connection with the corrupted giant was broken, and Ayat-El's holy power was no longer felt. Had she returned to her original form? Seeing Malik's serious expression, Dakia asked worriedly, "Is that monster knight chasing us?" Malik shook his head gloomily. "I can't feel anything yet, so I can't be sure, but we have something to do, so we have to go." Hearing this, Dakia frowned. "But where are the others?" Just then, holy power suddenly burst forth from Malik's mechanical arm. Dakia looked at it with suspicion in her eyes. A strange number 3 appeared on the back of his hand at this moment. After thinking for a long time, Malik spoke. "It seems like a signal from Doze," so he held out his hand and said, "Come on." Dakia cheered happily as soon as she heard. "All right." Seeing her about to rush at him, Malik said a little awkwardly, "Princess, I'm sorry. I told you to hurry, but I don't know what might happen on the way. Carrying you isn't a good idea." Hearing this, Dakia froze on the spot. She stammered, "You're right. If I'm in your arms, you won't be able to use your hands freely." Saying this much, she patted her cheeks to hide her embarrassment, then took a step and left. As she walked, she spoke, "Let's go that direction, right?" Malik and Dakia proceeded forward like that. After a while they arrived at a place. Looking at the withered trees before them, Malik couldn't help but speak. "I don't think that tree monster has found us yet." He guessed it was thanks to the item Dakia's brother had given him. Just then Dakia suddenly cut him off. "Reverend Malik, may I ask you something?" He replied nonchalantly. "You don't need to ask my permission for everything." Dakia hesitated for a moment, then spoke, "About what happened earlier and before that, don't you find it bothersome that I keep relying on you?" "Not at all." Malik chuckled lightly and spoke, "Rather, I think I've caused the princess trouble." Hearing this, Dakia immediately waved her hands denying it. "Not at all." Saying this much, she seemed to realize something and said awkwardly, "I'm sorry for cutting you off." Seeing this sight, Malik sighed somewhat helplessly. It was always like that. She respected him too much. Thinking this, Malik approached, placed his hand on her shoulder and comforted her. "It's really all right." Dakia raised her head to look at him, smiled and spoke, "Really, you're always kind. It's just a pity that you're kind to everyone." Malik was slightly speechless. "Why are we suddenly talking about this?" While he was flustered, Dakia suddenly clapped her hands and said in an excited voice, "That's right, I've decided. After this is over, I'll leave Beatus with you." Malik frowned, looking at her. His reaction was a little strange. Dakia asked awkwardly, "You don't want me to do that?" Before Malik could even answer, the corrupted mother in his pocket spoke first, but only a single word, "Kill." Malik sighed lightly and said, "Accompanying me will be an arduous journey. Sometimes it might even be life-threatening." Dakia didn't care and said cheerfully, "But you'll do your best to protect me, won't you, just like always?" The corrupted mother in Malik's pocket tried to reappear, but he stopped her. He glanced at Dakia and smiled awkwardly. "That won't always be possible." Dakia didn't care and replied nonchalantly, "Then I'll protect myself. You know how quickly I learn. Someday I might even protect you." The hand in Malik's pocket began to tremble again. He grabbed his hand and continued to talk with Dakia. "Haha, that would be an honor." After that, he comforted the corrupted mother. "Mother, it's really hard to find a mage with such a reasonable personality. Please understand, at least for the sake of our goal." The corrupted mother said a few more words. Malik knew she had agreed and continued to talk. "Honestly, I'm still a little hesitant about mages, but a rational mage like the princess is always welcome." Hearing this, Dakia was so happy she wanted to jump for joy. She covered her mouth and mumbled, "Really?" She hastily grabbed Malik's hand and said urgently, "Don't retract those words later." Saying this, she placed his hand on her heart and hesitated, asking, "And may I ask for a favor?"